Welcome, dear friends, to this tranquil corner of the evening. As you settle in and let the day's cares drift away, we're delighted to offer you enchanting stories that await to whisk you into a world of calm. Remember, you can enjoy these tales ads-free over on our Patreon, where serenity is just a click away. We're so grateful you're spending your evening with us, and we invite you to unwind to the soothing sounds that accompany our tales. May these moments bring you peace and set the stage for a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Story 1. In a small cottage at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof sloped just so, and the windows blinked like sleepy eyes in the evening light, lived a quiet soul named Leo. The cottage had been in his family for generations, and every corner held whispers of stories long past. On this particular afternoon, with rain gently pattering against the window panes and the scent of damp earth drifting through a cracked window, Leo decided to explore the attic, a place he had always found too mysterious to tackle before. The wooden stairs creaked a friendly greeting as he ascended, their protest softened by years of use. The attic was exactly as one might imagine, a landscape of forgotten things draped in dusty sheets, with sunbeams cutting through the dimness like golden threads. In one corner, half hidden beneath an old patchwork quilt, was a small wooden chest, its surface carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the dancing light. Leo knelt, brushing away a layer of fine dust. The chest was not locked. With a soft click, the lid lifted, releasing a scent of dried lavender and old paper. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay a small brass music box, no larger than his palm. Its surface was etched with stars and crescent moons, and when he lifted it, it felt warm, as though it had been waiting just for him. Gently, he turned the tiny key protruding from its side. The mechanism whirred to life, and a melody began to play, not the tinny, familiar tune he expected, but something far stranger. It was a song made of wind chimes and distant bells, of rustling leaves and soft rainfall. And as the music filled the attic, something extraordinary happened. The dust motes in the air began to glow, swirling into shapes that looked like tiny constellations. From behind a stack of books, a small calico cat emerged, her fur the color of autumn leaves and cream. This was Juniper, who had adopted Leo some years back, and who now regarded the glowing music box with wide, curious eyes. She purred, a sound like a tiny engine of contentment, and rubbed against Leo's arm. "Well, what do you make of this, Juniper?" he whispered. But it wasn't Juniper who answered. From a small hole near the baseboard came a squeaky, thoughtful voice. "That," it said, "is the Starlight Sonatina. I haven't heard it in an age." A small mouse with whiskers that twitched with intelligence stepped into a patch of light. This was Barnaby, who knew more about the hidden workings of the house than anyone, and who spoke in the precise, measured tones of a librarian. "You can talk?" Leo asked, more surprised by that than by the glowing music box. "Of course I can talk," Barnaby replied, smoothing his whiskers with a tiny paw. "Most of us can, we just don't, usually. It's considered impolite to interrupt, but that," he pointed, "that is worth interrupting for." The music box continued to play, and the glowing dust motes now formed a shimmering path that led toward the far wall of the attic, a wall that Leo now realized had a small, previously unnoticed door, half obscured by a tapestry. "Where does it lead?" Leo wondered aloud. "That," said Barnaby, "is the question. The music box has chosen you to find out. But be warned, the path only appears when the sonatina plays, and the key only turns for a courageous heart." Juniper purred in agreement, bumping her head gently against Leo's hand as if to say, "I'll come with you." And so, with the music box cradled in his palm, its melody weaving through the air like a silver thread, Leo approached the small door. It was made of dark wood, with a brass handle shaped like a twisting vine. He turned it, and the door swung inward without a sound. Beyond was not the other side of the attic wall, but a pathway made of soft, glowing light, suspended among swirling clouds and distant stars. The air hummed gently, and the scent of night-blooming flowers drifted by. Leo took a deep breath. His heart beat a little faster, but Juniper's reassuring purr and Barnaby's calm presence steadied him. "Courage, dear boy," murmured Barnaby. "It's not the distance that matters, but the depth." Step by step, they ventured onto the starry path. It felt solid beneath Leo's feet, though it looked as insubstantial as mist. The music from the box wrapped around them like a warm blanket, and the glowing dust motes danced ahead, lighting their way. After a time, the path widened into a small, floating island made of polished moonstone. At its center stood a grand, ornate clock, but its hands were still, and its face was clouded over. Sitting beside it was a badger in a waistcoat, looking thoroughly perplexed. He introduced himself as Horatio, keeper of moments. Oh dear, Horatio fretted, adjusting his spectacles. "It's all gone wrong. The clock of forgotten dreams has stopped. Without its tick, the dreams can't find their way back to the dreamers." Leo looked at the still hands, the silent mechanism. "How does it work?" he asked gently. "It runs on kindness," Horatio explained. "Each act of kindness wins the spring, but lately there's been so much hurry and worry in the world below that the kindnesses have grown faint. The spring has unwound." Juniper circled the clock, purring thoughtfully, while Barnaby examined the gears with a critical eye. "The mainspring is indeed loose," the mouse confirmed. "But how does one wind a clock with kindness?" It was then that Leo noticed something. The music from the Starlight Sonatina seemed to make the clouded face of the clock clear slightly. Where the melody touched it, the glass shimmered. "Perhaps," Leo said softly, "it's not about big acts. Maybe it's about the small ones." He thought of all the tiny kindnesses he'd ever received. A shared smile, a held door, a warm cup of tea on a cold day. He let the memory of them fill his heart. As he did, the music box's tune grew sweeter, fuller. The glowing dust motes swirled around the clock, and where they touched, the cloudiness retreated. But the hands remained still. "It needs a catalyst," Barnaby mused. "A focus." Juniper, with a soft MRRP, leaped onto Leo's shoulder and began to purr directly into his ear. The vibration was soothing, steady, and it gave Leo an idea. "Horatio," he said, "what if we help you remember? Tell us about the kindnesses you've seen." So Horatio began to speak, his voice a low, rhythmic hum. He told of a child sharing her apple with a hungry bird, of an old man helping a neighbor carry firewood, of friends listening to one another under the moonlight. With each story, Leo focused on the feeling it evoked, the warmth, the connection. And as he did, the music box played louder, its melody weaving with Horatio's stories. The glowing path brightened, and the dust motes swirled into images of the very acts being described. Then very slowly, the mainspring of the clock began to turn. It made no sound, but they could see it moving, coiling tighter. The hands gave a gentle shudder and began to sweep forward. Tick-tock, a soft, rhythmic sound filled the air, blending with the music and Juniper's purring. The cloud over the clock's face vanished completely, revealing a mirror-bright surface that reflected the stars above. Horatio beamed, adjusting his waistcoat. Well done indeed. The dreams will find their way home tonight." The starry path glowed more brightly, leading them back the way they had come. Leo, with Juniper on his shoulder and Barnaby scurrying alongside, followed the melody back to the attic door. As he stepped through, the music box gave one final, sweet note and fell silent. The attic was just as they had left it, dusty, peaceful, with rain still tapping gently on the roof. The small door in the wall was now just a door, no longer leading to a path among the stars. But Leo knew what lay behind it, and that was enough. He placed the music box back in its chest, but left the lid open. Barnaby nodded in approval. Some secrets are meant to be revisited, the mouse said wisely, before disappearing back into his hole with a polite, good evening. Juniper curled up on the patchwork quilt, her purring a soft counterpoint to the rain outside. Leo sat beside her, feeling a deep sense of peace. He had not traveled far in miles, but he had journeyed deep into the heart of what mattered: kindness, courage, and the magic of small things. That night, as he drifted to sleep, he dreamed of starlight and ticking clocks, of badgers in waistcoats and mice with wise words. And in villages near and far, other dreamers smiled in their sleep, their hearts light with dreams that had found their way home at last. Outside, the rain softened to a drizzle, and somewhere in the distance, a bell chimed softly, as if echoing the Starlight Sonatina one final time. All was well, and all was warm. Story 2. The night was a velvet blanket, soft and deep, and from the little cottage nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, sparks of silver and gold rose like fireflies into the stardusted sky. They were not ordinary sparks, but tiny fragments of dreams and wishes, released by the gentle-hearted star-catcher who lived there, a young soul named Kael, who spent his evenings gathering starlight and weaving it into comforting thoughts for those who slept below. But tonight, something was different. The sparks did not fade as they usually did. Instead, they gathered, swirling together like a river of light, forming a shimmering pathway that arched over the treetops and vanished into the clouds. And from that pathway came a sound, a melody so faint it could have been the wind sighing through pine needles, yet so compelling that Kael felt it hum in his very bones. Tucked safely in his pocket was a smooth, warm river stone his grandmother had given him long ago. It was always with him, a touchstone of home, and as his fingers brushed its familiar surface, he knew he must follow. With a deep breath, Kael stepped onto the path of light. It felt like walking on warm, sun-kissed moss, soft and springy beneath his feet. The air itself changed. It grew sweeter, carrying the scent of rain-kissed blossoms and distant, honeyed winds. And all around the sparks swirled, not as mere embers, but as living things, brushing against his cheeks with the gentleness of butterfly wings. The path led him upward, through layers of cloud that felt like cool silk against his skin, until he emerged into a realm unlike any he had ever imagined. Here cities were built not of stone or wood, but of cloud stuff, glimmering, opalescent structures that floated serenely in the lavender-tinted sky. Bridges of woven light connected towers that spiraled toward a sun that never fully set, casting everything in a perpetual, golden twilight. This was the Aetherium, a place between worlds, where memories and dreams took shape. Kael wandered in awe, his senses alive. He could taste the faint sweetness of candied air on his tongue, and hear the distant, chiming laughter of creatures he could not yet see. But it was the music that truly captured him, a symphony without instruments, made of shimmering light and soft, resonant tones that seemed to rise from the very clouds beneath his feet. Soon he encountered the first of the Aetherium's inhabitants, a being of soft, glowing light, shaped like a drifting willow branch. It did not speak in words, but as it drew near, Kael felt a warmth spread through him, and in his mind bloomed images of welcome, of curiosity, of kindness. It communicated through gentle pulses of light and soft, humming vibrations that traveled through the air like a caress. More of these luminous beings gathered, their forms shifting like liquid starlight. They guided him toward one of the great landmarks of this realm, the Whispering Spires. These were crystalline structures that rose like frozen waterfalls, humming with a low, resonant frequency. As Kael drew near, he saw that they were not merely beautiful. They were waypoints, pulsing with soft light in patterns that told stories, gave directions, and offered comfort to travelers. One of the beings, Kael thought of it as Lumen, drifted closer and touched his hand. In that instant, he understood. The music of the Aetherium was fading. The harmony that held this place together was weakening, and the sparks he had followed were not just beckoning him, they were calling for help. Kaelin's heart ached with sympathy. He had always been a quiet boy, more comfortable with stars than people, but here, in this glowing, gentle world, he felt a sense of belonging. And he knew deep down that he had been brought here for a reason, not just to help them, but to understand something about himself. Lumen led him onward toward another wonder, the crystal archives, a library between dimensions. Its walls were made of living crystal that refracted light into countless colors, and its shelves held not books, but swirling orbs of memory and knowledge. Here the scent was of old paper, ozone, and something like vanilla and starlight combined. As Kael entered, the crystals hummed in recognition. He slowly understood this was a place of stories, and his own was known here. The sparks he released every night were echoes of the Ethereum's own light, and in caring for the dreams of others, he had been tending a connection between worlds without even knowing. With Lumen beside him, Kael learned that to restore the music, he must find the heartspring, a well of pure, liquid light deep within the caverns below the cloud cities. But the path was forgotten, the way grown dim. So they journeyed downward, through tunnels lined with glowing moss that felt like velvet underfoot. Here the air was cooler, carrying the clean scent of stone and deep earth. And then they emerged into the most breathtaking sight Kael had ever beheld, the underground Aurora Caverns. Great curtains of light, green and violet and rose, shimmered and danced across vast cavern walls, casting moving patterns that told ancient tales. The floor was smooth, cool glass, and beneath it flowed rivers of soft, glowing energy. The sound here was a deep, resonant hum, like the world itself was breathing. It was in this sacred space that they found the heartspring, a pool of radiant, silver liquid that pulsed in time with the music of the Ethereum. But its light was faint, its song weary. Kael knelt beside it, and without quite knowing why, he drew the river stone from his pocket. It had always comforted him, a piece of home, of love, of memory. As he held it over the spring, the stone began to glow, warm and steady, and from it drifted tiny, golden particles like dust from a dandelion clock. They settled upon the surface of the heartspring, and where they touched, the water brightened. The music around them strengthened, notes rising clear and strong once more. Lumen and the other beings gathered close, their light blending with the restored glow of the spring, and through gentle touches and soft pulses, they poured their gratitude into Kael's heart. He understood then that his quiet acts of kindness had always mattered. That by caring for the dreams of others, he had nurtured a light that could heal worlds. And he realized, too, that home was not just a place, but a feeling he carried within him, one he could share, one that could grow. When at last the music was restored, filling the cavern with a harmony so profound it felt like being wrapped in a warm embrace, Kael knew it was time to return. Lumen guided him back along the path of light, which now shone brighter than ever, lined with glowing flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. As he stepped back into his own world, the pathway dissolved once more into sparks that rose into the night, but now they glowed with a new, steady warmth. And Kael stood there under the familiar stars, the river stone still warm in his hand, knowing that somewhere between the clouds, a realm of light and music thrived once more, and that he was forever a part of its song. That night, as he released the sparks into the sky, they did not simply fade. They danced, they swirled, they hummed with a gentle music only he could hear. And as he drifted to sleep, the scent of rain-kissed blossoms and the memory of silken light lingered in the air, a soft reminder that wonder is never far away, and that kindness, no matter how small, echoes through worlds. Story 3. The fire crackled softly, its flames painting dancing shadows on the walls as the scent of cedar and old books filled the room. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle accompaniment to the story about to unfold, a story of roots that run deep and memories that sleep in the very soil beneath our feet. In a small house at the edge of a sleepy town lived a young woman named Anya. She had always felt a peculiar restlessness, as if something vital were missing from her life, a thread that, if pulled, might unravel a tapestry she had never seen but somehow knew existed. Her grandmother, with her soft, wrinkled hands and eyes that held galaxies of untold stories, had passed away the previous winter, leaving Anya the old family home and all it contained. Among the belongings was a quilt, folded carefully at the foot of the cedar chest in the attic. It was no ordinary blanket. It was heavy with time, stitched together from countless patches of fabric in hues of midnight blue, forest green, sunset orange, and silver gray. Each square was embroidered with intricate patterns, stars, trees, rivers, and creatures both real and mythical. But it was the center patch that always drew Anya's eye, a deep blue square with silver thread tracing the shape of a constellation she did not recognize. One cool autumn evening, as the first hints of frost kissed the window panes, Anya unfolded the quilt and wrapped it around her shoulders. The weight was comforting, like an embrace from generations past. As she sat by the fireplace, her fingers tracing the stitches, she noticed something she hadn't before, a small, barely perceptible seam along the edge of the constellation patch. Carefully she undid the thread, and from within the quilt's layers, she pulled out a delicate, yellowed piece of paper. On it was a map of the night sky, but not one she had ever seen in any book. At the bottom, in elegant, fading script, were the words, "Follow the silver thread home." That night Anya dreamed. She stood in a forest she somehow knew, though she had never walked there in waking life. The air smelled of damp earth and pine needles, and the trees whispered secrets in a language just beyond her understanding. A soft light glowed between the trunks, and as she drew nearer, she saw a woman sitting on a moss-covered log, humming a tune that tugged at Anya's memory. The woman looked up, and Anya saw her own eyes reflected in the stranger's face, the same curve of the brow, the same slight dimple in the chin. She was dressed in clothes from another time, a simple wool dress the color of the forest floor. "You found the map," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I wondered if you would." "Who are you?" Anya asked, though something in her soul already knew. "I am Alara, your many times great-grandmother, and this," she said, gesturing to the woods around them, "is the story place. Sit with me." So Anya sat, and Alara began to speak. "Long ago our family were keepers of the stars," she said. "We mapped the heavens not with telescopes, but with heartbeats. We believed that every person, every creature, every moment was a star in the sky of memory, and it was our duty to remember them, to stitch their light into the quilt of time." She told Anya of how each patch on the quilt represented a story, a life, a lesson. The blue constellation was her own, the weaver's star, she called it, a pattern that only appeared in the sky on the clearest of nights, guiding travelers home. But over time, Alara sighed, the world grew louder and the stories grew faint. The quilt was folded away and the silver thread was lost. We forgot how to listen to the stars. As she spoke, the dream shifted, and Anya saw glimpses of other ancestors, a man carving constellations into walking sticks, a woman singing lullabies to the northern lights, a child leaving offerings of wildflowers at the base of an ancient oak. They were all bound by the same thread, the same duty, to remember. When Anya awoke, the first rays of dawn were filtering through her window. The quilt was still wrapped around her, and the map lay on her bedside table. She could still hear the echo of Alara's voice and the tune she had hummed, a lullaby Anya's grandmother used to sing to her when she was small. "Silver thread, silver light, guide us through the darkest night. Weave the memories old and deep, guard the stories while we sleep." That day Anya did something she had never done before. She took the quilt outside. She spread it on the grass beneath the old oak tree in her backyard, the one whose branches seemed to hold up the sky. As she sat there, the wind whispered through the leaves, and she felt a strange urge to look up. Night fell gradually, the sky deepening from lavender to indigo. One by one the stars emerged, until the heavens were a glittering tapestry. And there, nestled between more familiar constellations, Anya saw it, the weaver's star, just as it appeared on the quilt. Her breath caught in her throat. That night she dreamed again. This time she was standing in a snowy clearing, and before her stood a man with a kind face and eyes that crinkled at the corners. He held a wooden flute to his lips, playing the same lullaby Alara had hummed. "I am Tomas," he said, lowering the flute. "Alara's son, I was the last to add a patch to the quilt." He pointed to a square of fabric the color of winter sky, embroidered with a flock of geese flying south. "I thought I had failed," he confessed, his voice heavy with regret. "I could not find the silver thread to finish the constellation. I thought the stories would end with me." But as he spoke, the dream shifted once more, and Anya saw Tomas as a young man, teaching his daughter, Anya's grandmother, how to identify the weaver's star. She saw him telling her stories of their ancestors, not with the quilt, but with his words, his actions, his love. "The thread is not in the quilt, child," Tomas said softly. "It is in here." He placed a hand over his heart. "And in here." He touched Anya's forehead gently. "We keep the stories alive not by preserving the object, but by living the values it represents." When Anya awoke, she understood. She spent the following days not just studying the quilt, but living the stories it held. She baked bread from a recipe she found tucked inside an old book, a recipe written in her great-grandmother's looping script, with notes like "knead with love" and "share with neighbors." She planted a garden with seeds saved from generations past, each variety with a story attached. She even learned to identify the weaver's star without the map, simply by feeling its pull in her chest. One evening, as she sat beneath the oak tree, a neighbor's child wandered over, curious about the quilt spread on the grass. "What's that?" the little girl asked, pointing to the constellation patch. "That," Anya said, smiling, "is the weaver's star. Would you like to hear its story?" And so she began to tell it, not as a distant tale, but as something alive and breathing. She spoke of Alara mapping the heavens, of Tomas playing his flute to the night sky, of her grandmother singing lullabies. As she spoke, she realized the quilt was not the stories themselves. It was an invitation to remember, to continue, to add new patches of their own. That night she dreamed of all of them, Alara, Tomas, her grandmother, and countless others, standing in a circle in the starlit forest. They were smiling, and in their hands they held not objects, but lights, tiny, glowing embers of memory and love. "The thread is not lost," Alara said. "It is woven into every kind act, every shared story, every moment of connection. You have found it, and in doing so, you have brought us all home." Anya awoke with a profound sense of peace. She went to the quilt and with a needle and thread of her own began to sew a new patch, a piece of fabric from her grandmother's favorite apron, embroidered with the oak tree under which she now sat, and above it the weaver's star, shining bright. She hummed the lullaby as she worked, the words soft and familiar. "Silver thread, silver light, guide us through the darkest night. Weave the memories old and deep, guard the stories while we sleep." And as she stitched, she knew that the quilt was no longer just an heirloom. It was a living thing, growing with each generation, each story, each act of love. The roots of her family were not buried in the past. They were alive in her, in the bread she baked, the garden she tended, the stories she told. That evening, she invited neighbors and friends to join her under the oak tree. They shared food, laughter, and stories, old ones passed down and new ones just beginning. As the stars emerged, Anya pointed out the weaver's star to the children, teaching them the lullaby. And high above, the constellation seemed to shine just a little brighter, as if grateful to be remembered, to be part of the story once more. Anya realized then that heritage is not a thing to be found, but a practice to be lived. It is in the sharing, the remembering, the loving. It is in the quiet moments and the joyful gatherings, in the recipes and the songs and the starry nights. As the fire in her hearth burned low, Anya wrapped the quilt around her shoulders, its weight a comfort, its patches a mosaic of lives well lived and stories well loved. She knew that someday she would pass it on, and with it the invitation, to add your own patch, to find your own thread, to remember that you are never alone under the vast, starry sky. For the silver thread was not lost, it was woven into the very fabric of their being, connecting past to present, heart to heart, star to star. And in that connection there was peace, there was home, and there was love, always love. Story 4. In the quiet, upside-down village of Teapot Hollow, where the chimneys puffed cinnamon-scented smoke and the rivers flowed politely upstream, there lived 3 peculiar friends. First was a dragon named Puff, who had scales the color of a well-steeped chamomile blossom and a most unusual passion. He collected teacups. Not just any teacups, mind you, but ones that giggled when filled with lavender tea, ones that changed color with the mood of the drinker, and ones so delicate they could hold a sunbeam without cracking. His dearest friend was a cloud shepherd named Nimbus, who wore a waistcoat woven from morning mist and carried a crook that hummed when the clouds were content. Each day Nimbus would drift through the sky, herding fluffy white sheep clouds to graze on the starry meadows above the village. His clouds were particularly fond of making shapes, not boring sheep shapes but splendidly silly ones, teapots wearing hats, cats playing violins, and occasionally a very respectable-looking scone. Their third companion was a gentle soul known as the Dream Painter. With a palette of twilight hues and a brush made from a single moonbeam, she would drift into children's rooms and paint lovely, soft dreams on the insides of their eyelids. Her specialty was dreams of floating in hot air balloons made of knitted scarves, or picnics with talking hedgehogs who served jam sandwiches on lily pads. One particularly cozy afternoon, the 3 friends were gathered in Puff's cave, which was really less of a cave and more of a wonderfully cluttered porcelain shop. Teacups lined every shelf, perched on stalactites, or were they stalagmites? In Teapot Hollow it was often hard to tell, and even hung from delicate silver chains. "I do believe," said Puff, holding up a cup that was patterned with tiny, sleeping snails, "this is my finest acquisition yet. It sings a lullaby if you pour warm milk into it." "Lovely, simply lovely," murmured the Dream Painter, dabbing a little silver onto her brush for the night's upcoming dreams. Just then, Nimbus floated in, looking a tad concerned. "I say," he began, adjusting his misty waistcoat, "the clouds are being a bit hiccupy today." No sooner had he spoken than a soft bawing echoed from outside, followed by a gentle whoosh. They all hurried to the mouth of the cave to see one of Nimbus's clouds bounce off the top of the upside-down tea shop across the way, before zooming straight up into the sky with a sound like a popped cork. "Oh dear," said Nimbus. "That's the 3rd one today. It's the hiccups, you see. They've all got them." It was true. All across the sky, the fluffy white clouds were quivering. They would float serenely for a moment, then, bawing, jump 3 feet to the left, or whoosh, shoot straight up, or plink, shiver so hard a tiny rainbow would drizzle out of them. The Dream Painter frowned. "This won't do at all. A hiccuping cloud is a restless cloud. How can anyone have a peaceful dream with all that bouncing and plinking going on outside their window?" Puff nodded, his chamomile scales rustling softly. "We must find a cure. Hiccups are a serious matter." And so, the 3 friends put their heads together. First, they tried the classic method. Nimbus gently herded a particularly jittery cloud down to the backwards river. Puff filled one of his giggling teacups with the upstream-flowing water. "Here you go," said the Dream Painter in her most soothing voice. "Drink this from the wrong side of the cup." The cloud tried. It sipped. The water, flowing backwards, tickled its misty chin. The cloud trembled, let out a sound like a deflating balloon, pffffft, and then hiccuped again, even more violently, shooting straight up and turning a brief, embarrassed shade of pink. Scare tactics, suggested Puff. He took a deep breath and let out the gentlest, most well-mannered roar he could muster. It sounded less like a fearsome beast and more like a very large kettle coming to a boil. The clouds merely jiggled with amusement. The dream painter had an idea. Perhaps I can paint them a dream of being perfectly still, serene little puffs napping in a blue sky. She set to work, her moonbeam brush moving swiftly. But the hiccuping clouds kept bouncing, causing her to paint a squiggly line where a straight one should be, or a sudden purple splotch when a cloud hiccuped right into her palette. The resulting dream was so wobbly and unpredictable that the cloud merely started dreaming of being on a pogo stick, which made its real-life bouncing even more enthusiastic. The sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and lavender. The hiccups showed no sign of stopping. Boing. Whoosh. Plink. The village of Teapot Hollow was filled with the sounds of the sky's gentle affliction. People were peering out of their windows, not with worry, but with a sort of confused curiosity. It was hard to be anxious about something that sounded so silly. Puff, Nimbus, and the dream painter sat on a hillock of moss that felt like a velvet cushion, feeling a bit glum. What causes hiccups, anyway? Mused the dream painter. I've heard it's a sudden surprise, said Nimbus. Or eating too fast, added Puff, looking thoughtfully at his collection of teacups. It was then that Puff's eyes landed on his very favorite teacup. It was a simple, sky-blue one, but it had a marvelous property. If you tapped it lightly with your claw, it would let out a long, peaceful, echoing note, HMMMMMMM, that seemed to slow down time itself. Our idea, soft and simple as a dandelion seed, floated into his mind. Nimbus, he said, his voice filled with sudden excitement. Can you herd them, all of them, bring them right here above us? Nimbus, trusting his friend, took his humming crook and began to gently guide the clouds. It was no easy task. A cloud would start to drift downwards, only to bowing off to the side. Another would almost be in formation, then whoosh up towards the emerging stars. But Nimbus was a master shepherd, patient and kind, and slowly, a quivering, hiccuping flock of clouds gathered above the hill. Puff carefully lifted the sky-blue teacup. He took a deep breath, not to roar, but to steady his claw. Then, with the utmost tenderness, he tapped the rim of the cup. HMMMMMMM. The note floated out, pure and deep. It wasn't loud, but it was everywhere at once, weaving through the misty bodies of the clouds, vibrating in the evening air. The hiccuping stopped. Every single cloud froze in place, listening. Puff tapped it again. HMMMMMMM. The clouds began to slowly relax, their edges softening, their jittery vibrations calming. They drifted closer together, merging into one vast, comfortable-looking blanket of mist. He tapped it a third time. HMMMMMMM. And that was it. The hiccups were gone. The sky was silent, save for the gentle, sleepy sigh of a dozen contented clouds. They hung there, peaceful and still, reflecting the first stars of the evening. Nimbus let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. The dream painter smiled, her worries melting away. You've done it, Puff, whispered Nimbus. You cured them. It was the note, Puff said modestly, cradling the teacup. It's a very calming note. The dream painter looked up at the serene sky, her creative spirit stirred. It's given me a wonderful idea for tonight's dreams. And she began to mix a new color on her palette, the exact shade of a peaceful, echoing hum. That night all the children of Teapot Hollow, and even the grown-ups, dreamed the same lovely dream. They dreamed of floating on a silent, soft cloud, under a sky filled with silent, twinkling stars. And in the dream, if they listened very carefully, they could hear a faint, comforting HMMMMMMM coming from a kind dragon's favorite teacup, a sound that promised everything was right and calm and wonderfully, gently silly. And outside their windows, the clouds slept deeply and without a single hiccup, their fluffy bodies rising and falling with the rhythm of the sleeping world below. Story 5. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young girl named Lyra who felt as though she didn't quite belong. While other children raced through fields with laughter that rang like wind chimes, Lyra preferred the quiet company of her own thoughts, often sitting beneath the great willow tree by the stream, wondering why her heart sometimes felt too big for her chest and too small for the world all at once. Her changes began subtly, as the most important changes often do. One morning she noticed that when she felt particularly thoughtful, tiny silver patterns would appear along her arms like delicate lacework, shimmering softly before fading away. When she felt a surge of kindness toward a struggling beetle trying to right itself on a leaf, her fingertips glowed with a gentle golden light that lingered for several minutes. These manifestations frightened her at first, and she took to wearing long sleeves even on warm days, hiding the evidence of her difference. One afternoon, as she sat by the stream watching the water striders skate across the surface, an elderly woman with eyes the color of twilight appeared beside her. She moved so quietly that Lyra hadn't heard her approach, yet her presence felt as natural as the dappled sunlight filtering through the willow branches. "Your hands are particularly lovely today," the woman remarked gently, her voice like the rustle of silk. The color of dawn's first light. Lyra quickly tucked her glowing hands beneath her folded arms. "They shouldn't do that," she whispered. "Shouldn't they?" The woman smiled, her face crinkling like well-loved parchment. "The river doesn't ask if it should flow. The seed doesn't wonder if it should grow. They simply become what they're meant to be in their own time." She introduced herself as Alara, though she offered no other explanation for her presence. From that day forward she appeared at moments when Lyra felt most uncertain, perched on a stone wall when Lyra struggled to speak her mind in the village square, or tending roses in a garden that hadn't been there the day before when Lyra felt particularly lonely. Alara began teaching Lyra about the garden of the self, how every emotion was like a different seed waiting to be nurtured. "Fear plants thistles," she would say, "but courage cultivates roses. Patience grows the deepest roots, and kindness bears the sweetest fruit." Under Alara's guidance, Lyra began a small garden of her own behind her cottage. At first, the earth seemed stubborn and unyielding. But Alara showed her how to work with the soil rather than against it, how to listen to what the land wanted to become. Lyra noticed that when she felt discouraged, the plants would droop slightly, their colors fading. But when she sang to them or shared a happy thought, they would perk up, sometimes blooming in colors not found in any other garden. Petals that shifted from lavender to silver depending on the angle of view, leaves that shimmered with opalescent dew. Meanwhile, Lyra's own changes continued. The patterns on her skin became more intricate and lasted longer. When she helped a neighbor carry firewood, moss-green vines traced patterns up her forearms. When she finally spoke her true opinion at the village meeting, a gentle but firm suggestion about sharing the harvest more equally, tiny stars appeared at her temples and stayed for nearly an hour. One evening, as autumn began to paint the valley in amber and crimson, Lyra found herself wrapped in what felt like a cocoon of uncertainty. The village was preparing for the great harvest festival, and everyone was expected to contribute something special. Lyra worried that her strange garden and her even stranger changing skin would only alarm her neighbors. She sought out Alara, finding her by the stream as twilight deepened into violet. "I don't know what to share," Lyra confessed, her hands clasped tightly together. "Everything about me feels different." Alara simply smiled and pointed to a chrysalis hanging from a willow branch. "Watch," she whispered. For what felt like hours, they sat in comfortable silence as the moon rose and stars pricked the darkening sky. Lyra watched the chrysalis, noticing how still it remained, how patient. Then just as the moon reached its zenith, a subtle movement began, a gentle rocking, then a slow, deliberate unfolding as a moth emerged, its wings still damp and crumpled. "Watch," Alara said again, her voice barely audible. Lyra observed as the moth patiently waited for its wings to dry and expand, not forcing the process but simply allowing it to happen. When at last the wings were fully formed, they revealed patterns more intricate than any tapestry, shimmering with silver and deepest blue. "It needed the darkness to become what it was meant to be," Alara said softly. "The confinement wasn't a prison, it was a sanctuary for transformation." The next day, Lyra went to the harvest festival with a basket of flowers from her garden, blooms that changed color depending on the viewer's mood, and leaves that whispered gentle encouragement when held to one's ear. At first, people regarded her offerings with curious hesitation. But as children discovered the joy of flowers that turned brighter when laughed with, and elders found comfort in leaves that seemed to understand their worries, Lyra's gifts became the heart of the festival. That evening, as bonfires leaped toward the star-strewn sky, Lyra noticed that her skin had settled into a permanent pattern of silver tracery that circled her wrists and spiraled up her arms like delicate vines. When she moved, they caught the firelight and shimmered, no longer something to hide but something to celebrate. Alara appeared at her side one last time, her own skin glowing with similar patterns that Lyra hadn't noticed before. "Every mentor was once a student," she said, answering Lyra's unspoken question. "My changes manifested as light in my hair that shifted with the seasons. Yours chose a different path, as unique as your fingerprint." She placed a small pouch in Lyra's hands. "Seeds from your garden," she explained. "For when others come to you feeling different and uncertain, help them plant their own gardens." As the festival wound down and families returned to their cottages, Lyra walked back to her garden under the moonlight. The silver patterns on her skin glowed softly, illuminating her path. She realized that her transformation hadn't ended, it had simply reached a new chapter. The cocoon of her uncertainty had become the wings of her understanding. She knelt in the rich soil and planted one last seed, a moonflower that would bloom only at night, its petals reflecting the stars. As she patted the earth gently, she understood that this wasn't an ending, but a beginning. There would be other seasons, other doubts, other transformations. But now she knew how to listen to the quiet wisdom of growth, how to honor the pace of natural becoming. The garden seemed to sigh contentedly around her, flowers tilting their faces toward her gentle light. And Lyra knew deep in her bones that the most beautiful transformations often begin in the quiet dark, nurtured by patience and the courage to become exactly what you're meant to be, in your own time, in your own way, beautifully and completely yourself. Story 6. Deep within the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight filtered through the canopy like liquid silver and the air hummed with unseen magic, there existed a world that only revealed itself when the sun had fully retreated. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very ground seemed to breathe with a gentle, rhythmic pulse. On this particular night, a young badger named Kael found himself unable to sleep. Restlessness prickled beneath his fur, a feeling he couldn't quite name. Leaving his cozy burrow, he ventured into the moon-dappled woods, his paws making no sound on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves. The forest welcomed him with whispers, the soft sigh of wind through pine needles, the distant gurgle of the secret stream, the occasional rustle of nocturnal neighbors going about their business. As he wandered deeper, Kael noticed how the forest transformed under the moon's gaze. Patches of bioluminescent fungi glowed with ethereal blue light along fallen logs, like scattered constellations come to earth. Fireflies drifted through clearings, their golden pulses syncopating with the rhythm of the night. The very air seemed to shimmer with magic, carrying the scent of damp earth, night-blooming jasmine, and the crispness of approaching autumn. It was in one such starlit clearing that Kael first heard the music, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through his very bones. Following the sound, he discovered its source, an ancient oak tree, wider than 5 badgers standing nose to tail, with bark that looked like folded velvet in the moonlight. As he drew nearer, he realized the music came from within the tree itself, a deep, woody vibration that spoke of roots drinking from deep aquifers and branches dancing with starlight. "Hello, little wanderer," a voice murmured, not through the air but through the ground, traveling up through Kaelin's paws. He looked up to see a great horned owl perched on a low branch, her feathers the color of twilight and eyes that held the patience of the ages. Who are you?" Kael whispered, his own voice seeming small in the vast, humming quiet. "I am the listener and the translator," the owl replied, her voice like the softest rustle of leaves. "The trees have been singing of your restlessness. They feel it in their roots, just as the stream has noticed your troubled reflection in its waters." Kael blinked in wonder. "The trees speak." "Everything speaks, little one," the owl said gently. "The stones remember, the streams carry stories, the trees sing of what was and what will be. You need only learn to listen." As if on cue, a gentle breeze stirred the clearing, and Kael realized the rustling leaves were forming words, soft, sibilant whispers that spoke of change coming, of cycles turning, of the need to prepare for the quiet time ahead. "The seasons are shifting," the owl explained. "The forest knows it's time to begin the great turning inward. Perhaps this is what troubles your sleep. You feel the change in your blood, just as the trees feel it in their sap." Kael nodded slowly. The restlessness did feel like that, a longing for something he couldn't name, a sense that things were about to change. "Come," the owl said, spreading her silent wings. "Let me show you how the forest prepares for renewal." What followed was a journey through the nighttime woods that Kael would carry in his heart forever. The owl, who introduced herself as Althea, guided him along paths of moonlight and shadow, teaching him to listen to the forest's secret language. They paused by the whispering stream, where the water babbled over smooth stones, each gurgle and splash forming words of encouragement and comfort. "Flow with change," the water seemed to say. "Be flexible as water, and you will never break." They visited the standing stones at the forest's heart, where ancient granite monoliths hummed with the memory of volcanoes and glaciers. Placing his paw against the cool stone, Kael felt a deep, vibrating wisdom, the knowledge that all things change, but what is essential remains. Most magical of all were the bioluminescent clearings, where entire ecosystems glowed with inner light. Mushrooms pulsed with soft blue radiance, mosses shimmered with emerald fire, and even the insects trailing through the air left faint glowing paths behind them. Here Althea taught Kael about the magic of small wonders, how sometimes the most extraordinary things come in the quietest packages. As they walked, the forest shared its ASMR symphony, the pitter-patter of a light rainfall beginning, each drop hitting leaves with a different pitch, the wind playing the pine needles like nature's harp, the crackle of dry leaves underfoot creating a satisfying crunch, the distant hoot of other owls forming a call-and-response chorus that echoed through the woods. "Every sound has meaning," Althea whispered as they took shelter under a giant fern during the brief shower. "The rain tells the flowers to store up nourishment, the wind carries seeds to new homes, the leaves falling create blankets for the roots, nothing is wasted, nothing is without purpose." Kael began to understand. His restlessness wasn't something to fight. It was nature's way of preparing him for the changes to come, just as the trees were letting go of their leaves and the animals were gathering stores for winter. "Will the magic leave when winter comes?" Kael asked as the rain softened to a drizzle. Althea's eyes twinkled. "Oh no, little one, the magic simply changes form. The blanket of snow will muffle the world in beautiful silence. The ice will create crystal sculptures on the branches. The hibernating creatures will dream profound dreams that nourish the soil, and when spring comes. She didn't finish, but instead led Kael to a particular tree at the edge of the clearing, a silver birch that seemed to glow with captured moonlight. Placing her wing against its bark, she hummed a low note that made the tree vibrate in response. "Listen," she said. Kael pressed his ear to the cool bark and heard it, a faint, steady pulse, slower than a heartbeat but just as persistent. The tree's life, waiting patiently beneath the surface. "That's the magic of rest and renewal," Althea said softly. "The forest knows that to grow strong, one must sometimes be still. To bloom magnificently, one must first gather strength in darkness." The truth of her words settled into Kael like the rain soaking into the thirsty earth. His restlessness transformed into anticipation, not anxiety about change, but excitement for the cycle ahead. As dawn began to tinge the eastern sky with pale lavender and gold, Althea escorted Kael back toward his burrow. The nocturnal creatures were retiring, the diurnal ones beginning to stir. The forest was transitioning, just as it did every day, just as it did every season. "Remember what you learned tonight," Althea said as they reached his home. "When you feel restless, listen to what the restlessness is trying to tell you. When change comes, flow with it like the stream. When quiet times arrive, know that renewal is happening beneath the surface." Kael nodded, his heart full. "Thank you, Althea. I'll remember." The great owl inclined her head. "The forest is always here to teach those who listen. Sleep well, little badger. Dream of growing roots and reaching branches." As Kael settled into his burrow, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the entrance, he realized his restlessness had completely faded. In its place was a profound sense of peace, the understanding that he was part of something vast and beautiful, something that knew both activity and rest, both noise and silence, both growth and renewal. Outside, the morning birds began their chorus, their songs blending with the fading whispers of the night creatures. The stream continued its eternal conversation with the stones. The trees stretched their branches in the new light, their leaves rustling a gentle good morning. And as Kael drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, he thought he heard, just at the edge of dreaming, the deep, resonant hum of the ancient oak tree, singing a lullaby of roots and stars, of cycles and seasons, of the endless, beautiful dance between rest and renewal. Story 7. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a gentle valley where the days were measured by the chime of the old clock tower, and the nights were so clear you could almost hear the stars whispering to one another. On this particular evening, as the clock struck 7 and the first fireflies began their nightly dance, a soft gasp rippled through the gathering at the village square. Young Finn, the stargazer's apprentice, was the first to notice. "The teapot constellation," he murmured, his finger tracing the empty patch of sky where 7 bright stars should have been steaming merrily. "It's gone." Not frightened but deeply curious, the villagers gathered beneath the ancient oak tree, their faces turned upward. Mrs. Honeywell the baker brought out warm cinnamon buns that perfumed the air with sweetness. Old Mr. Timber the woodcarver tapped his pipe thoughtfully. "Haven't seen such a thing since the great rain of feathers," he mused. The gentle rain that had been falling all afternoon softened to a drizzle, each drop making tiny plinking sounds as it landed in the puddles around the square. Wind chimes hanging from Mrs. Honeywell's bakery door played a soft, random melody as the evening breeze stirred them. It was then that young Alara, the village mapmaker's daughter, stepped forward. She had a quiet way about her, with eyes that noticed things others overlooked. The way moss grew only on the north side of stones, how certain flowers closed their petals precisely at twilight, and which constellations were friends with which planets. "Perhaps," she said softly, "the stars haven't gone missing. Perhaps they're just hiding." The next morning brought another peculiar happening. Old Captain Barley's weather vane, which had pointed faithfully north for 40 years, now spun lazily in circles, though not a breath of wind stirred the air. Then Mrs. Peony discovered her prize roses, which should have been crimson, had bloomed in shifting shades of blue and violet throughout the night. The village buzzed with theories. Some thought it magic, others blamed the unusual weather. But Alara simply observed, her notebook filling with sketches and questions. That afternoon, while visiting her grandmother, Alara heard the old woman humming a nursery rhyme as she knitted. When the clock runs backwards round, and silver bells make no sound, when colors dance and stars take flight, seek the map that drinks the light. Alara's pencil stilled. Grandmother, where does that rhyme come from? Oh, just something my own grandmother used to sing, the old woman said, her needles clicking rhythmically. Nonsense, really, though I do remember her saying it had to do with the founding of Willowbrook. Intrigued, Alara went to the village archives, a cozy room above the library that smelled of aged paper and beeswax. There she found the oldest map of Willowbrook, drawn on peculiar parchment that seemed to shimmer when tilted toward the light. As she studied the map, she noticed something odd. The positions of certain landmarks, the standing stones in the meadow, the twin oak trees by the river, the pattern of wells throughout the village, corresponded exactly to the missing teapot constellation. Meanwhile, Finn had made his own discovery. Peering through the village telescope, he found that the stars weren't missing at all. They had simply moved, forming a new pattern that looked like a key. The village divided into two camps. Some followed Mr. Timber, who was convinced the strange occurrences were caused by underground springs affecting the magnetic fields. Others followed young Finn, certain the answer lay in studying the new star pattern. Alara watched both groups with interest, but continued her own quiet investigation. She noticed how the color-changing flowers seemed to shift hues whenever the clock tower chimed. She observed that Captain Barley's weather vane stilled momentarily whenever someone sang or laughed nearby. And she discovered that the backwards flowing stream in the North Meadow, another recent oddity, actually flowed forwards whenever fireflies gathered above it. These weren't problems to be solved, she realized. They were clues to be understood. One evening, as the clock tower chimed 8 times, though some villagers swore they counted 7 chimes followed by one that seemed to echo backwards, Alara had a revelation. She gathered the villagers at the square, the oldest map spread carefully on the mossy stones beneath the oak tree. Look, she said softly, her finger tracing the shimmering lines. The standing stones here, the oak trees here, the wells here, they match the teapot constellation. And the new star pattern Finn discovered, the key, points directly to the center of our village. Just then a soft rain began to fall, and something miraculous happened. The map began to glow, and the raindrops that landed on it didn't soak in, but rather beaded up like quicksilver, rolling along the pathways marked on the parchment to form a glistening trail that led toward the clock tower. The villagers followed, their footsteps quiet on the damp cobblestones. The trail led them to a forgotten door at the base of the clock tower, obscured by ivy that had somehow turned silver in the twilight. Behind the door lay a small chamber none had ever seen before. On a stone pedestal sat an ancient book, its pages filled with the same nursery rhyme Alara's grandmother had sung, alongside drawings of constellations and village landmarks. As Alara gently turned the pages, understanding dawned. The book told the story of Willowbrook's founding, how the first villagers had aligned their settlement with the stars to create a place where magic and reality gently intertwined. The peculiar happenings weren't malfunctions but reminders, the village rebalancing itself as it did every century or so. The missing stars had moved to form a key pointing to this very chamber. The backwards flowing stream encouraged reflection. The color-changing flowers reminded them to see beauty in transformation. The spinning weather vane showed that direction matters less than journey. That night the villagers gathered in the square once more, but now with understanding rather than confusion. They shared stories of other strange happenings they'd noticed, how bread rose higher at certain times of year, how children's laughter seemed to make the fireflies glow brighter, how the rain sometimes fell upward when someone was particularly happy. As the clock struck true midnight, the teapot constellation reappeared in the sky, but now with the key stars surrounding it like steam rising from the spout. The village hadn't been in danger, it had been remembering itself. From that day on, the people of Willowbrook paid closer attention to the gentle magic around them. They noticed how the wind chimes played certain melodies when someone needed comforting, how the clock tower sometimes chimed an extra hour on particularly beautiful days, and how the flowers in Mrs. Peony's garden now changed colors in patterns that reflected the villagers' moods. Alara continued her observations, now with the whole village joining her in noticing the small wonders. Finn taught the children how to read the stories in the stars. Mr. Timber carved weather vanes that occasionally spun for joy rather than wind. Mrs. Honeywell baked pastries that seemed to taste of whatever memory you most needed to recall. And on quiet nights when the fireflies danced and the gentle rain plinked into puddles around the square, the villagers would gather and tell the story of how they learned to read the magic written in their own backyard, not with worry but with wonder, not with fear but with friendship. The stars twinkled above, the teapot constellation steaming contentedly once more, as if it had been there all along. Which, in a way, it had, just waiting for someone to notice the pattern, to understand the rhyme, to follow the map that drank the light. And as the villagers drifted off to their homes, each carrying a little of the evening's magic with them, the clock tower chimed a soft, extra hour. A gift of time for dreams and discoveries, for the gentle mystery of a world that never stops wondering, and for the comfort of knowing that sometimes the greatest adventures are found not in seeking answers, but in learning how to ask better questions. Story 8. In a little cottage nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there lived a quiet soul named Leo. His home was a place of comfortable clutter and well-loved things, where the floorboards sighed contentedly underfoot, and the windows framed a world that seemed to hold its breath in reverence each evening. On one such evening, as the sky blushed with the soft hues of twilight, Leo found himself drawn to the attic, a place he usually visited only when necessity called. The attic was a kingdom of memories, filled with trunks smelling of cedar and camphor, stacks of yellowed books, and forgotten treasures draped in dust-laden sheets. Leo had come searching for extra blankets, for the autumn chill had begun to creep through the cottage's old bones. As he rummaged near the far wall, his fingers brushed against something unexpected, a small, ornately carved wooden box tucked behind a stack of his grandmother's quilts. Creak went the lid as he lifted it, the sound echoing softly in the quiet space. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a compass. But it was unlike any compass Leo had ever seen. Its face was mother of pearl, shimmering with a soft inner light, and its needle did not point north. Instead, it quivered and spun slowly, as if searching for something just beyond reach. Curiosity humming in his veins, Leo carried the compass downstairs. He placed it on the hearthrug before the crackling fire, its warm glow painting dancing shadows across the room. As he sat cross-legged before the flames, the compass needle suddenly stilled, pointing directly at him. Then, to his astonishment, a voice, soft and melodic like wind chimes on a gentle breeze, spoke from nowhere and everywhere at once. "It does not point to places," the voice said. "It points to possibilities." Leo blinked. Who said that? A moment later, a plump tabby cat, one he'd often seen napping in the sunniest spot of the garden, padded into the room. Her name was Juniper, and her purr was a contented rumble, like a tiny, well-tuned engine. She settled beside him, green eyes fixed on the compass. "I did," she said, though her mouth did not move. Her voice was in his mind, warm and slightly smug. "That compass has been waiting for you. It doesn't guide you over land or sea. It guides you through yourself." Leo stared, too surprised to be frightened. "You can talk." "I always could," Juniper replied, licking a paw with delicate precision. "You simply weren't listening properly before. Most people don't. They're too busy hearing only what they expect to hear." Just then there was a soft thump from the bookshelf. A small, leather-bound volume with gilded edges wobbled and then floated gently down to join them. It opened of its own accord, and the pages rustled like autumn leaves. A new voice emerged, this one dry, papery, and wise. "The compass of courage," the book said, its words appearing on the page as it spoke. "Forged for those who seek not distance, but depth. Its needle points toward the thing you fear most, and thus the thing you must face to find what you truly need." Leo's heart beat a little faster. What must I do? The compass needle began to spin again, then settled, pointing toward the darkest corner of the room, a place where an old wardrobe stood, its doors slightly ajar. From within came a soft, sighing sound, like fabric shifting in a faint draft. "You must follow where it leads," said Juniper, nudging his hand with her head. "But you won't be going alone." The book fluttered its pages encouragingly. "I shall provide guidance, and Juniper shall provide company, but the journey, dear Leo, is yours to make." Taking a deep breath, Leo picked up the compass. Its weight was comforting in his palm. He walked slowly toward the wardrobe, Juniper trotting at his heels, and the book floating serenely beside him. As he drew closer, the darkness within the wardrobe seemed to deepen, becoming a velvety blackness that felt less like absence and more like presence. Swish, the wardrobe doors opened fully on their own. Instead of coats and scarves, Leo saw a pathway lined with silver birch trees, their leaves whispering secrets in a language almost familiar. The air smelled of damp earth and distant rain. "Step through," urged the book. "The compass will not steer you wrong." And so Leo stepped from his cozy cottage into a forest that existed somewhere between dream and memory. The ground was soft with moss, and the light was that of perpetual twilight, soft, forgiving, and tinged with magic. The compass needle now pointed steadily ahead, down a path that wound between ancient trees. They walked for what felt like both moments and lifetimes. Juniper occasionally paused to watch a glowing moth, or listen to the drip 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 of dew from leaf to fern. The book, which had introduced itself as Folio, recited poems and bits of wisdom to keep their spirits lifted. "Courage, dear Leo," Folio said, "is not the absence of fear, but the recognition that something else is more important." Eventually, the path led them to a wide, misty river. There was no bridge in sight, and the water flowed silently, its surface like smoked glass. The compass needle pointed straight across. On the far bank, Leo could just make out a soft golden light, warm and inviting, like a lantern in a window. "How do we cross?" Leo wondered aloud. A figure emerged from the mist, an old badger, leaning on a knotted staff. His fur was silvered with age, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "The river cannot be crossed by swimming or by boat," the badger said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "It is made of forgotten regrets and unmade choices. It only parts for those who can name their fear aloud and release it into the water." Leo's throat felt tight. He looked at the compass, then at the badger, then at the silent, gleaming river. "I'm afraid," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "that I'm not enough, that I'll always be too quiet, too ordinary, too easily overlooked." As he spoke, the words seemed to take shape in the air, shimmering, translucent forms that drifted down to touch the river's surface. Where they landed, the water began to stir. Slowly, gently, the river parted, creating a pathway of stepping stones that glowed with a soft, internal light. "Well done," rumbled the badger, a smile in his eyes. "Now cross quickly, but mind your step. The stones remember everything they touch." One by one they crossed, Leo first, then Juniper, with Folio floating above like a careful guardian. Each stone felt solid and reassuring beneath Leo's feet, though the air around them hummed with the echoes of long-let-go sorrows. On the other side, the golden light resolved into a small, circular door set into the base of an enormous oak tree. The compass needle pointed directly at it. "This is it," Folio murmured, its pages fluttering with excitement. "What you seek is within." Leo reached out and turned the brass knob. The door opened without a sound, revealing a staircase that spiraled downward. The air that wafted up was warm and smelled of cinnamon and old paper, comforting and familiar. They descended into a circular room lined with bookshelves. In the center stood a pedestal, and on it rested a single, glowing key. But between them and the key stood a figure, a tall, slender being made of shifting shadows and faint, silvery light. It had no face, but Leo felt its gaze nonetheless. "I am the keeper of doubts," it said, its voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "To pass, you must answer a riddle. Answer wrongly, and the path behind you will disappear. Answer rightly, and the key is yours." Leo's heart sank. Riddles had never been his strength. But Juniper sat down, wrapped her tail around her paws, and began to purr, a sound so steady and calm that it seemed to push back the shadows. Folio hovered near his shoulder, its pages open to a blank sheet. "Ask your riddle," Leo said, his voice stronger than he felt. The shadowy figure spoke. "I am always hungry, I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I?" Leo frowned. He thought of fire, but fire didn't touch just one finger. He thought of time, but time wasn't hungry in that way. He glanced at Folio, but the book's pages remained blank. Juniper, however, had stopped purring. She was staring at the shadow being, her head tilted. Then very softly she began to purr again, but this time it was a question, a rising and falling melody that sounded like curiosity itself. And in that moment, Leo understood. It wasn't about being the smartest or the quickest. It was about listening to the purr of a friend, to the silence between heartbeats, to the wisdom that didn't always shout, but sometimes whispered. "You are a flame," Leo said softly. "A candle flame, to be precise. It must always be fed with wax, and if you touch it, your finger turns red." The shadowy figure seemed to ripple, then bowed deeply. "You have answered rightly. The key is yours." As the figure dissolved into motes of light, Leo stepped forward and took the key. It was warm to the touch, and as he held it, he felt a sense of peace settle over him, a certainty that he had always been enough, just as he was. The compass, which had been quietly humming in his hand, suddenly glowed brightly. The world around them shimmered, and in the blink of an eye they were back in the cottage, seated before the fire. The compass now lay still, its needle pointing firmly north. Juniper curled up in his lap, her purr a vibration of pure contentment. Folio settled on the mantelpiece, its pages closing with a soft thump. Leo looked at the key in his hand. It wasn't for any lock he could see, but he understood now that it unlocked something inside him, a door to courage he hadn't known was there. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, and the brook murmured its endless, soothing song. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled softly, perhaps from the village church, or perhaps from somewhere even farther away and closer all at once. Leo smiled, stroking Juniper's fur. He had traveled far without ever leaving home, and he had learned that the greatest adventures are not measured in miles, but in moments of kindness, patience, and listening, truly listening to the world around us. And as the fire crackled and the night deepened, Leo knew that whenever he felt doubt creeping in, he need only remember the compass, the cat, the book, and the key, and the journey that had reminded him that he was, and always would be, exactly where he needed to be. Story 9. In the quiet cobblestone village of Starlight Hollow, where the air always smelled of fresh rain and baking bread, there lived a gentle soul named Arden. Arden was the village stargazer, a keeper of celestial maps and whispered legends, whose small cottage was tucked between the whispering pines and the gently babbling brook's silver thread. Each evening, as the great clock tower in the village square chimed 7 times, Arden would climb the winding stairs to the rooftop observatory, unfold a worn velvet blanket, and settle in to trace the constellations with a knowing finger. But one crisp autumn evening, as the last chime faded into the twilight hush, something felt amiss. The sky, usually a tapestry of glittering diamonds, seemed dimmer. Arden's heart gave a little flutter of concern. Peering through the brass telescope, a gift from a long-ago traveler, Arden soon realized what was wrong. The 7 sisters, a cluster of stars that always watched over the village, were missing. Not clouded over, not hidden, simply gone, as if someone had gently plucked them from the heavens. The next morning the village was abuzz with soft, puzzled whispers. Old Miss Alara, who ran the tea shop with its fragrant shelves of herbal blends, noticed her wind chimes, carved like celestial bodies, were singing a different, melancholy tune. The baker, a round-cheeked man named Finn, mentioned that the dough for his star-shaped shortbread cookies refused to rise properly. And young Lily, who loved painting the night sky, found that all the silver in her paint box had turned a dull, listless gray. Arden, with a kind and curious heart, decided to investigate. Tucking a warm woolen scarf around their neck and slipping a notebook and a thermos of spiced apple cider into a satchel, they set out into the village. The air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop tapping a soft rhythm on the cobblestones and leafy canopies overhead. Their first stop was the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. Arden sought out the oldest book of nursery rhymes, bound in cracked leather. There was one rhyme, often sung by children skipping rope near the brook. When the sisters hide from view, and silver turns to morning dew, seek the path where time flows back, to find what pure hearts alone unpack. Where time flows back, Arden murmured, tapping a thoughtful finger on the page. That could mean the old sundial in the meadow, which was known to cast its shadow backward on certain days due to a quirk of the light. Or perhaps it referred to the grandfather clock in the clockmaker's shop, which sometimes ticked in reverse when the air grew heavy with magic. Following this thread, Arden visited the sundial first. The meadow was lush and green, dotted with color-changing flowers that shifted from blue to violet as the rain gently kissed their petals. But the sundial showed nothing unusual. Its shadow stretched long and true. A red herring, perhaps, but a beautiful one. As Arden turned to leave, they noticed a patch of moonbell flowers glowing softly near a gnarled oak. They made a note to bring some to Miss Alara later. She loved them for her evening tea. Next, Arden headed to the clockmaker's workshop. The shop was a delightful clutter of gears, pendulums, and chiming clocks of all sizes. The clockmaker, a small woman with spectacles perched on her nose, was humming as she polished a delicate timepiece. "Ah, Arden, here to see the old grandfather," she asked cheerfully. "It's been acting odd again, ticking backward every now and then. But listen." She held up a finger. In the quiet between the rhythmic tick-tock of a dozen clocks, the large oak grandfather clock in the corner let out a soft, reverse tock-tick, tock-tick. Arden's eyes lit up. Has it done this before? Only when something in the heavens shifts, the clockmaker replied. But I'm afraid it's just old and sentimental. It doesn't mean anything sinister. Another red herring, but as Arden thanked her and stepped back into the drizzling rain, they noticed something etched faintly on the clock's face. A tiny pattern of stars, almost invisible unless you knew to look. It matched the constellation of the 7 sisters. Evening was drawing near, and the mystery deepened. Arden returned to the rooftop observatory, sipping the warm spiced cider and watching as the village lanterns were lit one by one, their golden glow reflecting in the rain-slick streets. The missing stars weighed on their mind. What could have caused them to vanish? And why did it affect the village's magic so? Then Arden remembered the old map of Starlight Hollow, drawn by the founders centuries ago. It was kept in the archives beneath the library, a delicate thing illustrated with constellations and secret pathways. Hurrying back through the gentle rain, Arden unrolled the map on a large oak table. There, near the brook's silver thread, was an illustration of the Seven Sisters, with a notation in elegant script, where the water mirrors the sky, the stars may dip to drink. Could it be? Arden rushed to the brook, the sound of the water a soft, constant murmur. The rain had eased to a mist, and the moon was rising, casting a silvery path on the water's surface. And there, nestled among the reeds and smooth stones, was a sight that made Arden catch their breath. 7 small glowing stones, each pulsing with a gentle star-like light, were arranged carefully in a shallow pool where the brook widened. They were the missing stars. But how? And why? Then Arden noticed faint, small footprints in the soft mud nearby. They followed them quietly past the whispering pines until they came upon a little clearing. There sat a young forest sprite, no taller than a buttercup, weeping softly into her hands. Her name was Piper, and she was known for her love of shiny things. Piper, Arden said gently, kneeling so as not to startle her. What's the matter? The sprite looked up, her eyes like dewdrops. Oh, Arden, I only wanted to help. The stars looked so lonely up there, so far from everyone. And the brook looked so inviting. I thought if I brought them down for just one night, they could see how beautiful our village is from below. But now I can't get them back into the sky, and everything is going wrong. Arden's heart swelled with empathy. They sat beside Piper, listening to the distant chime of the clock tower marking the hour, the wind rustling the leaves like a lullaby. You have a kind heart, Piper, Arden said softly. But the stars have their own magic. They watch over us, and we watch over them. They must return to their places so the balance remains. Together, they devised a plan. Arden remembered the nursery rhyme, seek the path where time flows back. It wasn't the sundial or the clock, it was the reflection of the stars in the water. When the stars were placed in the brook, time itself seemed to ripple backward in their glow. With the help of the villagers who had gathered curiously by now, they carefully lifted the glowing stones from the water. Miss Alara brought her wind chimes, whose new melody seemed to guide them. Finn brought a basket of freshly baked star-shaped shortbread, now perfectly risen, and Lily brought her paints, the silver restored to its luminous shine. Arden arranged the stones in a circle on the bank, and as the moon rose higher, everyone joined hands, sprite, human, young, and old, and hummed an old, comforting tune. The stars began to glow brighter, rising slowly from the stones like bubbles of light, drifting upward until they settled back into their familiar constellation high above. The village sighed in relief and wonder. The sky was whole again, shimmering with a renewed brilliance. Piper, though initially sad, was now beaming. Her wish had been granted in a way she never expected. The stars had indeed seen the village, reflected in the eyes of its people. From that night on, the villagers of Starlight Hollow began a new tradition. Every full moon they would gather by the brook with lanterns and stories, and together they would trace the constellations in the water's reflection, reminding themselves that sometimes the most magical things are those we share. And as Arden returned to the rooftop observatory, wrapped in the velvet blanket, the gentle sounds of the night, the brook's murmur, the wind chime's song, the distant clock tower, lulled them into peaceful dreams under the watchful, loving gaze of the 7 sisters, forever home where they belonged. Story 10. In the cozy little valley of Tippy Top, where the sun rose purple and set in polka dots, there lived a most peculiar dragon named Puff. Now Puff was not like other dragons who hoarded gold or jewels. Oh no, Puff collected teacups. Not just any teacups, mind you, only the ones with the most delightful floral patterns, the ones that chimed like tiny bells when you tapped them, and the ones that felt just right when you held them in your claws. His cave was not filled with smoke and treasure, but with the gentle clinking of fine porcelain and the sweet smell of chamomile and lavender. Every Tuesday Puff would fly, whoosh, to the upside-down tea shop run by his dear friend, a cloud shepherd named Nimbus. The tea shop was quite a sight. The roof was on the ground, the doorknob was where the chimney ought to be, and all the chairs dangled happily from the ceiling. Nimbus, whose fluffy white hair matched the clouds he tended, would serve tea that floated upward from the cup, and one had to catch it with their tongue slurp, which always ended in fits of giggles. One particular Tuesday, however, something was amiss. As Puff approached the tea shop, he felt a strange rumbling in his belly. It wasn't hunger, it was something else entirely. A peculiar hic escaped his mouth, and to his astonishment, a tiny, shimmering bubble floated out instead of smoke. It wobbled in the air before popping with a soft plink. "Oh dear," murmured Puff, blinking in surprise. He landed, thump, gently outside the tea shop, where Nimbus was busy arranging floating sugar cubes into little pyramids. "Good morning, Puff," Nimbus called cheerfully, not looking up from his sugary architecture. "The lavender-peppermint blend is particularly floaty today." Puff opened his mouth to reply, but all that came out was another hic, followed by a bubble that drifted upward and settled neatly on top of Nimbus's sugar pyramid. Nimbus finally glanced up, his eyes widening. "Well, you've brought your own decorations." "It's not intentional, I'm afraid," Puff said mournfully. "I seem to have caught a case of the glitter hiccups." Just then their friend Lyra, the professional dream painter, arrived. She carried with her a satchel full of brushes that changed color depending on the mood and little pots of starlight she used to paint lovely dreams for the children of Tippy Top. Today her hair was tied up with a ribbon that changed from blue to silver and back again. "Goodness, Puff," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a twilight breeze. "You're hiccuping bubbles, how delightfully odd." Hic. Another bubble escaped, this one with a tiny rainbow swirling inside. It floated toward Lyra's satchel and popped right over her pot of starlight, making it sparkle even brighter. "It's all very well for my paints," Lyra said with a smile, "but you look troubled, dear Puff." "I am," Puff admitted. "What if my hiccups get worse? What if I hiccup during tea time and all the cups go clinking and clattering? Or worse, what if I hiccup and accidentally blow the roof off the tea shop? Well, the floor, since it's upside down, but you know what I mean." Nimbus patted Puff gently on the shoulder. There, we'll think of something. Perhaps you need a nice cup of tea. The floating kind always settles the tummy." So they all went inside, or outside, depending on how you looked at it, and Nimbus poured 3 cups of lavender peppermint tea. The tea drifted upward in delicate spirals, and they each took turns catching sips. But every time Puff tried to drink, a hic would interrupt him, and a bubble would escape, sometimes tickling his nose or bouncing off a floating sugar cube with a cheerful bawing. "This won't do at all," said Lyra, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "We need to find a cure for these glitter hiccups." "Perhaps we should visit the inside-out forest," suggested Nimbus. "The trees there have their roots in the air and their lives underground. They always know the oddest remedies." So off they went, Puff flying carefully so as not to hiccup anyone off his back, Nimbus walking with a gentle bounce in his step, and Lyra skipping lightly beside him, her dream-painting satchel swinging merrily. The inside-out forest was exactly as described. Great, gnarled roots reached for the sky like fingers, while the leaves rustled softly beneath their feet. The air smelled of damp earth and sweet blossoms, and every now and then a swoosh could be heard as a squirrel leaped from root to root overhead. They soon came upon a wise old owl perched on a particularly twisty root. His feathers were the color of moss and moonlight, and he wore tiny spectacles on the bridge of his beak. Hoo-hoo, the owl greeted them. What brings you to the inside-out forest on this fine, topsy-turvy day? Puff explained his predicament between hiccups, each one producing a bubble that floated up to dance among the roots. The owl adjusted his spectacles. Glitter hiccups, you say, most unusual, usually caused by swallowing a laugh that got stuck on its way out. Have you tried standing on your head? Puff attempted to do so, but being a dragon, this was rather tricky. He ended up in a tangle of wings and tail, hiccuping all the while. Bubbles of all sizes, some with tiny stars inside, some with swirling patterns, filled the air around them. Hick, plink, hick, boing. Perhaps not, the owl said, scratching his head with a feather. What about drinking from the backwards river? Its waters flow upstream, you know, might reverse the hiccups. So they thanked the owl and made their way to the backwards river, which gurgled merrily as it flowed toward the mountains instead of away from them. The sound it made was a gentle glug-glug swoosh, as if it were telling a secret in reverse. Puff leaned down and took a careful sip. The water felt chilly and ticklish as it slipped down his throat, backwards, he supposed. For a moment, all was quiet. Then HIC, a bubble twice as large as before, popped out, this one with a tiny model of the tea shop inside it. Oh dear, Puff sighed. It's only made it worse. Lyra, who had been quiet for some time, suddenly brightened. I've just remembered something. When I paint dreams, sometimes the children get the giggles, the kind that make their tummy wobble and their eyes sparkle, and the only thing that ever calms them is a hug. Nimbus tilted his head. A hug for hiccups. Not just any hug, Lyra explained. A proper one, the kind that feels like warm sunlight and smells like fresh-baked cookies, the kind that lets all the stuck laughs out gently. So they all gathered around Puff. Nimbus wrapped his arms around Puff's neck, Lyra pressed her cheek against his scales, and even the owl, who had fluttered along out of curiosity, perched on Puff's head and gave a soft, feathery nuzzle. For a long moment there was silence. Then Puff felt a warmth spread through him, starting from his heart and flowing all the way to the tip of his tail. It felt like sunshine and friendship and every good thing he had ever known. And then, without even meaning to, he let out a great, big, happy sigh. And just like that, the hiccups were gone. No more bubbles. No more hicks. Just a feeling of perfect peace. Well, I'll be, whispered Nimbus. It worked. Puff looked at his friends, his eyes shining with gratitude. Thank you, he said, his voice steady and clear. I believe all I needed was to be reminded that I'm not alone. To celebrate, they decided to have a proper tea party right there by the backwards river. Nimbus summoned a few floating teacups from his shop, whoosh, they came sailing through the air, and Lyra painted little dreams on each one so that they glowed with soft, happy light. They drank tea that flowed upwards and ate cakes that tasted like laughter and sunshine. And as the polka-dotted sun began to set, painting the sky in swirls of orange and pink, Puff knew that this had been one of the best Tuesdays ever. Not because everything had gone perfectly, but because even when things had gone delightfully silly, he had friends to share it with. So if you ever find yourself in Tippy Top Valley, and you hear a gentle whoosh followed by the clinking of teacups, you'll know Puff is nearby. And if you're very lucky, he might just share a cup of tea with you, floating, of course, and tell you the story of the day he learned that sometimes the simplest solutions are the most magical of all. Now close your eyes, dear listener, and imagine the soft glow of dream-painted teacups, the gentle gurgle of a backwards river, and the warmth of a friendship that can cure even the silliest of ailments. And may your dreams be filled with floating sugar cubes and laughter that never gets stuck. Story 11. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that leapt and twirled across the walls like silent, graceful partners. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle shh that seemed to say all was well, all was safe. And curled up in the deepest, plushest armchair, with a woolen blanket tucked under her chin, was a young girl named Clara, whose eyes were wide with the promise of a story. Tonight's tale begins not in a far-off kingdom or a hidden realm, but in a place Clara knew very well, the old, slightly dusty attic of her own home. It was a rainy Tuesday afternoon, the kind where the world outside the window was washed in shades of gray, and the steady pit-pat of droplets on the roof played a soft, sleepy rhythm. With nothing else to do, Clara had decided it was finally time to explore the attic. She climbed the narrow stairs, the old wood creaking a friendly greeting under her feet, and pushed open the door. The air smelled of old books, cedarwood, and memories. Sunlight, thin and pale, filtered through a small round window, illuminating dancing dust motes that swirled like tiny fairies. There were trunks filled with clothes from another time, stacks of books with gilded spines, and boxes labeled in her grandmother's elegant handwriting. In the farthest corner, tucked behind a worn-out rocking horse, was a small, unassuming chest made of dark wood, bound with tarnished brass. It wasn't locked. With a gentle creak, Clara lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Its case was made of warm, honey-colored brass, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to tell a story of their own. The needle, instead of pointing north, quivered and spun slowly, as if unsure of its purpose. Beside it lay a small, neatly folded note. In delicate script it read, "For the heart that seeks not a place but a feeling." Clara picked up the compass, its weight comfortable and familiar in her palm. As she held it, the needle stopped its wandering and pointed, not toward the window or the door or any direction on a map, but directly toward her own heart. Just then, a soft thump came from a nearby stack of quilts. A moment later, a small ginger head poked out. It was Barnaby, the old house cat, his fur the color of autumn leaves and his eyes wise with years of napping in sunbeams. He stretched, gave a wide, silent yawn, and padded over to Clara, purring like a tiny, contented engine. "What do you make of this, Barnaby?" Clara whispered, showing him the compass. Barnaby blinked slowly, then nudged her hand with his head, his purr growing louder. He seemed to be saying, "Well, it's clearly not for finding the kitchen, and that's the only direction that truly matters." Clara smiled and tucked the compass into her pocket. She carried it with her for the rest of the day, and though the needle occasionally twitched, it always settled pointing toward her. That night, as she lay in bed, the compass on her nightstand began to glow with a soft, golden light. Clara sat up. The needle was no longer pointing at her. It was pointing steadily toward her bedroom door. Curiosity, that quiet and brave friend, stirred within her. She put on her slippers, picked up the compass, and opened her door. The hallway was dark, but the compass cast a warm pool of light around her feet, making her feel safe. The needle now pointed down the stairs. She followed it, Barnaby padding silently behind her, his tail held high like a question mark. The compass led her not outside, but to the door of the basement, a place she usually avoided, for it was dark and full of unknown shadows. The door was slightly ajar. From within came a faint, rhythmic tick-tock, like a heartbeat. Clara took a deep breath. This was her journey, measured not in miles, but in the courage it took to push that door open a little wider. The basement was not the cold, scary place she remembered. The compass's light pushed back the shadows, revealing it to be a cozy workshop. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars of buttons, spools of thread, and bits of interesting hardware. In the center sat a large workbench. and at the workbench sat a very small, very old man, with spectacles perched on the very end of his nose. He was humming tunelessly to himself as he tinkered with a complex contraption of gears and springs. He wore a waistcoat patched with various fabrics and a cap with a tiny spinning propeller on top. He hadn't noticed her. Clara cleared her throat softly. The little man jumped, and his propeller cap whirred into a blur of motion. "Goodness gracious, a visitor," he exclaimed, his voice like the rustling of pages in an old book. "And with the lumina compass, no less. I haven't seen that in an age. I am Alistair, keeper of lost things, and you must be Clara." "How did you know my name?" Clara asked, stepping closer. Barnaby wound himself around her ankles, purring reassuringly. "The compass knows," Alistair said, tapping the side of his nose. "It doesn't point to north, you see. It points to what's needed, and it led you to me, which means something somewhere is lost and needs finding, and not just any something, a feeling." He gestured for her to sit on a stool beside him. "The problem is," he continued, adjusting his spectacles, "the mainspring of my feeling finder, the very machine that helps me locate these lost things, has gone and snapped, can't find a thing without it. Not joy, not courage, not even a simple case of contentment. They're all mislaid." Clara looked at the intricate machine. A mainspring looked like a large, flat coil of metal, and indeed, the one in the machine was broken clean in two. "We need a new one," Alistair sighed. "But the only place to get a spring that strong and that true is the spring of singing silver, deep within the walls." "The walls?" Clara asked. "Of the house, of course." Alistair said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Behind the wallpaper, it's a whole other world in there, but it's a journey. There are corners that are tricky to get around." He looked worried. "It requires a great deal of patience." Clara looked at the broken machine. She thought of all the lost feelings it could find for people. She looked down at the compass in her hand, its light warm and steady. She thought of the courage it had taken just to come down to the basement. "I'll go," she said, her voice firmer than she felt. "Jolly good." Alistair chirped, his propeller cap spinning happily. "The entrance is just there." He pointed to a small, mouse-hole-sized door at the base of the wall that Clara had never noticed before. It had a tiny brass knocker, but how would she fit? As if reading her thoughts, the lumina compass glowed brighter. The light washed over her, and for a wonderful, dizzying moment, she felt herself growing lighter, smaller, until she was just the right size to step through the little door. Barnaby, with a curious MRRO, shrank down beside her, now no bigger than a thimble, but still with the same grand, purring presence. Alistair handed her a small, empty vial. "Just a few drops from the spring," he said. "And remember, kindness is your map, patience is your guide." With a deep breath, Clara opened the little door and stepped through. She found herself in a corridor that was not made of wood and plaster, but of the inside of the wall itself. It was a beautiful, textured landscape of layered paper in faded blues and floral patterns, with beams of wood like rolling hills and electrical wires humming softly like sleeping snakes. The air smelled of old paper and distant, sweet honey. It was cozy and strange and utterly safe. The compass now glowed steadily, pointing the way down the corridor. They walked for a time, though only sounds their tiny footsteps and Barnaby's contented purr, which echoed softly in the confined space. Soon they came to a fork in the path. One tunnel sloped downward, dark and silent. The other was well lit by a shaft of light from a crack above, but it was blocked by a great, dusty web, glistening with dew. And in the center of the web, looking very busy and very important, was a large, elegant spider, knitting with several of her legs at once. "Halt," the spider said, not looking up from her work. Her voice was crisp and precise. This is a private thoroughfare, no pedestrians. We're so sorry to bother you, Clara said politely. My name is Clara, and this is Barnaby. We're on a quest to the spring of singing silver to find a new mainspring for the feeling finder. Could we possibly pass through? The spider, whose name was Seraphina, finally paused her knitting. She adjusted her many spectacles. A quest, you say? How noble. I'd let you through, of course, but I've just finished this section of lace and it mustn't be disturbed. It's for the curtain in the guest room upstairs. It's very delicate work. It requires absolute quiet and stillness. One jiggle and the pattern is ruined. She sighed a dramatic sigh. I suppose you'll just have to take the other path. Clara peered down the dark, silent tunnel. The compass needle quivered uncertainly in that direction. It didn't feel right. Then she had an idea. It wasn't a clever trick or a bold move. It was an idea born of kindness. Your lace is truly beautiful, Seraphina, Clara said, and she meant it. The patterns were intricate and lovely. It must take so much patience. Oh, it does, Seraphina said, preening slightly. Years of practice. No one appreciates the patience required for a proper doily these days. I can't imagine, Clara said softly. We'll be so very, very quiet and still. We'll wait as long as you need. We wouldn't want to ruin your beautiful work. She sat down cross-legged on the path. Barnaby, understanding perfectly, curled up in her lap and began his deepest, most soothing purr, a sound so soft and rhythmic it was almost like silence itself. Clara didn't fidget. She didn't ask again. She just waited, admiring the spider's work and radiating peaceful patience. Seraphina looked at her, then at the purring cat, then back at her lace. The silence stretched, but it was a comfortable, shared silence. After several long minutes, Seraphina's stern expression softened. Well, she said, her voice much warmer. That's a different tune altogether, such stillness, such respect. She carefully moved aside, creating a perfect, Clara-sized opening in her web without disturbing a single thread. You may pass, and thank you for waiting. Clara smiled. Thank you for your beautiful work. They passed through the web and continued on their way. The compass led them onward, through passages lined with the fuzzy insulation that felt like soft gray grass, past pipes that gurgled like sleepy streams. The path began to narrow, winding upward in a tight spiral. The air grew cooler and carried a new sound, a faint, beautiful, high-pitched HMMM, like someone humming a tune made of crystal and starlight. The spring, Clara whispered. They rounded a final corner and emerged into a small, round cavern. In the center, from a crack in a copper pipe, water bubbled forth into a tiny basin. But it wasn't water, it was liquid silver, and as it flowed, it sang. The sound was the most peaceful, joyful noise Clara had ever heard. It made her heart feel light. Coiled around the base of the spring was a creature made of the same singing silver. It was a long, slender dragon, no bigger than Clara's arm, with shimmering scales and kind, liquid mercury eyes. It was the guardian. It uncoiled itself and looked at Clara, its head tilted. It didn't speak, but a feeling washed over her. Why do you seek the singing silver? Clara didn't speak either. She simply held out the empty vial and thought, as clearly as she could, about Alistair and his broken machine. She thought about the lost feelings, the joy someone couldn't find, the courage that had gone missing, the contentment that had drifted away like a forgotten melody. She poured all her hope to help into her thoughts. The silver dragon regarded her for a long moment. Then it slowly bowed its head and dipped the very tip of its tail into the spring. It gathered a single, shimmering drop of the liquid silver and with impossible grace let it fall into Clara's vial. The drop hit the glass with a soft ping that harmonized with the spring's song. The feeling that came from the dragon now was one of approval and warmth. The challenge hadn't been solved by force or trickery, but by proving a pure and kind heart. With the vial carefully held in both hands, Clara and Barnaby made their way back through the walls. When they reached Seraphina's web, the spider merely nodded regally and waved a leg for them to pass. Soon they saw the little door ahead, and Alistair's anxious face peering through it. "You found it," he cried as they emerged and returned to their normal size in a warm flash of light from the compass. Clara handed him the vial. With steady hands, Alistair poured the single, shimmering drop onto the broken mainspring. Where the drop touched, the metal flowed like liquid, mending the break and glowing with a soft, silver light. The metal cooled, leaving a new, perfect, and incredibly strong mainspring in its place. Alistair carefully wound it into the machine. He closed the panel and flipped a switch. The feeling finder whirred to life. Gears turned, lights flickered, and a gentle whoosh sound filled the workshop. A small piece of paper slid out of a slot. Alistair read it, and a huge smile spread across his face. "Oh, wonderful, it's found it, Mrs. Higgins on Maple Street thought she'd lost her joy for gardening after her old dog passed. The finder has located it. It's been hiding in the first tulip bulb of the season, waiting to surprise her." He beamed at Clara. "You did it, my dear, you truly did it." Clara felt a warmth spread through her that had nothing to do with the basement's furnace. It was the warmth of accomplishment, of kindness repaid, of a journey taken and completed. She had been brave. She had been patient. She had been kind. And she had found her way not through a wilderness, but through her own courage. Alistair insisted she keep the lumina compass. "It will always show you what you need to find," he said, winking. Clara climbed back up to her room, Barnaby leaping onto her bed with a soft thump. She placed the compass back on her nightstand. Its light faded to a soft glow, and the needle once more pointed steadily toward her heart. She knew what it meant. It wasn't pointing at her, not really. It was pointing at the courage she had found inside herself, the patience she had learned, and the kindness she had always had. These were not things that could ever be lost again. Outside, the wind continued its gentle shushing. Downstairs, the fire crackled its low, warm song. And in her room, safe and snug under her blankets, Clara listened to the steady, comforting purr of a loyal friend and the quiet, sure ticking of her own brave heart, before drifting into dreams of silver springs and kindly spiders, knowing that the greatest adventures are often found not over far horizons, but just where you are, if only you have the heart to look. Story 12. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing amber shadows across the room. Outside, the first winter snow had begun to fall, blanketing the world in a hush so profound one could almost hear the flutter of snowflake wings against the window pane. And in this quiet, cozy space, let me tell you a story about warmth and wonder, and the gentle magic that exists just beyond what our ordinary eyes can see. There was once a young boy named Kael who lived in a village, nestled in a valley between ancient, whispering mountains. Kael was a quiet child with thoughtful eyes the color of forest shadows, and he often felt as though there was a hollow space inside him, a place that should have been filled with something he couldn't name. While other children raced through the meadows or built forts in the woods, Kael would often sit on the stone wall at the edge of the village, staring into the distance, waiting. For what, he did not know. One evening, as the early winter dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and deep blue, Kael was returning from gathering kindling. The air was sharp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and cold earth. His boots made a soft crunch-crunch rhythm on the frozen path, a sound that seemed to amplify the world's deepening silence. It was then that he saw it, a faint, pulsing glow coming from the base of the great elder oak tree that stood as a sentinel at the forest's edge. Curiosity, a gentle but persistent tug, drew him closer. Kneeling in the frost-kissed grass, he he brushed aside a handful of brittle autumn leaves to reveal the source of the light. It was a stone no larger than his thumb, smooth and warm to the touch. But it was not an ordinary stone. Deep within its obsidian heart glowed a soft, pulsing light, the color of embers in a dying fire. It pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm that felt strangely familiar, like a distant heartbeat. Kael closed his fingers around it. A wave of profound warmth, not just of heat but of comfort, flowed up his arm and settled in that hollow place inside his chest. For the first time he could remember, he did not feel the ache of emptiness. He tucked the stone safely into the small leather pouch he wore around his neck and hurried home as the first stars began to prick the darkening sky. That night he dreamed, not in images but in sensations. He felt a gentle pull, a silken thread of warmth tugging him from sleep. In his dream he followed the thread, and it led him deep into the heart of the sleeping forest, to a place where the trees grew so close together their branches wove in a cathedral roof overhead. And there, in a clearing he had never seen in his waking life, was a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. He awoke with a start, the ember stone warm against his skin. The pull from the dream was still there, a faint, insistent humming in his blood. He knew with a certainty that went beyond reason that he had to find that clearing. The next morning he packed a small satchel with a wedge of cheese, an apple, and a flask of water. He told his mother he was going exploring, which was not entirely untrue. The emberstone in his pouch pulsed gently, a quiet guide. He stepped beyond the village boundary and into the embrace of the forest. The woods in winter are a different world. The loud, boisterous life of summer was gone, replaced by a still, watchful peace. Sunlight filtered through bare branches, painting shifting lace patterns on the carpet of snow. The only sounds were the sigh of the wind, the occasional creak of a tree, and the soft thump of snow falling from a branch. Kael walked for what felt like hours, his senses alive. He noticed things he never had before, the intricate architecture of a frozen spiderweb, the delicate tracks of a field mouse, the way the ice on a stream cracked with a sound like tiny chimes. The stone's glow intensified the deeper he went, its pulse a steady drumbeat guiding his steps. Just as the sun began its slow descent, painting the snow in hues of rose and gold, he pushed through a thicket of holly bushes and found himself standing at the edge of the clearing from his dream. It was more beautiful than he could have imagined. In the center stood a tree unlike any other. Its bark was pale silver, and its branches, though bare, seemed to hold a light of their own. And all around the clearing, nestled in the roots of trees and tucked into nooks of rock, were small glowing stones just like his own. They pulsed in unison, a silent, gentle symphony of light. This was a place of deep, old magic. He stood there breathless, the hollow space inside him feeling not empty, but full of awe. A soft rustle came from behind the silver tree. Kael froze, his heart skipping a beat. A moment later, a creature stepped into view. She was about the size of a fox, with fur the color of moss and twilight, and large, luminous eyes that held the wisdom of the ancient forest. On her forehead, nestled in her fur, was a stone that glowed with the same ember light as his own. She did not seem afraid. She tilted her head, studying him with a curious, intelligent gaze. Then she made a soft, chirruping sound that was neither bird nor mammal, but something in between. It was a friendly sound. "Hello," Kael whispered, his voice barely disturbing the air. The creature, he decided she was a forest spirit, padded closer. She stopped a few feet away and sat, wrapping her bushy tail around her paws. She looked from his face to the pouch at his chest, which was glowing brightly in response to her presence. Kael slowly, carefully, pulled the stone from its pouch and held it in his open palm. The spirit leaned forward and gently touched her nose to the stone. A spark of warmth passed between them, and in that moment Kael understood. The stone was not a thing to be owned. It was a connection. A thread in the great web of life that connected all things in this hidden glen. His feeling of emptiness had been a loneliness for this connection, a homesickness for a world he hadn't known existed. He knew then that the stone was not his to keep. It was a part of this place, and it needed to return. With a heart that felt both heavy and light, he knelt and found a small, sheltered hollow between the roots of the silver tree. He placed the ember stone inside. It pulsed once brightly, and then its light settled into the gentle rhythm of all the other stones. The hollow space in his chest did not return. Instead, it was filled with a new feeling, a quiet, steady warmth that felt like belonging. He had not taken anything. He had received everything. The forest spirit made that soft cheer up again and nudged his hand with her head. She then turned and trotted to the edge of the clearing, looking back at him as if to say, "Follow." She led him on a different path, one that seemed to unwind before them as they walked. She showed him hidden things, a spring that steamed with warm water in the middle of the frozen woods, a patch of winter berries that shone like crimson jewels, and a fallen log where luminous fungi grew in intricate patterns, glowing with a soft blue light. She was his guide, his unexpected friend, and with every step the world felt more magical, more intimate. As twilight began to deepen into proper night, she led him to a high ridge overlooking his village. The lights in the windows looked like fallen stars, warm and welcoming. The spirit nudged his hand one last time, her eyes soft. She then turned and melted back into the shadows of the trees, becoming one with the forest once more. Kael made his way home, the cold air no longer biting, the dark no longer intimidating. He carried the warmth of the glen inside him. When he walked through his door, his mother smiled. "You look different," she said, stirring a pot of soup by the fire. "Did you have a good adventure?" Kael nodded, a peaceful smile on his face. "I found what I was looking for," he said simply. And he had. He had found that the world was far larger and more wonderful than he had imagined. He had learned that true warmth comes not from holding on tightly, but from understanding our connection to everything around us. He had discovered that a single act of letting go could fill you up more than any possession ever could. That night, as he lay in bed, he didn't feel the pull of the forest anymore. Instead, he felt a quiet contentment. He could still feel the gentle pulse of the ember stones, a distant, rhythmic comfort in his heart, a reminder that he was now a part of their silent symphony. He was connected. He was home. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in a soft, white blanket. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing embers, pulsing with a warm, slow light, much like the stones in a hidden clearing deep in the woods. And as sleep began to claim him, Kael knew that his journey had transformed him, as surely as fire transforms wood, leaving behind not ash, but warmth and light and peace. And so, dear listener, as the fire crackles its lullaby and the world outside sleeps under its blanket of snow, may you too carry a warmth inside you. May you remember that there is magic in connection, wonder in the hidden worlds around us, and that the most profound journeys often lead us back to ourselves, transformed and whole. Now close your eyes and let the gentle pulse of this story carry you into soft and peaceful dreams. The night is deep, the world is quiet, and all is well. Story 13. In a quiet valley nestled between the shoulders of ancient sleeping mountains, there lived a young boy who felt, in his heart, a curious emptiness. His name was Kael, and though his days were filled with the gentle routines of valley life, tending the garden, mending fences, listening to the old stories his grandfather told by the hearth, he often found himself gazing toward the whispering woods that bordered their home. It was not a place of fear for him, but of quiet mystery. The elders spoke of it as a place where the world was thinner, where the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary sometimes frayed at the edges, especially under the light of a full moon. One evening, as the sun dipped below the mountain ridge and painted the sky in shades of lavender and deep orange, Kael sat on the porch steps, tracing patterns in the dust with his boot. The air was cool and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. From inside, the low, steady murmur of his grandfather's voice mingled with the crackle of the fire. But Kaelin's attention was drawn to the edge of the woods, where the first stars were beginning to prick the darkening blue. It was then that he saw it, a soft, pulsing light deep within the trees. It glowed with the warm, shifting hues of embers in a dying fire, amber, gold, and a faint, rosy pink. It was unlike any firefly or lantern he had ever seen. The light seemed to breathe, to live. Without a word, he rose and stepped off the porch, drawn toward the gentle radiance as if by an invisible thread. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was a natural archway of intertwined hawthorn and silver birch. As Kael passed beneath it, the world seemed to soften and shift. The sounds of the valley faded, replaced by the rustle of leaves, the distant trickle of a hidden stream, and the soft, sighing breath of the wind through the branches. The air grew cooler, fragrant with moss and decaying leaves and something else, something sweet and unfamiliar, like honey and wild thyme. He followed the light which danced just ahead of him, winking between tree trunks and floating over fern-covered clearings. It never moved too fast, always staying just within sight, as if waiting for him. The forest floor was soft under his feet, a carpet of pine needles and moist earth. Above, the canopy thickened, and the sky became a patchwork of deep indigo and the silver pinpricks of early stars. After what felt like both a moment and an hour, the glowing light paused in a small clearing where the trees parted to reveal a slice of the moonlit sky. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching like weary arms. And there, nestled in a hollow in the bark, was the source of the light. It was a stone no larger than Kaelin's palm, smooth and warm to the touch. It pulsed gently, rhythmically, like a sleeping heart. As he reached out, hesitantly, his fingers tingled with a pleasant warmth. He cupped the stone in his hands, and the light swelled softly, casting his face in a golden glow. In that light he felt the emptiness inside him stir, not with fear, but with a strange sense of recognition. A soft sound made him turn. There, sitting on a low-hanging branch, was a creature unlike any he had ever seen. It was small, with fur the color of moss and eyes that shone like dew-kissed berries. Its ears were large and delicately pointed, and it held itself with a curious mixture of wariness and wonder. "You found it," the creature said, its voice like the rustle of leaves and the chime of distant bells. Kael, too surprised to be afraid, simply nodded. "What is it?" "It is a heartstone," the creature replied, hopping down from the branch with graceful lightness. "It glows for those who are searching for something. My name is Pip." "I'm Kael, searching for what?" Pip tilted its head. "That is the question, isn't it? The stone does not answer. It only guides. It brought you here to me, and it brought me to you." And so began an unexpected friendship. Pip explained that it was a glimmerkin, one of the secret folk who tended the deeper parts of the Whispering Woods. The Heartstone, Pip said, was very old, and it had a way of bringing together those who needed each other. It had been lost for many seasons, and Pip had been searching for it, guided only by faint dreams and the memory of its warmth. "It is said," Pip whispered as they sat together at the base of the great oak, "that the stone helps to mend what is broken, but only if the journey is made together." Kael looked down at the stone, which seemed to pulse in agreement. He thought of the hollow feeling in his chest, the sense that something was missing, though his life was full of love and comfort. "I think," he said slowly, "that I am what is broken." Pip placed a small, warm paw on his hand. "Then we shall journey together. The stone will light our way." Their path led them deeper into the woods, along trails that seemed to appear only as they needed them. The heartstone glowed steadily in Kaelin's palm, its light pushing back the darkness just enough to reveal stepping stones across babbling brooks or low-hanging branches that could be pushed aside. The forest was alive with soft sounds, the hoot of an owl, the scurry of unseen creatures, the gentle sigh of the wind. The air was cool, but the stone's warmth spread through Kaelin's hand and up his arm, a constant, comforting presence. As they walked, Pip shared stories of the Glimmerkin, how they cared for the oldest trees, how they whispered to the seeds to help them grow, how they danced in the moonlit clearings when the world was asleep. Kaelin in turn spoke of his life in the valley, of his grandfather's stories, of the simple joys of sun-warmed earth and rain on the roof. "You are lucky," Pip said quietly, "to have such a place, such a heart." "Then why do I feel like something is missing?" Kaelin asked, his voice barely a whisper. Pip was silent for a time. "Sometimes," it said at last, "the heart grows a special kind of hollow, not for lacking love, but for needing to give it in a new way." They came to a place where the trees grew so close together that their branches wove a tight canopy overhead. The heartstone's glow was the only light, casting moving shadows that danced along the bark and leaves. In the stillness, Kaelin heard a new sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping like gentle knocking on wood. Pip's ears twitched. "Listen." They followed the sound to a massive, fallen log, hollowed out by time and weather. There inside was a small bird with a wing bent at an awkward angle. It looked up at them with bright, frightened eyes, its tapping a feeble attempt to signal for help. Without a word, Kaelin knelt. He knew a little about healing from tending the animals in the valley. Gently he reached out, his movements slow and calm. The bird did not flee. With Pip's help, he carefully straightened the wing, using a strong leaf and a strip of vine from his pocket to make a small splint. As he worked, the heartstone glowed a little brighter, and he felt a strange sensation, a flowing of warmth from the stone, through his fingers and into the bird. When he was done, the bird hopped onto his hand, trilled a soft note of thanks, and fluttered out into the night, its flight wobbly but true. Kaelin looked at his hands, then at the stone. Did it help? Pip nodded, its eyes wide. The stone does not heal on its own, it amplifies. It takes the kindness already in a heart and makes it stronger. They continued on, and the woods began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks silver in the stone's light. The air smelled of night-blooming flowers and cold, clear water. They reached the edge of a wide, still pond that reflected the full moon like a perfect silver coin. On the far side, nestled among weeping willows, was a small, delicate structure woven from living branches and draped with glowing lichen. It looked like a forgotten palace from a dream. The moonlit glade, Pip said in awe. I have only heard stories. It is where the heartstone was born long ago. But between them and the glade lay the pond, dark and deep. There was no bridge, and the water looked cold and uninviting. Kaelin sat on the bank, the stone in his lap. Its light seemed to dim slightly, as if discouraged. He felt the old emptiness stir again. They had come so far. Pip sat beside him. Do not be sad, we have already done a good thing tonight. But we haven't finished the journey, Kaelin said. The stone brought us here for a reason. As if in response, the water at the edge of the pond began to shimmer. One by one, small lights emerged from the depths, water sprites, with skin like polished river stones and hair that flowed like liquid silver. They moved without a sound, gathering on the surface of the water. And then they began to sing. It was a wordless melody, woven from the sound of bubbling springs and the whisper of reeds. It filled the air with a profound peace. As they sang, the sprites moved together, forming a narrow, glowing path across the pond, stepping stones of light and music. Pip took Kaelin's hand. They remember the stone, they remember its purpose. With the heartstone held tightly, they stepped onto the path of light. The water was firm beneath their feet, cool but not cold. The sprites sang around them, their voices a gentle guide. Halfway across, Kael paused and looked down into the water. Instead of his reflection, he saw images. His grandfather smiling by the fire, the injured bird flying free, Pip's trusting eyes, his own hands helping, building, comforting. He saw not an empty space, but a capacity, a hollow waiting to be filled not by taking, but by giving. Tears welled in his eyes, but they were tears of understanding, not sadness. On the other side, the moonlit glade awaited. In the center was a pedestal of smooth, white stone, carved with ancient runes that shimmered in the moonlight. Pip gestured for Kael to approach. "This is where the heartstone belongs," Pip said softly. "It is a wellspring of comfort, but it must be returned by one who has learned its lesson." Kael looked at the stone in his hand. It pulsed warmly, as if in farewell. He knew now what the hollow in his heart had been, not a lack, but a potential. A space waiting to be filled with the warmth of compassion, with the light of helping others. The stone had not filled it for him, it had shown him how to fill it himself. He placed the heartstone on the pedestal. As he did, its light swelled into a brilliant, gentle radiance that spread throughout the glade, touching every leaf and branch with gold. The runes on the pedestal glowed in response, and the very air hummed with a deep, resonant peace. Pip placed a paw on his arm. "You see, you were not broken, you were just unfinished. Now you are whole." The journey back was swifter, as if the woods themselves eased their path. The heartstone's light was gone from his hand, but Kael carried its warmth inside him. When they reached the edge of the whispering woods, the first hints of dawn were lightening the sky. Pip hesitated at the tree line. "I must return to the deep woods," it said. "But the friendship we made, that does not end." Kael knelt and hugged the small glimmerkin. "Thank you, Pip, for everything." Pip smiled, its berry-like eyes gleaming. "Remember, the light you carry now is your own. Share it." With that, Pip turned and disappeared into the trees, leaving Kael standing at the border between the magical and the mundane. He walked back to the house, where the kitchen lamp was already lit. His grandfather was at the table, sipping tea. "You were out late, my boy," he said, his voice kind. Kael sat beside him. "I was on a journey." His grandfather looked at him closely, then smiled a slow, understanding smile. "Ah, I see you found what you were looking for." And Kael realized that he had. Not a thing, but a truth. The emptiness was gone, replaced by a steady, glowing warmth, the understanding that wholeness comes not from what we receive, but from what we give, not from being without need, but from recognizing the needs of others and meeting them with open hands. That day and every day after, Kael moved through his life with a new gentleness, a new light in his eyes. He tended the garden with more care, listened to his grandfather's stories with deeper attention, and always kept an eye out for those who might need a helping hand. And sometimes, on nights when the moon was full, he would stand on the porch and look toward the whispering woods, and he would see a soft, pulsing light deep among the trees, a reminder that some friendships and some truths transcend the boundaries of worlds. And as he drifted to sleep each night, he felt the warmth of that light not as an ember in the darkness, but as a sun in his own heart, burning steady and true, guiding him always toward kindness, toward connection, toward home. So rest now, dear listener, and may your dreams be gentle, and your heart always remember that its greatest light is the one it chooses to share. Story 14. The fire crackled in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like memories given form. In that flickering glow, let me tell you about a young person who lived in a house that held more stories in its walls than books in a library. This person often felt like a leaf detached from its tree, floating without knowing which branches had borne it. One autumn evening, as the wind whispered secrets through the drying leaves, our protagonist was clearing the attic, a place dusted with time and layered with generations. Beneath a sheet that smelled of cedar and forgotten years, they discovered an old quilt. Not just any quilt, but one made of countless patches, each a different fabric, each telling a story without words. The quilt felt heavy, not with weight but with presence. As their fingers traced the stitches, some neat and precise, others slightly uneven as if made by learning hands, they noticed something shimmering in the firelight. Woven into the corner was a thread of silver that seemed to pulse with a soft light. That night they spread the quilt across their bed, and as sleep claimed them, the world shifted. In their dream, they stood in a meadow under a sky brilliant with stars. An older woman with kind eyes and hands that knew work sat beside them. She hummed a tune that felt familiar, though our protagonist had never heard it, a melody that seemed to rise from the very soil beneath them. "Every patch holds a memory," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Every stitch a story. Listen." She pointed to a patch of deep blue fabric with silver threads. "This was from your great-great-grandmother's wedding veil. She married under a harvest moon, and the stars themselves seemed to bless her union." As she spoke, the dream shimmered, and our protagonist saw a young woman dancing with her beloved, their laughter echoing across time. Another patch, this one of green checkered cloth. "This was from your grandfather's first apron when he learned to bake bread. He burned the first 3 loaves, but the fourth. The fourth fed the whole village during a hard winter." The scent of fresh bread filled the dream, warm and comforting. Night after night, the quilt carried our protagonist into dreams where ancestors appeared, not as stern portraits from old photographs, but as living, breathing people with hopes and sorrows. They met a gray tuncle who had planted an orchard that still bore fruit, and a gray tant who could sing birds from the trees. Each ancestor shared a piece of their story, and each story ended with the same phrase, spoken like a blessing: "As the roots remember, so shall the branches know." Our protagonist began to notice patterns. The same silver thread from the quilt appeared in other places, in the pattern of frost on the window pane one morning, in the way the creek behind the house shimmered at dusk, even in the steam rising from their evening tea. During waking hours, they tried to piece together the family history, but documents only showed names and dates, not the living breaths behind them. The real understanding came at night, through the quilt dreams. One night they dreamed of a young woman crying over a patch of faded rose fabric. "This was from my mother's favorite dress," she whispered. "We argued the day she died. I never got to apologize." The sorrow in her voice echoed through the dream. Our protagonist woke with tears on their cheeks and a resolve in their heart. They searched through old letters until they found the story, a mother and daughter who had disagreed about the daughter's chosen path. The daughter had wanted to travel, the mother had wanted her to stay. Both had spoken words that couldn't be taken back. That evening, our protagonist took the quilt outside and sat beneath the old oak tree that had witnessed generations of their family. As twilight deepened, they began to hum the tune from their dreams. Slowly, gently, they stitched a new patch onto the quilt, a piece of fabric from their own first journey away from home. As they sewed, something magical happened. The silver thread in the quilt began to glow, and the air around them shimmered. The ancestors from their dreams appeared not as dream figures, but as gentle presences in the deepening dusk. The woman with the rose patch materialized most clearly, her form made of starlight and memory. "Some stories need new endings," our protagonist said softly. "Your mother knew you loved her. Love isn't erased by disagreement." The spectral woman smiled, and the rose patch on the quilt seemed to brighten, the faded colors restoring themselves. "Thank you," she whispered. "You've given us both peace." One by one, the ancestral guides shared their wisdom not through stories now, but through simple truths. Heritage isn't in preserving things exactly as they were, said the baker grandfather. It's in taking what was good and building upon it. The great uncle who planted orchards added, I didn't plant trees for myself. I planted them for those who would come after, just as those before me planted for my enjoyment. That night our protagonist understood the deeper meaning. The quilt wasn't important because it was old, but because it represented connection. The true heirloom wasn't the object itself, but the act of remembering, honoring, and adding their own chapter. They began to collect new patches, a scrap from a friend's wedding, a piece of fabric from a community project they volunteered for, even a fragment from the mask they wore during the pandemic years when they helped deliver groceries to elderly neighbors. As they added each new patch, they repeated the family phrase, as the roots remember, so shall the branches know. But now they understood it better. The roots weren't just in the past. They were growing still, spreading beneath the present, feeding the future. One evening, as a storm rattled the windows, our protagonist sat by the fire with the quilt across their lap. A neighbor whose family had known theirs for generations came by for shelter from the rain. Seeing the quilt, her eyes softened. My grandmother had a quilt like that, she said. She used to say it held the family's heartbeat. Our protagonist smiled and pointed to a patch of yellow calico. This was from your grandmother's apron. She brought my great-grandmother soup when she was ill during that long winter of 1932. The neighbor's eyes filled with tears. I remember that story. She always said your family returned the kindness tenfold when our barn burned down. They sat together as the rain pattered against the windows, sharing stories that wove their families together across generations. In that moment, our protagonist realized that heritage indeed lived in actions, in kindness given and returned, in communities sustained, in love that rippled across time. That night they dreamed one last dream with the ancestral guides. They stood together in the starlit meadow, but now the meadow was filled with not just blood relatives, but all the people whose lives had intertwined with their family through generations of shared living. The woman from the first dream approached, her form now bright and joyful. The quilt has served its purpose, she said. You've learned that remembrance isn't about looking backward, it's about carrying forward what matters. She hummed the familiar lullaby, and all the ancestors joined in, their voices blending into a harmony that sounded like wind through trees and water over stones. As they sang, the quilt in the dream transformed, no longer a separate object but becoming part of the very landscape, the patches blooming into flowers, the silver thread becoming a stream that nourished the earth. When our protagonist woke, the quilt still lay across their bed, but it seemed different somehow, lighter, as if its work of teaching was complete. They folded it carefully and placed it in a chest, not as something to be preserved under glass, but as something to be taken out when needed, to share its stories with others. Years later, when a younger cousin felt untethered and disconnected, our protagonist would bring out the quilt. They would sit by the fire just as we are now and tell the stories, not as dry history, but as living narrative. They would add new patches for new memories, and teach the cousin the family phrase and lullaby. And sometimes, on certain quiet evenings when the light was just right, they would see the silver thread in the quilt shimmer gently, and feel the presence of all those who had come before, not as ghosts haunting the present, but as roots supporting new growth. For they had learned that heritage is not a static thing to be inherited, but a living practice to be tended, like a garden that each generation plants for the next, trusting that the seeds they sow will become shade and sustenance for those who follow. As the roots remember, so shall the branches know. The fire crackles, the stories continue, and the quilt of existence grows ever larger, ever more beautiful with each new patch added by loving hands. Story 15. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where the twilight lingered like a soft sigh and the stars seemed to hang just within reach, there lived a young soul named Kael. While other children ran through fields with laughter that chimed like bells, Kael preferred the company of shadows and whispers. They often felt as though they were wrapped in a cocoon of stillness, watching the world from a gentle distance, their heart a quiet drum in a world full of song. Kaelin's skin had begun to change with the turning of the seasons. At first it was subtle, a shimmer like morning dew when they felt a spark of joy, a soft glow like moonlight when they were thoughtful. But as time passed, the changes grew more pronounced. Delicate patterns like the veins of leaves or the delicate tracery of frost would appear and fade with their shifting emotions. Kael didn't understand it, and though the changes were beautiful, they felt strange and unsettling, like wearing a coat that didn't quite fit. One evening, as the last embers of sunset faded into violet, Kael wandered to the edge of the whispering woods, where the oldest trees stood like patient guardians. There, beneath the boughs of an ancient willow, they met an old woman named Seraphina. Her hair was silver as spider silk, and her eyes held the depth of still waters. She sat on a mossy stone, humming a tune that seemed woven from the wind itself. "You look as though you carry the weight of the moon on your shoulders," Seraphina said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Come, sit with me." Kael hesitated, then settled on the soft grass beside her. "I don't feel like I belong anywhere," they confessed, their voice barely a whisper. "Everything is changing, and I don't know why." Seraphina smiled gently. "Change is the universe's way of breathing, dear one, and you, I think, are learning how to breathe in a new way." She pointed to Kaelin's arm, where a pattern of silver fern leaves had just bloomed across their skin. "These are not marks of strangeness, they are maps of your heart." From that evening on, Kael visited Seraphina often. She became their guide, appearing always when doubt began to cloud Kaelin's thoughts like morning mist. She taught them that emotions were not things to fear, but seeds waiting to be nurtured. "Every feeling is a seed," Seraphina explained one afternoon, as they walked through a hidden garden only she seemed to know. "Plant it with kindness, water it with patience, and see what grows." Kael noticed that the garden itself seemed to respond to their presence. Flowers of crystalline blue unfolded when they spoke of hope, vines heavy with golden berries twined around arches when they laughed. The very air seemed to hum in harmony with their heartbeat. One day, after a moment of frustration, thorny brambles sprouted at Kaelin's feet. Seraphina simply nodded. "Even thorns have their purpose. They teach us where we need to soften." She showed Kael how to breathe deeply, and as they did, the thorns melted into velvety moss. With each small victory, a moment of courage that made their skin gleam like polished stone, an act of kindness that caused butterflies with stained glass wings to alight on their shoulders, Kael felt less like a stranger in their own skin. The changes were no longer alarming but awe-inspiring, like watching a caterpillar weave its cocoon, not knowing what would emerge but trusting the process all the same. As the weeks turned to months, Kaelin's transformations became more integrated, more harmonious. When they felt confident, their footsteps left faint imprints of blooming clover. When they were calm, the air around them carried the scent of rain-soaked earth and lavender. They learned that their emotions were not weaknesses, but brushstrokes on the canvas of their being. Seraphina gifted them a small, iridescent seed. "This is a heart seed," she said. "It will grow only when you are ready to fully embrace who you are becoming." Kael held the seed carefully, feeling its gentle pulse against their palm. They carried it with them, waiting for the right moment, though they weren't quite sure what that moment would look like. Then came the evening of the first frost. A stillness settled over Meadowshire, and Kael felt a familiar curl of uncertainty. They made their way to the willow tree, where Seraphina was waiting, her form almost blending into the twilight. "It's time," she said softly. "Plant the seed." Kael knelt, digging a small hole in the earth with trembling fingers. As they placed the heartseed into the ground, they whispered all the things they had learned to accept about themselves: their quiet nature, their changing form, their capacity to feel deeply. The ground began to glow with a soft, golden light. A stem emerged, then leaves, then buds that swelled like captured starlight. When the flowers bloomed, they were like nothing Kael had ever seen, petals of shifting colors that reflected the sky, the forest, and their own luminous skin. The air filled with a melody that felt like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. Serafina placed a hand on Kaelin's shoulder. "You see, you were never breaking, you were blooming." In that moment, Kael understood. The cocoon they had felt wrapped in had not been a prison. It had been a sanctuary, a place of patient becoming. And now, as they stood surrounded by the gentle light of the heartseed's flowers, they knew that this was not an ending, but a beginning. They took a deep breath, and for the first time, it felt entirely their own. The changes in their skin settled into a permanent, soft radiance, like someone who carries a piece of the moon within them. They were still Kael, quiet, thoughtful, kind, but now they wore their truth like a second skin, comfortable and glowing. Serafina smiled, her form beginning to fade into the gathering night. "Remember, metamorphosis is not a one-time event. It is a rhythm, a dance. You will change again, and each time you will find new colors within yourself." As Kael walked back toward the village, they noticed that flowers sprang up in their footsteps, each one a little burst of courage and light. They knew there would still be days of doubt, moments of fear, but now they also knew that those moments were just more seeds waiting to be planted. Under the canopy of stars, Kael felt the universe breathing with them, in and out, a never-ending cycle of gentle transformation. And they understood deep in their soul that every ending is really a beginning in disguise, softer, kinder, and full of light. Story 16. In a small village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young boy named Kael. His cottage stood apart from the others, with ivy climbing its stone walls and a chimney that always seemed to puff contentedly, even on the quietest days. Kael was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of forest shadows and a heart that listened more than it spoke. While other children played boisterous games in the meadow, Kael often found himself wandering the edges of the woods, collecting interesting stones and fallen feathers, wondering about the secrets the trees might tell if only he knew how to listen. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Kael sat on his doorstep, tracing patterns in the dust with a stick. A peculiar restlessness had settled in his bones, a feeling that something was waiting for him just beyond the familiar path. His grandmother, who had raised him since he was small, often spoke of the woods with a twinkle in her eye. "The forest keeps its secrets close," she would say, stirring a pot of soup that smelled of time and memories, "but sometimes, when the light is just right, it shares them with those who have quiet hearts." That night, as Kael lay in his bed, listening to the gentle snores of his grandmother from the next room, a soft glow caught his eye through the window. It pulsed rhythmically like a heartbeat made of light, somewhere deep within the woods. Curiosity, that sly and persistent friend, tugged at him until he slipped from beneath his woolen blankets and pulled on his boots. He crept outside, the cool night air kissing his cheeks, and followed the faint gleam into the trees. The Whispering Woods at night were a different world altogether. Moonlight filtered through the canopy in silver ribbons, illuminating dewdrops on spiderwebs that glittered like tiny constellations. The air hummed with the chirrup of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl, a nighttime lullaby that made Kaelin's footsteps feel light and purposeful. He moved deeper than he ever had before, guided by that gentle, pulsating light, until he came upon a small clearing he had never seen. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree, was a lantern unlike any he had ever seen. It was carved from what appeared to be dark wood, but its surface shimmered with veins of gold that seemed to move like liquid sunlight. Inside, a single ember glowed, not with the fierce rage of a fire, but with a warm, steady light that pulsed softly, in time with Kaelin's own heartbeat. As he reached out to touch it, the lantern seemed to welcome his fingers, and the light within brightened just a little, as if in greeting. Kaelin lifted the lantern carefully. It was warm to the touch, but not hot, and the light it cast created a cozy circle around him, pushing back the shadows without dismissing them entirely. In that moment, he heard a rustle from the undergrowth. A small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves stepped into the circle of light, its eyes intelligent and curious. It did not run away, but instead sat down as if it had been expecting him. "Hello," Kaelin whispered, surprised at his own boldness. The fox tilted its head, and to Kaelin's astonishment, it spoke in a voice like the rustling of leaves. "You found the ember lantern. It has been waiting for you." Kaelin's eyes widened, but somehow in the soft glow of the lantern, it did not seem strange at all. "Waiting for me? Why?" "The lantern chooses its keeper," the fox explained. "It senses a heart that needs light and a light that needs heart. My name is Ember, for I am the guardian of this little flame, and you, I think, are the one who can help it grow." And so began an unexpected friendship. Night after night, Kaelin would return to the clearing, lantern in hand, and Ember would be there waiting. They spoke of many things, of the secrets of the forest, of the stars that watched over them, of the quiet joys and sorrows that shaped their days. Kaelin learned that the ember lantern was no ordinary light. It grew brighter when kindness was shown, when courage was mustered, or when understanding was reached. It dimmed ever so slightly when loneliness or fear took hold. One evening, as autumn began to crisp the edges of the leaves, Ember seemed quieter than usual. "The lantern is growing restless," the fox said, watching the light flicker. "It needs to journey to the Heartstone, deep within the woods. There, it must be replenished with starlight and stories, or its glow will fade completely." Kaelin felt a pang of worry. "Will you come with me?" "Of course," Ember replied, nuzzling his hand. "But the path is not an easy one. It requires a willing heart and careful steps." And so their true journey began. Through tangled thickets and across babbling brooks they traveled, the lantern casting its warm glow to guide them. They encountered challenges along the way, a bridge made of twisted vines that tested their balance, a mist that tried to lead them astray with whispers of doubt, and a field of flowers that sang such sweet songs it was hard to keep moving forward. Each time, Kaelin learned to listen not just with his ears, but with his heart. He discovered that patience often worked better than force, and that sometimes the bravest thing to do was to ask for help. In a particularly dark part of the forest, where the trees grew close and the path was hard to see, they met a badger who was lost and frightened. Instead of rushing past, Kaelin knelt down and shared a little of the lantern's light, and in return, the badger showed them a hidden shortcut that saved them hours of travel. Another time, they came upon a young bird that had fallen from its nest. With Ember's encouragement, Kaelin carefully cupped the bird in his hands and placed it back among its siblings, and the lantern glowed so brightly that the entire tree seemed to sigh in gratitude. As they went deeper, Kaelin noticed changes within himself. The restlessness that had once gnawed at him was replaced by a sense of purpose. The woods, once mysterious and slightly intimidating, began to feel like a second home. He learned to read the language of the wind, to understand the stories told by the patterns of moss on stones, and to appreciate the gentle wisdom of his fox companion. One night, when the moon was a slender crescent hanging like a silver earring in the sky, they reached a place where the trees opened up to reveal a small, crystal-clear pond. In the center of the pond stood a stone altar, and on it rested the Heartstone, a smooth, pale rock that seemed to absorb the starlight and glow with a soft, internal radiance. "This is where we must go," Ember said softly. But between them and the island lay the water, dark and still. There was no boat, no bridge. Kael looked at the lantern in his hands. Its light was flickering weakly now, like a tired breath. He knew what he had to do. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the water. To his amazement, wherever the light of the lantern touched the surface, it solidified into stepping stones of shimmering, golden light. Step by careful step, he crossed the pond, with Ember following close behind. As he reached the heartstone, he placed the lantern gently upon the altar. The ember inside flared, reaching out to the heartstone as if greeting an old friend. Starlight began to drip from the sky like liquid silver, filling the lantern until it overflowed with light. The entire clearing was bathed in a soft, radiant glow, and for a moment Kael felt as if he could hear the entire forest breathing, a slow, peaceful rhythm that filled him with warmth. When the light settled, the lantern pulsed with a steady, strong glow, brighter and more beautiful than before. Ember nuzzled his hand. "You have done well, Kael. The lantern is renewed, and so, I think, are you." The journey back felt shorter, as if the woods themselves were smoothing the path for them. When they reached the clearing where they had first met, dawn was beginning to blush the eastern sky. Kael knew it was time to return home. "Will I see you again?" he asked Ember, his voice thick with emotion. The fox smiled, in that way that foxes do. "Whenever you need a friend, or when the lantern calls, I will be here. And remember, you carry the light with you now, not just in the lantern, but inside." Kael walked back to his cottage as the first birds began their morning songs. He placed the lantern on his windowsill, where it cast a warm, golden light that danced with the rising sun. His grandmother was stirring oatmeal by the fire when he entered, and she looked at him with knowing eyes. "You've grown, my boy," she said simply, and handed him a bowl. And indeed he had. The boy who had once wandered restlessly now moved with a quiet confidence. He still collected stones and feathers, but now he noticed how the light caught them in different ways. He still listened to the woods, but now he understood some of their secrets. That night and many nights after, Kael would light the lantern from his window, and sometimes, if the conditions were just right, he would see a flicker of autumn-colored fur at the edge of the trees, a friend watching over him. And in the soft glow, he would remember that the greatest journeys are not always about how far you go, but about how much you bring back with you, the warmth of friendship, the courage to be kind, and the light that grows when shared. As the ember pulsed gently in the darkness, like a heartbeat made of light, Kael would drift to sleep, knowing that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, but to be cherished, and that even the quietest hearts can hold the most brilliant light. And in his dreams, he would walk through sun-dappled woods, hand in paw with a friend, forever guided by the glow that never truly fades. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila." A voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. The first frost of autumn had just begun to paint silver edges on the maple leaves outside Finn's window when the feeling settled deep in his bones, a restless ache like a half-remembered melody. In the village of Oakhaven, where cobblestones knew every footfall and chimneys sighed familiar smoke, 12-year-old Finn moved through days feeling slightly out of step. While others mended fishing nets or kneaded dough with sturdy, certain hands, Finn's gaze drifted to the shadowed line of the Glimmerwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets on the wind. His grandmother used to say he had moss in his veins and starlight in his pockets, a gentle tease for a boy who'd rather sketch lichen patterns than mend fences. One evening, as amber light bled through the westward hills, Old Man Hemlock summoned Finn to his cluttered cottage. Hemlock wasn't truly old, but wisdom had etched lines around his eyes like river deltas. "Your grandmother left you this," he murmured, placing a small object in Finn's palm. It was a compass, but unlike any Finn had seen. Its casing was warm, living wood, and where a needle should be, a slender crystal shard glowed with inner moonlight. "The whispering compass," Hemlock said. "It points not to north, but to where you're needed most. Guard it well. Some callings choose us, not the other way round." That night, beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, the compass hummed against Finn's chest. Not a sound, but a vibration that traveled up his ribs and into his dreams. He saw roots diving deep into jeweled caverns, stones with eyes like molten gold, and a great, cracked crystal weeping light. He woke to Dawn's gray fingers at the window, and the compass crystal blazing azure, pointing unwaveringly toward the forbidden Glimmerwood. Oakhaven's elders spoke of the woods in hushed tones, where shadows walk, they'd say, or where the earth remembers too much. But the compass pulsed like a second heartbeat, insistent as tide. Gathering his worn satchel, a wedge of cheese, his sketching charcoal, a water flask, Finn slipped past sleeping cottages. At the forest's edge, ancient oaks arched like cathedral ribs, their bark shimmering with trapped dew. The air thickened with the scent of pine resin and damp earth, and the compass's glow intensified, casting dancing sapphire motes on ferns unfurling like green scrolls. Hours blurred into a tapestry of dappled light and bird call. Finn followed deer trails carpeted with velvet moss, where mushrooms glowed with foxfire luminescence. Yet beneath the beauty, unease prickled. The forest floor trembled faintly, as if the earth itself sighed in discomfort. And the deeper he went, the stranger the woods became. Trees bore fruits like faceted amethysts, streams ran silver over singing stones, and once a thicket rustled to reveal a stag with antlers woven from living ivy and twilight. It regarded Finn with ancient eyes before melting into the green. As dusk painted the canopy in bruised purples, Finn stumbled into a clearing where the trembling intensified. There, hunched beside a toppled menhir, was a creature straight from his dream. It stood no taller than his knee, its body formed of smooth, slate-gray stone articulated like polished pebbles stacked by a careful child. Two eyes, like chips of warm topaz, blinked rapidly. It clutched a cracked arm close, and where its rocky skin had fractured, faint golden light seeped out like liquid honey. Finn froze. Stonekin. Village tales painted them as earth giants, guardians who'd turned wrathful. But this being radiated only pain and fear. "Hello," Finn whispered, the words swallowed by the vast quiet. The creature flinched, scrambling backward. A low, grinding whimper escaped it. Finn knelt slowly, hands open. "I won't hurt you." He gestured to his satchel. "Are you hungry?" Breaking off a crumb of cheese, he placed it on a leaf and slid it forward. The stonekin eyed him, then the cheese. With surprising delicacy, it picked up the morsel. A sound like pebbles tumbling in a brook emerged, a hesitant, gravelly chirp. Finn smiled. "I'm Finn, what's your name?" More chirps and clicks, like geology given voice. The creature tapped its chest. "Pebble." Then it pointed urgently at the fractured arm, then deep into the woods, whimpering again. Finn understood. "You're hurt and lost." Pebble nodded, Topaz's eyes wide with distress. The compass at Finn's neck flared brilliantly, its crystal beam now arrow straight toward the direction Pebble pointed, deeper into the Glimmerwood's heart. "I'm supposed to help you," Finn realized aloud. "The compass brought me here." Using strips torn from his shirt, Finn bound Pebble's arm, careful not to touch the weeping light. As he worked, Pebble chirped a story in fragmented sounds and gestures. Stonekin lived deep below, in caverns lit by a great crystal that sang the earth to sleep. But the crystal was sick, cracking, making the world tremble. Pebble had been sent to find sky tears, moonlit dew said to hold healing power, but got injured by a falling rock during a tremor. "Can you take me to the crystal?" Finn asked. "Maybe I can help." Pebble hesitated, then nodded, gesturing toward a mossy outcrop. With surprising strength, the little stonekin pushed aside a boulder, revealing a hidden passage smelling of cool stone and deep thyme. Finn took a steadying breath. The compass hummed, warm against his skin. Together, they descended into the earth. The underground realm was a revelation. Bioluminescent fungi-painted tunnels in ethereal blues and greens, their light reflecting in pools where blind fish flickered like liquid opal. They passed galleries where massive, elder stonekins stood sentinel, their stony faces etched with worry. Pebble chirped greetings, and Finn felt countless topaz eyes watching him, not hostile but wary, heavy with sorrow. The air thrummed with a discordant vibration, the sick crystal's song gone painfully sharp. Finally they emerged into a cavern so vast Finn gasped. Its ceiling glittered with embedded stars, crystals catching the light from below. And at the center, rising like a frozen geyser, stood the great crystal. It should have been magnificent, radiating harmonious light. Instead, a jagged fissure split its heart, pulsing erratically. Sickly yellow light bled from the crack, and with each pulse the ground shivered. Stonekin elders, larger, their bodies striated with mineral veins, stood in a circle, chanting in deep, resonant tones that momentarily soothed the crystal's anguished flicker, but couldn't heal the fracture. An elder with quartz-veined shoulders turned. "Pebble." The relief in the grinding voice was palpable. Then, seeing Finn, the elder stiffened. "Surface child." The word rumbled like distant rockfall, edged with centuries of mistrust. Pebble chirped rapidly, gesturing at Finn's compass and his bandaged arm. "I came because the compass led me," Finn explained, his voice echoing strangely. "It points where I'm needed, and I think I know why the crystal is sick." He remembered Oakhaven's oldest tale, sung during the Harvest Moon Festival, a song of alliance between root and sky, when stonekin and villagers tended the land together. "Long ago," Finn said slowly, "people above sang with the crystal, didn't they? A harmony." The quartz-veined elder, bolder, nodded heavily. The sky song, it wove with the deep song, balance, then fear grew, sky people stopped singing, stopped listening, the harmony broke, the crystal remembers the silence, it grieves, weakens. The ground shuddered violently, and the crystal's crack widened, spilling more tainted light. Pebble whimpered, pressing close to Finn. Finn touched the whispering compass. It wasn't just pointing to a place, it was pointing to a failure, a broken bond between worlds. Healing the crystal needed more than sky tears, it needed the lost sky song restored. I have to go back, Finn declared. To Oakhaven, I have to make them remember the song. Boulder's gaze was skeptical. Sky people fear us. They call us shadow walkers. They will not listen. But Pebble chirped insistently, tapping Finn's hand, then the compass. Trust. The journey back through the tunnels felt heavier. The compass's glow was steady, but Finn's heart wrestled with doubt. How could he, the boy with moss in his veins, convince practical Oakhaven of singing to stones? Reaching the surface near dawn, Finn saw the village bathed in rose-gold light. Home. Yet it felt different now, smaller, yet infinitely more precious. He had to succeed. Returning caused a stir. Glimmerwood, gasped Widow Maybelle, clutching her shawl. Have the shadows addled your wits, boy? Finn stood before the gathered villagers at the well square, Pebble half hidden behind his legs. He spoke of the trembling earth, the dying crystal, the stonekin's grief and guardianship. He showed them Pebble not a monster, but a lost child of the earth, eyes wide with hope and pain. He told of the ancient alliance, the sky song forgotten. Silence followed, thick with disbelief. Old man Hemlock stepped forward. He knelt slowly, his old bones creaking, and met Pebble's topaz gaze. My grandfather, Hemlock murmured, his voice rough with emotion, spoke of the deep friends. He said they taught us where the sweetest berries grew, and how to sing the frost away from seedlings. He touched a worn amulet at his throat, a tiny, smooth stone. We called it superstition. Fear is a weed that chokes memory. Finn's heart leaped. The song Hemlock, do you remember it? Hemlock frowned, humming fragments. Aye, bits, like roots embrace the starlight deep, but the heart of it. He shook his head. Lost. Despair threatened. But Finn remembered the whispering compass, its warmth against his skin. It hadn't led him astray. Closing his eyes, he recalled the crystal's fractured song, its discordance. He thought of Pebble's trusting chirp, the deep chants of the Stonekin elders, the sigh of the Glimmerwood leaves. And he felt the missing piece, not just notes, but connection. Opening his eyes, Finn began to hum. Not the harvest moon tune, but a new melody, born of moss and moonlight, of friendship found in the dark. It was hesitant at first, a thread of sound. But as he sang, weaving Hemlock's fragments with the crystal's remembered resonance and Pebble's hopeful chirp translated into sound, something shifted. The villagers stirred. Widow Maybelle, her voice surprisingly clear, joined in, finding an old harmony. The blacksmith added a deep, grounding note. Children, curious, added lighter threads. Slowly, falteringly, the sky song rose again over Oakhaven, not a relic, but a living thing, reborn from understanding. Pebble tugged Finn's sleeve, chirping excitedly, pointing back to the woods. The trembling had stopped. The compass glowed pure, steady white. Finn led the villagers, singing as they walked, back to the hidden entrance. Down they went into the earth, their song growing stronger, braided with courage and newfound trust. In the great cavern, the Stonekin elders stood stunned as the sky song washed over them, then swelled with their own resonant deep song. The two melodies wove together, human voices and stone-born chants, surface and depth, filling the cavern with a harmony unseen for generations. Finn stepped forward, still singing, and placed his hand upon the great crystal, right beside the jagged crack. Pebble placed his good stone hand beside it. Boulder joined, then Hemlock, then others, Stonekin and villager, hand upon hand, voice upon voice. The discordant pulse softened. The sickly yellow light receded, replaced by a pure white gold radiance that flowed from the point of contact. With a sound like mountains sighing in relief, the crack in the crystal sealed, leaving only a faint, glowing seam, a scar of remembrance, not sickness. Light, harmonious and warm, flooded the cavern, reflecting in countless topaz eyes shining with joy and relief. The earth's sigh became a contented hum. Above, in Oakhaven, apple blossoms unfurled out of season, and the Glimmerwood's leaves shimmered with renewed vigor. Finn stood between worlds, no longer out of step, but a living bridge. He spent days below, learning the Stonekins' ways, teaching them village songs, sketching their luminous caverns. Pebble became his constant shadow, chirping tales Finn translated for the fascinated children of Oakhaven. Boulder and Hemlock, now fast friends, planned shared harvests, mushrooms from the deep for wool from the hills. One evening, weeks later, Finn sat with Pebble on a hill, overlooking both Oakhaven and the Glimmerwood entrance. The whispering compass lay in his palm. Its crystal no longer blazed or pointed wildly. It glowed with a soft, constant light, warm as hearth fire, pointing steadily towards the village below, towards the hidden caverns, towards the intertwined lives he now cherished. It pointed simply and surely to home, not a single place, but a tapestry woven of trust, song, and the quiet courage found when a dreamer follows a whisper into the unknown. As the first stars pricked the violet sky, Finn felt the moss in his veins settle, the starlight in his pockets warm him. The earth, once trembling with grief, now hummed a lullaby of balance restored. And in that peaceful resonance, under the watchful eyes of both root and sky, Finn knew the truest magic wasn't in compasses or crystals, but in the quiet, unbreakable bond of friendship that had healed a world, one shared song at a time. The compass's gentle light pulsed once, a silent heartbeat of belonging, as the moon rose, bathing the healed land in silver, and all was still. The village of Willowwood nestled in a valley where the mist lingered like sleepy thoughts each morning. Its cobbled streets wound past cottages with thatched roofs, smoke curling from chimneys, carrying the scent of pine logs and baking bread. And in the quietest corner, beneath the protective boughs of an ancient oak, lived Silas. Silas loved routine. He knew the exact creak of his garden gate, the precise angle of sunlight that warmed his favorite stone bench at noon, and the dependable cycle of the seasons that governed his beloved moonpetal flowers. Each year he nurtured the same silvery blooms in innate, unwavering rows. Change, Silas felt, was like a sudden gust of wind, unsettling, unnecessary, and best avoided. He watched the world from his tranquil garden, a comfortable island in a stream that flowed ever onward. But this spring felt different. A subtle shift hung in the air, a whisper carried on the breeze that rustled the oak leaves with a new urgency. Silas felt it in his bones, a restlessness he couldn't name. His trusted moonpetals, usually bursting forth with predictable vigor, seemed hesitant, their buds tightly furled long past their usual time. He knelt in the soft earth, tracing a cool, unopened bud with a calloused finger. "What troubles you, old friends?" he murmured, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. Was it him? Had he changed somehow? One mist-drenched morning, Silas found a small parcel tied with twine resting on his garden bench. It bore no name, only a pressed oak leaf. Inside, nestled in moss, lay a single seed unlike any he'd ever seen. It was the color of twilight, shimmering faintly with an inner light, cool and smooth as river stone. Curiosity warred with his ingrained caution. A new seed meant change, the unknown. He almost tucked it away in a drawer. But the shimmer seemed to pulse, a soft, gentle rhythm that echoed the disquiet in his own heart. With a sigh that felt like letting go of a long-held breath, Silas carefully planted it in a small terracotta pot near his kitchen window. The seed did nothing. Weeks passed. Silas tended his moon petals, coaxing them with familiar routines, but they remained stubbornly closed. His restlessness grew, mirroring the stillness of the mysterious seed. He felt adrift, the comfortable anchor of his routine seeming less substantial. One afternoon his neighbor Eris stopped by. Eris, whose laugh was like wind chimes and whose hands were always stained with paint or ink, embodied the very change Silas shunned. She noticed the pot on the sill. "Ooh, what's this, Silas?" Eris leaned in, her bright eyes catching the seed's faint shimmer. "It feels alive, like it's waiting." "Waiting for what?" Silas grumbled, wiping soil from his hands. "It refuses to grow, just like the moon petals. Perhaps the garden knows something I don't." He hadn't meant to voice the fear aloud. Eris touched his arm gently. "Maybe it's not refusing, Silas. Maybe it's waiting for you, for a different kind of tending." She didn't press, leaving him with a warm loaf of honey bread and the echo of her words. That night Silas sat by his small hearth, the fire crackling companionably. He stared at the dormant seed in its pot. Waiting for me. He thought of the moon petals, his own unease. The fear wasn't just about the plants, it was about himself. He felt stuck like the seed, trapped in a shell of his own making. What if he wasn't meant to tend only moon petals forever? What if there was more? The thought was terrifying, like stepping off a well-worn path into deep woods. He decided to try something different. Instead of his measured watering can, he carried the pot outside the next morning during a soft, warm rain. He placed it where the first rays of dawn would touch it. He hummed an old, half-forgotten lullaby his grandmother used to sing, his voice rough and hesitant. He spoke to the seed, not about routines, but about the feeling of the rain, the scent of wet earth, the strange flutter in his own chest. He confessed his fear of the unknown, his love for the familiar, and the confusing sense that something needed to shift. The next morning, a tiny, impossibly green shoot had pierced the soil. It was no bigger than a blade of grass, but it pulsed with the same soft light as the seed. Silas gasped. It felt like a direct response, a mirror to his tentative opening. Encouraged, he continued. He experimented, placing the seedling where afternoon sun dappled through the oak leaves. He brought it inside when the nights grew too chill. He watered it not on a schedule, but when the soil felt dry. He shared his thoughts, his worries about the moon petals, his memories, his small hopes. As Silas nurtured the seedling, something shifted within him too. The rigid knot of resistance began to loosen. He found himself noticing things he'd long taken for granted, the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the different songs of birds at dawn and dusk, the way Eris's laughter lifted his spirits. He even visited Elder Thistle, the village herbalist known for her quiet wisdom and shelves overflowing with strange, fragrant plants. "The world breathes, Silas," Thistle said softly, handing him a cup of fragrant chamomile tea. Her cottage smelled of dried herbs and warm stone. "And so must we, holding too tightly to what can make us brittle. Your moon petals, perhaps they feel your own tight grip, and this new friend of yours." She gestured to the seedling, now sporting its first two delicate leaves, glowing softly on her windowsill. "It thrives on your honesty, your willingness to listen." The seedling grew steadily, its stem thickening, leaves unfurling like miniature velvet pennants. It seemed to respond to Silas's moods. On days he felt uncertain, it drooped slightly. When he felt a spark of wonder watching a butterfly, its light brightened. It was a living barometer of his inner world, a magical reflection of his own unfolding. He named it Whisper for the quiet way it communicated. Meanwhile, his moon petals remained obstinately closed. The sight pained Silas, a reminder of his perceived failure. One crisp autumn morning, he found frost had touched the outer buds. His heart sank. He sat heavily on his stone bench, the cold seeping through his clothes. He felt defeated. Perhaps he couldn't nurture growth, old or new. Eris found him there, shoulders slumped. Without a word, she sat beside him, her presence warm and solid. "Look," she said softly, pointing not to the moon petals, but to Whisper. The plant had grown tall and strong in its pot, crowned with a single, tightly furled bud that glowed with a deep, sapphire light. "It's almost ready, just like you, Silas." "Like me?" Silas asked, his voice thick. "You've changed," Aris said simply. "You listen more, you notice more, you let the world in even when it's scary. That's growth, it's beautiful." She placed a hand over his. "The moon petals might need to change too, in their own way. Maybe they need to rest differently this year. It doesn't mean you failed them." Her words were a gentle balm. Silas looked at Whisper's glowing bud, then at the frosted moon petals. He realized he had been clinging to the idea of the moon petals blooming as they always had, refusing to accept that perhaps this year their cycle was different. His fear wasn't just about change, it was about loss. But Aris was right. Resting wasn't dying. Changing wasn't disappearing. It was transforming. That evening, Silas built a small fire in the hearth. He brought Whisper's pot close. The sapphire bud trembled. He sat quietly, feeling the warmth of the fire, the cool night air at the window, the quiet thrum of his own heart, no longer fighting itself. He thought of the seedling's journey, his own small steps into the unknown, the support of Aris and Thistle. He thought of the moon petals resting beneath the frost, gathering strength for a different spring. As the village clock struck midnight, a soft chime filled the room. Whisper's bud unfurled. It wasn't a flower, but a bloom of pure, soft light sapphire blue at its heart, shifting to violet, then to a gentle silver at the edges. The light pulsed gently, filling the cottage with a cool, soothing radiance that held the peace of deep night and the promise of dawn. It didn't dazzle, it illuminated. It shone on Silas's face, reflecting the quiet wonder in his eyes, and spilled out the window, touching the frosted moon petals in the garden. Under that gentle, magical light, something miraculous happened. The frosted moon petal buds, so tightly closed for months, began to soften. Slowly, hesitantly, then with growing confidence, their silvery petals unfurled. They didn't bloom with their usual vigor, but with a deep, serene beauty, their fragrance mingling with the cool night air, a scent of acceptance and quiet strength. Silas watched, tears warm on his cheeks. The magical light from Whisper hadn't forced the moon petals. It had simply created a space of peace, a gentle reminder that growth takes many forms. His rigid fear had been the frost, and his own unfolding, mirrored by Whisper's journey, had been the gentle warmth that allowed both the new light and the old flowers to find their way. Whisper's light bloomed for one perfect hour, bathing everything in its serene glow, then slowly dimmed, leaving the fully opened moon petals shimmering under the real moonlight. The plant itself didn't wither. It settled, its leaves a deep, contented green, the spent light bloom leaving behind a single, perfect seed nestled within its center. The next morning, Willowwood awoke to the unexpected sight of Silas's moon petals blooming gloriously, albeit later than ever before, their silver petals dewed and radiant. And Silas himself seemed different. There was a stillness about him, not the stillness of resistance, but the calm of deep-rooted peace. He moved through his garden with the same care, but his eyes held a new light, reflecting the world around him with quiet joy. He tended the moon petals, appreciating their enduring beauty, and he tended Whisper, now a sturdy, glowing plant holding the promise of new beginnings in its seed. He shared the seed with Aris, who planted it in her sunniest window, and with Elder Thistle, who nodded with wise approval. He even gave one to young Finn, who had always been too shy to speak to him, and watched the boy's eyes light up with the same wonder Silas now felt. Silas learned that personal growth wasn't about becoming someone entirely new, but about unfolding into the fullness of who you already were, layer by layer, like Whisper's luminous bloom. It required listening to the whispers of your own heart, to the wisdom of friends, to the subtle rhythms of the world. Change wasn't a storm to be weathered, but a season to be lived, with its own unique beauty and necessary rests. The magic, he realized, hadn't been just in Whisper's light, but in the courage to plant the seed, to nurture it differently, and to accept the transformation within and without. Now, as the fire crackled low in his hearth, and the scent of moon petals drifted through the open window, Silas felt a profound sense of comfort. He was still the keeper of the garden, the lover of quiet routines. But his world had grown larger, softer, illuminated from within. He touched the cool, smooth seed nestled in his palm, Whisper's legacy, ready to plant it when the time felt right, knowing that every ending held a beginning, every change held a quiet magic, and the most beautiful growth often bloomed from the gentle courage to embrace the unknown. The village slept under the watchful stars, and in the cottage beneath the ancient oak, peace reigned deep and complete. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In a little cottage nestled at the edge of a great, whispering forest, where the chimney smoke curled into the sky like a lazy gray ribbon, there lived a young girl named Anya. The cottage was built of honey-colored stone and worn timber, and on cold evenings its windows glowed with the warm, buttery light of a well-tended hearth. It was on just such an evening, with a chill wind sighing through the pine needles, that our story begins. Anya was sitting by the fire, a thick woolen blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She was mending a small tear in her favorite sock, her needle moving in and out of the yarn in a rhythm as old and comforting as the crackle of the logs. Her grandfather dozed in his armchair opposite, his spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose, a forgotten book open on his lap. The only sounds were the pop of the fire, the gentle snore from the chair, and the soft whisper of thread through cloth. But then a new sound joined the chorus. A faint, persistent tapping, like a tiny knuckle rapping on glass. It came from the window behind her. Anya set her mending aside and went to the pane, wiping away the fog her breath had created. Pressed against the cold glass was the most peculiar sight, a small, russet-colored fox. It wasn't trying to get in, nor did it look frightened. It simply sat there, its intelligent eyes fixed on hers, and it tapped the glass once more with a careful paw. Then it turned and trotted a few paces into the dark garden before looking back, as if waiting for her. A curious feeling, not of fear but of quiet intrigue, settled over Anya. She pulled on her boots and her heaviest cloak and slipped outside into the nipping air. The fox was still there, a darker shadow in the moonlight. When it saw her, it gave a soft, chuffing sound and began to lead the way, not deeper into the wild forest, but along a narrow, almost invisible path that skirted its very edge. The world was painted in shades of silver and blue. Frost crunched under her boots, and her breath plumed before her like a ghostly companion. The fox moved silently ahead, pausing every so often to ensure she followed. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, until the lights of the cottage were far behind them, and the only illumination came from the moon and the strange, ethereal glow of lichen on the ancient trees. Finally, the fox stopped before the gnarled, massive trunk of an ancient oak, its roots sprawling over the earth like the limbs of a slumbering giant. There, nestled within a hollow at its base, was a soft, pulsating light. It was a gentle, warm radiance, the color of a banked fire's heart, of a peach at the peak of ripeness. It pulsed slowly, in a rhythm that felt like a sleeping heartbeat. The fox nudged the object with its nose, and Anya knelt down. It was a stone, smooth and oval, but it was not cold. It was warm to the touch, and it glowed from within. As her fingers closed around it, the light within flared gently, and a wave of profound, peaceful warmth flowed up her arm and settled deep in her chest. It was a feeling of coming home, of a forgotten memory suddenly recalled. The fox looked at her, then at the stone, and then it turned and vanished into the shadows, its task seemingly complete. Anya stood there, holding the warm, glowing stone. She knew with a certainty that surprised her that she could not leave it. Cradling it in her hands, she made her way back to the cottage, the stone lighting her path with its gentle, ember-like glow. Her grandfather was awake when she returned, stirring the fire. He looked at the stone in her hands, and his old eyes widened not with surprise, but with a deep, knowing recognition. "Ah," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "The hearthstone, I wondered if it would find its way back." He told her then, as they sat by the fire, a story his own grandfather had told him. It was a tale of the Glimmerwood, the true name of the forest that bordered their home. It was a place not just of trees and animals, but of old, gentle magic that slept in the roots and stones. The hearthstone, he explained, was a piece of that magic. It did not belong to anyone. It was a guardian, a tiny sun whose warmth nurtured the hidden, slumbering heart of the forest. But it was also a traveler. Every generation or so, it would grow dim and cool, and it needed to be found by a kind heart and brought back to a true hearth, to be rekindled by the simple, steady warmth of a home's fire. "It has chosen you, little one," her grandfather said, his hand gentle on her shoulder. "It trusts you to help it remember its own light." And so began Anya's quiet guardianship. She kept the hearthstone on the mantelpiece where it glowed softly, filling the cottage with a deeper, more comforting warmth than any fire could provide. Plants on the windowsill seemed to lean toward it, blooming out of season. The bread her grandfather baked rose higher and tasted sweeter. And at night her dreams were filled with gentle, dappled light and the feeling of deep, earthy roots. But after a week she noticed a change. The stone's glow, which had been steady and strong, began to flicker. Its warm pulse became irregular, like a sputtering candle. A faint chill crept back into the corners of the rooms. The stone was cooling. Remembering her grandfather's words, she knew what she had to do. The stone needed to return to the forest, to the place from which it came. It had been rekindled by the hearth's love. Now it needed to share that warmth with the sleeping world. The next morning, with the hearthstone wrapped in a soft cloth and tucked safely in her pocket, she ventured into the Glimmerwood. This time she went alone. The forest was different in the daylight. Sunbeams slanted through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and decaying leaves. It was alive with sounds, the chatter of squirrels, the distant knock of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. She walked for hours, following no path but the gentle, magnetic pull she felt from the stone in her pocket. It grew warmer as she walked in what felt like the right direction, cooler if she strayed. It was her compass. As the afternoon wore on, the forest grew deeper and quieter. The trees were older here, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches forming a cathedral ceiling high above. She came to a clearing where a small, crystal-clear stream bubbled over smooth, gray stones. Sitting on a log by the stream, looking small and forlorn, was a young boy. He was perhaps a year or two younger than her, and he was crying quiet, hopeless tears. Anya approached slowly. "Hello," she said softly. The boy looked up, startled. His face was smudged with dirt, and his eyes were red-rimmed. "I'm lost," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I was following a butterfly, it was so blue, and I turned around and everything looked the same." Anya's heart ached for him. She sat down on the log beside him. "What's your name?" "Leo," he sniffed. "I'm Anya. I think I'm a little bit lost too," she said, which was not entirely true, but it made him look at her with a little less fear. "But I have a friend who's helping me find my way." She pulled the cloth from her pocket and unwrapped the hearthstone. In the deep shade of the clearing, its light was stronger, a brave, warm beacon in the green gloom. Leo's tears stopped. He stared at the stone, mesmerized. "It's warm," he said in wonder, reaching out a tentative finger to touch it. "It is," Anya agreed. "It's a special stone. It likes to help." As he touched it, the stone's flickering steadied, and its glow intensified, as if soothed by his need. A new certainty settled in Anya's mind. Her journey was not just about returning the stone. It was about helping Leo, too. "Come on," she said, standing up and offering him her hand. "My friend will show us the way." Together, they followed the stone's guiding warmth. The forest seemed less intimidating with two. They shared the apple Anya had brought, and Leo told her about his village on the other side of the wood and the fierce wooden sword he was carving. The hearthstone pulsed in a slow, contented rhythm as they walked, its light pushing back the shadows. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the stone in Anya's hand grew suddenly, intensely warm. It glowed so brightly that it cast their long shadows ahead of them on the path. They had arrived at the base of the same ancient oak tree where the fox had led her. The hollow in the roots was there, waiting. But something was wrong. The area around the tree was unnaturally still and silent. The moss that should have been emerald green was tinged with brown. The air held a lingering, unseasonal chill. The heart of this place was ailing. Anya knew what to do. She knelt and gently placed the hearthstone back into its earthy cradle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant hum seemed to emanate from the tree itself. The stone's light, which had been a contained glow, began to bleed outwards. It flowed like liquid sunlight along the roots, seeping into the soil. It traveled up the trunk in delicate veins of light, tracing the patterns of the bark, until the whole tree was faintly illuminated from within. The brown tinge faded from the moss, which now looked plush and vibrant. Tiny bioluminescent fungi that they hadn't even noticed began to sparkle on nearby logs like scattered constellations. The air lost its chill, becoming fresh and sweet. The forest around them sighed, a sound of deep contentment, and the normal evening chorus of insects and birds resumed, louder and more joyful than before. The stone's light slowly receded from the tree, drawing back into itself until it was once again a softly pulsing ember in the hollow. Its job was done. The warmth was shared. Leo gasped, his eyes wide with awe. "It fixed it," he breathed. It was then that they heard the voices, frantic, calling Leo's name. Torchlight flickered between the trees, and a moment later, a group of villagers burst into the clearing, led by a man and woman with faces etched with worry who ran to sweep Leo into a tearful, joyful embrace. As the family was reunited, Anya's grandfather emerged from behind the villagers. He must have followed her, keeping a distant, watchful eye. He walked over to her and put an arm around her shoulders, looking down at the peacefully glowing hearthstone. "You did well, Anya," he said, his voice full of pride. "You helped it remember its light, and then you helped it share it. That is the truest magic of all." The villagers, having heard Leo's excited story of the glowing stone and the kind girl, looked at Anya with newfound respect and gratitude. They offered to escort them both back to their cottage, their torches pushing back the night. As they prepared to leave, Anya took one last look at the hearthstone. It seemed to pulse once brightly in farewell. And from the shadows near the great oak, two intelligent eyes gleamed for a moment in the torchlight. The russet fox gave a slow, deliberate blink before melting back into the forest, its watchful duty complete for another generation. The walk home was filled with the comfortable murmur of voices and the friendly dance of torch flames. Leo walked beside Anya, his hand in his mother's, no longer a lost little boy, but a young adventurer with an incredible story to tell. When they finally reached the familiar site of their cottage, its windows dark but promising warmth and rest, the villagers said their grateful goodbyes and turned for home. Anya and her grandfather went inside. He lit a single candle, and its small flame was enough to make the room feel instantly like home. There was no grand celebration, no fanfare. There was only the simple, profound peace of a task completed, a friend helped, and a balance restored. Anya felt different somehow. The journey had left a quiet mark on her soul, a new steadiness and a deeper understanding of the subtle connections that weave the world together. The warmth of a hearth, the trust of a wild creature, the kindness offered to a stranger. Her grandfather made 2 cups of chamomile tea sweetened with honey, and they sat together in the quiet, dark cottage, listening to the settling sounds of the night. "The stone will sleep now," her grandfather said softly, sipping his tea. "And its warmth will seep deep into the roots of the glimmerwood, keeping it safe and healthy until it is needed again, long after you and I are gone. And someone else will find it, and their journey will begin." Anya nodded, the warmth of the tea spreading through her, just as the stone's warmth had spread through the forest. She was tired, but it was a good tiredness, the kind that comes from a day spent well. She went up to her little room under the eaves and climbed into bed. The moon shone through her window, casting a silver square on the floorboards. As she drifted towards sleep, she thought not of grand adventures, but of small things. The feel of the warm stone in her hand, the sound of Leo's relieved laughter, the trusting blink of the fox. And outside, the great forest stood watch, its leaves whispering secrets on the wind, its roots cradling a gentle, glowing light, dreaming deep, earthy dreams, until the next time it would be called upon to warm the world. And in her cozy bed, Anya drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the forest itself, her own heart glowing with a quiet, steady light all her own. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a winter when the teacups began singing. Not the rowdy tavern songs that made apples ferment in their barrels, but soft, shivery melodies that left frost patterns on windows. Young Leela first noticed it while scrubbing the hearth in her aunt's bookshop, a porcelain cup trembling on its shelf, its handle quivering as it hummed a tune like wind through icicle teeth. By week's end, the entire village murmured with peculiarities. Milk pitchers filled with starlight instead of cream. Boot prints appearing on ceilings. The great copper weather vane at the town square spun not with the wind, but with the rhythm of distant laughter. The frost fairies are restless, declared old Granny Heddleworth, her knitting needles clicking like beetle mandibles. But Leela, whose braids perpetually smelled of pine needles and curiosity, noticed the clues others missed: how the singing always began near the abandoned clock tower, how the frost patterns formed tiny arrowheads pointing northwest. Her investigation began with a lantern carved from a wintermelon, its light smelling faintly of candied rind. The trail led past Mrs. Bramble's bakery, where raisin buns levitated in apologetic formations, to the edge of the whispering woods. There, beneath a moon-washed oak, sat a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of frost crystals. "You're smaller than the last troubleshooter," it observed, adjusting its pince-nez. "But your shadow has the right shape for mysteries." The hedgehog, introduced as Professor Quillen of the Northern Thorn University, became Leela's first ally. Together they discovered that the disturbances followed a pattern. Every odd hour, the chaos rippled outward from the clock tower like pond rings. During the quiet moments between, they found peculiarities: a family of field mice ice dancing in Mrs. Bramble's cooling pie tins, a colony of ladybugs polishing the weather vane with warmed honey. "They're not causing the trouble," Quillen noted, tapping his spectacles. "They are tidying up after it." The mystery deepened when they consulted the night librarian, an owl named Hootridge, who lived in the bookshop's rafters, his feathers dusted with the pollen of ancient stories. "What if," he mused, turning a page with his beak, "the clock tower isn't abandoned at all?" His talon tapped an illustration of frost sparrows, shy winter spirits who nest in forgotten places, their fluttering wings stirring up harmless mischief. Midnight found Leela and her companions at the clock tower's ivy-choked door. The stones hummed beneath her mittened palm, not cold but thrumming like a sleeping cat's purr. Inside, gears glimmered with hoarfrost constellations. And there, in the rafters, a nest woven from lost buttons and piano wires, sheltering 3 frost sparrow chicks whose breath crystallized into snowflake lullabies. Their parents, it seemed, had flown south to mend a broken aurora, leaving the hatchlings to accidentally stir the village into gentle disarray. The solution came not through magic, but compassion. Mrs. Bramble baked seed cakes that steamed like tiny geysers, keeping the chicks fed. The mice knitted minuscule scarves from dandelion fluff. Even Granny Heddleworth contributed, her needles clicking out a snug blanket patterned with cloud formations. By the time the parent sparrows returned trailing ribbons of green and violet light, the clock tower chimed again, its hands kept steady by a family of enthusiastic pill bugs who'd taken a liking to gear mechanics. Years later, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's weather vane, now spinning tales instead of wind directions, or the teacups that occasionally harmonized with passing songbirds, villagers would smile and say, "All homes have hearts, even those we think are empty." And if you linger near the clock tower at twilight, you might glimpse a young woman with pine-scented braids, reading aloud to a hedgehog in a frost-trimmed waistcoat, while owl wings turn the pages of a story that hasn't quite ended, only paused for tea. The nebula outside the observation dome shimmered like spilled watercolors: amethyst, cerulean, and the faintest blush of rose. Within the dome, nestled amidst hydroponic ferns that sighed with contentment and luminous moss that pulsed a soft, steady green, 2 beings shared the quiet hum of the harmony's rest, a small waystation drifting at the edge of known space. One was Kael, hailing from the crystalline forests of Lyra 7. His form resembled smooth, polished obsidian, shifting subtly like liquid shadow. Where emotions bloomed, intricate patterns of light ignited beneath his surface: starbursts of gold for joy, soft ripples of blue for calm, flickers of deep violet for contemplation. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant symphonies of color. The other was Pip, a small, spindly being from the methane seas of Glaza. Covered in iridescent, feathery filaments that constantly shifted hues, Pip perceived the universe through intricate harmonies. Every movement, every thought, every shift in light produced a unique resonance, only Pip could fully appreciate. Pip expressed feelings through delicate vibrations that shimmered in the air, like the sound of wind chimes dipped in honey. Their meeting had been accidental. Kaelin's scout pod, damaged in a micro-meteoroid shower, had limped into the Harmony's rest for repairs. Pip, a solitary gardener tending the station's forgotten botanical dome, had found the injured traveler. Fear initially painted Kaelin in jagged streaks of crimson. Pip, startled, emitted a discordant, high-pitched trill that made the ferns shiver. But Pip saw the distress in Kaelin's flickering core light and offered a single, perfectly spherical, bioluminescent berry grown in the hydroponics. The gesture, a universal offering of peace, calmed the crimson streaks into softer pinks. The dome became their shared sanctuary. Kaelin, fascinated by the living green, helped tend the plants. His cool touch seemed to soothe the more temperamental ferns, and his presence encouraged the moss to glow brighter. Pip, in turn, showed Kaelin the hidden music of the station, the rhythmic thrum of the life support systems, the melodic drip of nutrient solution into the tanks, the complex symphony of the plants themselves breathing and growing. Kaelin learned to hear Pip's emotions as subtle shifts in the ambient hum, while Pip began to see Kaelin's feelings as beautiful, silent light shows. One day Pip, bubbling with excitement over a new hybrid blossom, attempted to share its joy. The tiny being vibrated intensely, sending out a cascade of rapid, high-frequency chimes. To Pip, it was a triumphant fanfare. To Kaelin, however, the vibrations resonated painfully within his crystalline structure, causing sharp, jagged lines of white light to flare across his surface, a clear signal of distress. Pip froze, filaments drooping into muted grays. Kaelin, seeing Pip's sudden dejection, pulsed a slow, reassuring wave of deep blue. They floated together in the zero-gravity center of the dome, bathed in nebula light. Kaelin gently pulsed the sequence, a soft yellow question mark. Pip responded with a low, questioning hum. Kaelin projected an image, Pip's rapid vibrations, overlaid with the painful white flashes he experienced. Pip projected back, the vibrant, joyful meaning behind the rapid chimes, a burst of sunshine yellow and spring green in Kaelin's own light language. Understanding dawned. Pip's next expression of joy was a slower, warmer vibration, like a deep cello note. Kaelin responded with gentle, golden spirals. They didn't need words. The misunderstanding dissolved into shared, silent laughter, Kaelin's light shimmering with amusement, Pip's filaments rustling with a soft, chuckling hum. They began building something new in their sanctuary, a quiet corner dedicated to shared appreciation. Pip strung delicate filaments between glowing fungi, creating a harp that resonated with the station's natural sounds. Kaelin arranged polished river stones from his homeworld, each imbued with a faint, calming inner light to reflect the nebula's colors onto the walls. It became their listening grove, a place for gentle communion. Their favorite ritual was stargazing. They would drift near the dome's clear apex, the vastness of space stretching before them. Pip would point a slender limb towards a distant, pulsing star and emit a complex chord, the song of that star, as Pip perceived its light and energy signature. Kaelin would respond by projecting swirling patterns of light onto the dome, mimicking the star's color and imagined movement. They shared memories this way, Kaelin painting the swirling auroras of Lyra 7 with shimmering ribbons of green and silver light, while Pip hummed the deep, resonant song of Gleeza's churning ocean currents. In the profound quiet, punctuated only by the station's gentle breath and their own non-verbal exchanges, they found a deep, wordless peace. The infinite distance between their worlds shrunk to the space between them in the listening grove, bridged by the shared wonder of the cosmos. One quiet cycle, a minor crisis, arose. A power fluctuation caused the temperature regulators in the dome to falter. The ferns began to wilt, their vibrant green fading. The luminous moss dimmed. Kael pulsed anxious shades of orange and gray. Pip emitted a worried, wavering drone. Panic threatened. But then Pip remembered the ancient Galician practice of communal resonance for healing. Focusing intently on the drooping ferns, Pip began a low, steady hum, a vibration tuned to the frequency of growth and vitality. It was a sound felt more than heard, a deep thrumming that seemed to sink into the very roots. Kael watched Pip's filaments glow with concentrated effort. He understood the intent. Drawing on his own connection to light and energy, Kael positioned himself near the struggling plants. He focused his inner light, not in bright flashes, but in a warm, steady, golden radiance, bathing the leaves and soil. It was like concentrated, gentle sunlight. Pip's hum deepened, harmonizing with the faint life pulse of the plants themselves. Kael's light pulsed in time with the vibration. Slowly, miraculously, the ferns perked up. Their leaves regained their sheen. The moss began its soft, green pulse once more. Relief washed over them. Kael shimmered with pure, bright gold gratitude. Pip vibrated with a warm, contented purr. They hadn't fixed the regulator yet, that required a maintenance bot, but together, through their unique forms of care sound and light, they had nurtured their sanctuary back to health. The shared effort, the combination of their alien gifts, created a bond stronger than any translation matrix. The nebula outside shifted, the rose hue deepening as a nearby star ignited its evening glow. Kael drifted towards the listening grove, projecting a soft invitation, an image of the two of them beneath the star-painted dome. Pip followed, settling onto a cushion of soft moss. Kael began to project slow, swirling patterns onto the stones, not depicting a specific memory, but an abstract feeling, deep contentment, profound friendship, the quiet awe of the universe. It was a tapestry of deep blues, gentle golds, and shimmering silvers. Pip responded not with a complex chord, but with the simplest, purest sound, a single, sustained, clear note. It was the note of peace, the note of home found. It resonated softly through the grove, mingling with Kael's light dance, filling the space with a palpable warmth. As the harmony's rest drifted silently through the painted cosmos, its small botanical dome glowed like a beacon. Within it, two beings from unimaginably different worlds, speaking no common tongue, shared a universe of understanding. They had built a shelter not just of glass and steel, but of kindness, patience, and the shared language of a starlit heart. The gap between stars, between species, between ways of being, seemed insignificant beside the simple, resonant truth humming in the listening grove. That connection, born of gentle curiosity and unwavering kindness, was the most universal language of all. And in that shared silence, bathed in nebula light and the soft pulse of their sanctuary, they watched the distant stars bloom together. In the quiet village of Meadows, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket. It's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things, but found joys. The gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end. They bloom inside you forever. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, young Leo sat by the warmth, his knees drawn up to his chin, feeling a familiar loneliness settle over him like a well-worn blanket. It wasn't that he was unhappy, not exactly. But there was an emptiness in his chest, a quiet space that seemed to echo whenever the wind whistled through the old oak tree outside his window. Leo's grandmother had often told him stories of the whispering woods that bordered their village, a place where the trees murmured secrets to those who listened closely, and where magic lingered in the dappled light. But Leo had never ventured beyond the first few familiar oaks. The woods felt too vast, too mysterious, and he was a boy who found comfort in the known, the creak of the cottage floorboards, the smell of baking bread, the steady rhythm of his own breath. But tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the way the firelight flickered, casting shapes that almost looked like beckoning hands. Or perhaps it was the small, smooth stone he had found earlier that day by the stream, a stone that, when he held it just so, seemed to glow with a soft, amber light from within, like a captured ember. He turned it over in his palm now, watching as the light pulsed gently, almost in time with the crackling of the fire. It was warm to the touch, and when he closed his fingers around it, he felt a faint hum, like a distant melody. "What are you?" he whispered to the stone. As if in answer, the glow brightened slightly, and for a moment Leo thought he heard a soft sigh, like the wind, but softer, kinder. He stood and walked to the window, peering out into the deepening twilight. The woods stood dark and silent, but the stone in his hand pulsed again, and this time it seemed to pull him gently toward the door. Something stirred in Leo's heart, a curiosity he hadn't felt in a long time. Pulling on his warmest cloak and tucking the glowing stone safely into his pocket, he slipped outside into the cool night air. The path into the whispering woods was faint, lit only by the sliver of moon overhead and the gentle glow from his pocket. With each step the world seemed to grow quieter, as if the very air was holding its breath. The rustle of leaves underfoot was soft, and the scent of damp earth and pine filled his senses. He could hear the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of the wind through the branches, and beneath it all, a low, melodic hum that seemed to come from the stone itself. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, until the familiar lights of the village had disappeared entirely behind him. The trees grew taller here, their branches weaving together into a canopy that should have blocked out the moonlight, and yet a soft, silvery light filtered through, illuminating a path that Leo felt certain hadn't been there before. And then he saw it, a faint golden glow flickering between the trees ahead. It pulsed in time with the stone in his pocket, and as he drew closer, he realized it was a small, lantern-like orb hovering just above the forest floor. It bobbed gently, as if waiting for him. "Hello," Leo called softly, his voice barely more than a breath. The orb brightened and drifted closer, and as it did, Leo saw that it wasn't a lantern at all, but a creature, a small, furry being with large, luminous eyes and wings that shimmered like moths' wings in the moonlight. It regarded him with a tilted head, and then let out a soft, chiming sound, like tiny bells. "You can see me?" it asked, its voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. Leo nodded, too surprised to speak. The creature, a glimmerwing, as Leo would later learn, drifted closer still. "You carry a heartstone," it chimed softly. "I haven't seen one in many seasons." Leo pulled the glowing stone from his pocket. I found it by the stream." The glimmerwing's eyes softened. "They are not found. They are given." Only those with a quiet heart and a listening spirit can even see its light. It hovered near his hand, and the stone's glow seemed to brighten in response. "My name is Flicker, and you must be lost." "I'm Lyo," he said, his voice a little steadier now. "And I'm not lost, well, not exactly. The stone, it led me here." Flicker chimed again, a sound that Lyo was beginning to recognize as laughter. "The stone doesn't lie, it responds. You led yourself here, Lyo, but since you've come, would you like to see something wonderful?" There was a kindness in Flicker's large eyes that made Leo's loneliness feel a little less heavy. He nodded, and Flicker bobbed happily before turning and drifting deeper into the woods. Lyo followed, the heartstone warm in his hand, its light blending with Flicker's golden glow. They walked together along the silver-lit path, and as they went, Lyo noticed that the woods were not silent at all. They were filled with soft sounds, the gentle patter of tiny feet, the whisper of wings, the murmur of leaves sharing secrets. He saw other glimmerwings drifting among the branches, their lights weaving patterns in the dark. He saw moss-covered stones that hummed with a deep, earthy music, and streams that glowed with a soft, blue light. "Where are we?" Lyo whispered, afraid to break the spell. "The heart of the whispering woods," Flicker replied softly. "A place that exists between moments, visible only to those who seek it with an open heart." They came to a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches arched overhead like a cathedral ceiling. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark silver in the moonlight, and from its branches hung hundreds of softly glowing orbs, each a different color, each pulsing with a gentle light. "The memory tree," Flicker chimed reverently. "Each light is a memory, a moment of kindness, a burst of laughter, a quiet truth. They glow brightest when shared." As they drew nearer, Lyo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the heartstone, but from the tree itself. It felt like being wrapped in a comforting embrace. He reached out and touched the bark, and as he did, one of the orbs detached itself and drifted down to hover before him. It glowed with a soft amber light, much like his stone. "Go on," Flicker encouraged gently. "Touch it." Lyo reached out, his fingers brushing against the warm light. And suddenly, he wasn't in the clearing anymore. He was back in his grandmother's kitchen years ago. She was teaching him how to knead dough, her hands flour-dusted and gentle over his. He could smell the yeast and honey, feel the warmth of the oven, hear her soft humming. She looked down at him with eyes full of love. "Remember, Lyo," she said, her voice as real as if she were standing beside him now. "The most important ingredients are patience and kindness. They make everything rise." The memory faded, and Lyo found himself back in the clearing, tears prickling his eyes. The orb pulsed softly before drifting back to its branch. "She had a kind heart," Flicker chimed softly. "She visited here often." Lyo looked at the glimmerwing, surprised. "You knew her." "All who carry heartstones are known to us," Flicker said. "They leave echoes of their kindness here, in the memory tree." For a long moment Lyo stood in silence, the weight of his loneliness lifting slightly, replaced by a warmth that felt like understanding. He had been so focused on the empty space inside him that he had forgotten how to fill it, but here, in this hidden world, he remembered. Kindness. Connection. The simple act of sharing a moment with another. As if reading his thoughts, Flicker drifted closer. "The heartstone responds to what is already within you, Lyo. It glows for those who have light to share, even if they've forgotten how to see it themselves." Lyo looked down at the stone in his hand. Its light seemed brighter now, steadier. "What do I do with it?" he asked. "Whatever feels right," Flicker replied. "Some leave their stones here, adding their light to the tree. Others carry them back into the world to remember." But before Lyo could decide, a sudden change swept through the clearing. The gentle hum of the woods grew strained, and the lights of the memory tree flickered uneasily. From the shadows beyond the clearing, a cold draft swept in, carrying with it a sense of deep sadness. Flicker's glow dimmed slightly. The sorrow wind they chimed, their voice worried. It comes sometimes when loneliness grows too heavy in the world outside. It seeks to dim the lights of the memory tree. Leo watched as the darker shadow crept closer, and with it, the glowing orbs on the tree began to flicker more urgently, some growing dim. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. It was a cold that seeped into the heart. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Flicker looked at him, their large eyes serious. The sorrow wind feeds on isolation. It cannot withstand shared light, but to stand against it, it requires courage and trust. Leo thought of his grandmother's words, patience and kindness. He thought of the loneliness he had carried and how it had lessened here in this place of connection. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, now glowing steadily, and then at Flicker, whose light, though dimmed, still held firm. Without another word, he walked toward the approaching shadow, holding the stone out before him. Its amber light pushed back against the darkness, creating a small circle of warmth around him. "You are not alone," he said to the shadow, his voice stronger now. "And neither am I." The sorrow wind seemed to hesitate, swirling uncertainly at the edge of his light. But Leo stood firm, thinking of all the memories in the tree, all the moments of love and kindness that had been shared here. He thought of his grandmother, of Flicker, of the glimmerwings watching from the trees. And then he began to hum, the same tune his grandmother had hummed in the memory. It was a simple, gentle melody, one of warmth and home. As he hummed, the heartstone's glow brightened, spreading until it touched the nearest branches of the memory tree. One by one, the orbs there brightened in response, their lights joining with his. Flicker drifted to his side, and their chime joined his hum, adding a bell-like harmony. Then other glimmerwings joined, their lights brightening as they added their voices to the song. The moss-covered stones hummed their deep notes, the streams added their watery whisper, and even the leaves rustled in rhythm. Together they created a melody of light and sound that pushed back against the sorrow wind, not with force, but with warmth. The shadow wavered, thinning like mist in the morning sun, until finally it dissolved entirely, leaving behind only the gentle night and the steady glow of the memory tree. For a moment there was silence. Then the wood seemed to sigh, a sound of relief and peace. The lights of the tree glowed brighter than ever, pulsing in a soft, steady rhythm. Leo lowered the stone, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. He turned to Flicker, who was glowing with a warm, golden light. "You see," Flicker chimed softly. "You had the light all along, you just needed to remember how to share it." Leo smiled, a real, genuine smile that warmed him from the inside out. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, then at the memory tree. Slowly he walked to the ancient tree and placed the stone gently among its roots. As he did, a new orb formed on one of the lower branches, a soft, amber light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "Now a piece of your light will always be here," Flicker said, drifting closer. "And you can visit whenever you wish." Leo nodded, feeling a sense of peace settle over him. The emptiness inside was gone, replaced by a warmth that he knew would never truly fade. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky, Flicker led him back to the edge of the woods. The path seemed shorter this time, or perhaps it was just that Leo walked with a lighter step. At the tree line, Flicker hovered before him. "Remember, Leo, the world is full of hidden light. Sometimes we just need to look for it, and sometimes we need to be it." Leo reached out, and Flicker brushed against his hand, their warmth lingering even after they drifted back into the woods. He walked back to his cottage as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The familiar creak of the door, the smell of home, it all felt the same and yet completely different. He had brought the warmth of the woods back with him. That day Leo baked bread using his grandmother's recipe. He shared it with his neighbors, and as he did, he found himself listening more closely to their stories, offering a kind word, a smile. He noticed how their faces lit up, and how his own heart felt fuller with each connection. In the evenings, he would sometimes sit by the fire and look out at the whispering woods. They no longer seemed mysterious or lonely, they felt like a friend. And sometimes, if he looked very closely, he would see a soft, golden light flickering between the trees, and he would smile, knowing that he was never truly alone. The memory of that night stayed with him, a warm, glowing ember in his heart. And though he never again found a heartstone by the stream, he didn't need to. He had learned that the truest light comes not from stones or magic, but from the connections we make, the kindness we share, and the courage to be a light for others, even on the darkest nights. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled outside his window, Leo would close his eyes, feeling the warmth of friendship and the peace of knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a tree full of memories glowed softly, reminding all who sought it that they too carried a light within, steady, true, and always enough. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like snowflakes in the cosmic winds, there drifted a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely travelers found themselves stranded, far from the familiar skies of their homeworlds. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, where communication happened not through words, but through shifting hues that danced across their gelatinous forms. His name was Azul, and when he was anxious, as he very much was now, he turned the pale blue of a twilight sky. He had been collecting samples of iridescent moss from asteroid fields when his ship's crystal drive fractured, sending him spiraling down to Lumen's surface. The second was a creature from the world of Symphonia, where thoughts were expressed through delicate, bell-like harmonies that chimed from the delicate filaments growing along her arms. Her name was Lyra, and her current song was a worried, minor-key melody that fluttered like a trapped moth. She had been charting sonic patterns in nebulae when an unexpected solar flare scrambled her navigation crystals, leaving her vessel nestled between Lumen's silvery dunes. They discovered one another at the edge of a vast, crystalline forest, where trees of amethyst and quartz caught the light of three small suns and fractured it into rainbows that danced across the ground. Azul, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a startled shade of violet. Lyra, in turn, chimed a high, surprised note that echoed through the crystals. At first, their differences seemed impossible to bridge. When Azul tried to express his peaceful intentions by glowing a soft sunrise orange, Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning and responded with a defensive, sharp C-sharp that made the nearby crystals vibrate. When Lyra attempted to share her loneliness through a gentle, descending melody, Azul read it as sadness and turned a melancholy indigo, which Lyra then mistook for disapproval. But necessity is the mother of connection, and as Lumen's nights grew cold, with temperatures that turned the very air to shimmering frost, they realized they would need to work together to survive. They found shelter in a great geode cave, its walls lined with glowing cyan crystals that pulsed with a gentle, innate warmth. Here, they began to build their safe space. Azul, with his malleable form, could squeeze into narrow crevices to gather clusters of warm light crystals, while Lyra, with her precise harmonic abilities, could test the structural integrity of the cavern by singing certain frequencies that made the walls hum in response. Slowly, a friendship began to blossom in that crystalline haven. They developed their own way of communicating, a beautiful fusion of color and sound. Azul would glow in patterns that Lyra learned to interpret like musical notes, while Lyra's harmonies took on hues that Azul could understand as emotions. A soft green glow accompanied by a lilting melody meant, "I found fresh water." A pulsing gold light paired with a warm major chord meant, "You are safe with me." One afternoon, as they worked together lining the floor with soft moss Azul had collected, a misunderstanding arose that would become one of their fondest memories. Lyra noticed that Azul had arranged the moss in careful, concentric circles. To her, circles were a symbol of containment on Symphonia, used only for things that were dangerous or needed to be restricted. She chimed a concerned sequence of notes, her filaments trembling. Azul, sensing her distress, flushed a confused lavender. He had arranged the circles because on Chroma, circles represented unity and protection, the shape of their communal nests. He glowed a bright, questioning yellow. For a moment they simply looked at one another, unable to comprehend the other's concern. Then Lyra hesitantly sang a questioning phrase that meant, "Why confine?" while gesturing to the circles. Azul's form shifted to a realization of soft pink, and he pulsed a pattern that meant, "Not confine, embrace." Understanding dawned in Lyra's large, luminous eyes. She responded with a chuckle that came out as a series of bubbling, joyful notes, while Azul shimmered with laughter in ripples of gold and silver. They spent the rest of that day teaching each other about their cultural symbols, Lyra singing stories of symphonian traditions, while Azul illustrated them in bursts of color across his form. As days turned into weeks, their crystalline cave became more than just shelter, it became a home. They cultivated a garden of bioluminescent fungi that cast a soft blue glow in the evenings. They discovered that by combining their abilities, they could create beautiful displays of light and sound that danced across the geode walls. Lyra would sing a melody, and Azul would interpret it in swirling colors that pulsed in time with her music. But their favorite ritual came each evening, when Lumen's three suns would set and the stars emerged in breathtaking multitudes. They would settle near the cave entrance, where the crystal ceiling opened to the sky, and watch the cosmos together. During these quiet moments, words were unnecessary. Lyra would hum a soft, wandering tune that spoke of longing and wonder, while Azul would glow in deep blues and purples that mirrored the nebulas swirling above. They found comfort in the shared silence between notes, in the gentle fade of one color into another. They learned that friendship needed no translation when it was felt in the soul. One evening, as a shower of shooting stars streaked across the velvet darkness, Lyra noticed a familiar constellation, the Northern Lyre, which guided travelers home in her culture. She sang a hopeful, rising melody and pointed upward. Azul followed her gaze and recognized the pattern too. On Chroma they called it the Cascade of Tears, but it signaled the same thing, a path to the wormhole that connected this sector to their inhabited galaxies. They looked at each other, and without any need for light or sound, they understood the mixture of emotions between them, the joy of possible rescue, the sorrow of impending separation. Azul glowed a bittersweet blend of sunset orange and twilight blue. Lyra answered with a chord that was both happy and sad, like sunlight through rain. Together, they devised a plan. Using the natural amplifier qualities of the geode cave, Lyra sang a powerful, sustained note tuned to the emergency frequency of interstellar vessels, while Azul focused his entire being into a brilliant beacon of light that pulsed in a distress pattern known across the star systems. For 3 days they continued their signal, taking turns to rest and sustain their efforts. On the 4th evening, as they sat watching the stars as usual, a new light appeared among them, a soft, pearlescent ship that descended gracefully toward Lumen. The rescue vessel was from a neutral exploration guild, its crew familiar with many species. The captain, a gentle being with kind eyes and translating crystals embedded in her antennae, explained that they had detected both a sonic and visual distress call of remarkable harmony and intensity. As preparations were made for departure, Azul and Lyra lingered in their crystalline home one last time. They knew their paths would now diverge, Azul returning to Chroma's color-drenched oceans, Lyra to Symphonia's singing forests. But instead of sadness, they felt gratitude. Azul glowed in a pattern he had created just for Lyra, a swirling dance of colors that meant, "You are my star-made friend." Lyra responded with a melody she had composed for Azul, a song that translated to "Your light will always guide me." The captain, watching them, offered a solution. The Exploration Guild maintained a neutral space station called the Harmony Nexus, where beings from different worlds could meet to share knowledge and friendship. She extended them both an open invitation. As they boarded the rescue ship, Azul and Lyra shared one last look at their crystalline cave, now glowing softly in Lumen's twilight. They knew it would remain there, a testament to friendship forged across worlds, waiting for any other travelers who might need shelter. Years later, on the Harmony Nexus, there is a particular observatory dome that is always filled with color and music. Here, a being of shifting hues and a creature of gentle harmonies often meet to watch the stars together. They have taught many others how to communicate beyond words, how to build bridges instead of barriers, and how the universal language of kindness needs no translation. And sometimes, when the station orbits through a particularly beautiful nebula, they can still be found side by side, one glowing in soft patterns, the other humming a quiet tune, remembering their time in a crystalline cave on a forgotten moon, where two strangers learn that friendship is the truest shelter in any universe. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The Florinite body, built for Florin's warmth, struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born." Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive." Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. "So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues." "Exactly," Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. "And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts." As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow-heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Veilwood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Veilwood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. "The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light." Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. "To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze." Deeper in the Veilwood they faced the Shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. "Friendship," Pip chirped through chattering teeth, "is a good shield against the cold." One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. "Your light's dimming too," Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. "The Shadowkin drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold." Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the Crystal Peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a Shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. "It's hurting them by accident," Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the Shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed, not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The Shadowkin flinched, then stilled, as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark, and eyes thawing into warm amber. "You see me," it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. "I only wanted to be near something warm," Frost whispered. "But my touch brings frost." Leo understood then. Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. "I'm so tired of being cold." Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. "Let's share our warmth." Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. "You mended the glimmer," Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. "Thank you for seeing me." Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. "Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember." Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes like sleeping cats and every garden gate squeaked in its own peculiar melody, there was a mystery brewing as soft as the steam from a teacup. It began on a crisp autumn evening when young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, noticed something odd. The village sundial, which had always pointed faithfully to the sun's position, now spun lazily clockwise every time a cloud passed overhead. By the next morning, whispers fluttered through the cobblestone lanes like autumn leaves. Baker's bread turned lavender overnight, the mill pond rippled in perfect geometric patterns, and every third stair in the library staircase had gone mysteriously silent underfoot. Milo, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket watch that ticked in time with his curiosity, decided to investigate. His first clue came from old Mrs. Thistledown, the village knitter, who claimed her yarn had begun knitting itself into tiny sweaters for the mice in the walls. "It's not mischief," she insisted, her silver needles clacking like crickets. "It's lonely magic, like something's trying to talk but doesn't know the words." Guided by the scent of cinnamon drifting from the hearth of the village's wise apothecary, Master Corwin, Milo found himself in a cozy shop where jars of starlight and dried thunder hummed on shelves. Corwin, a man whose beard seemed to hold constellations in its tangles, listened gravely. "Magic always has a reason," he murmured, stirring a copper pot of soup that smelled like forgiveness. "Look for patterns, lad. Even whispers leave footprints." The next day Milo noticed the anomalies followed a rhythm. The sundial spun fastest at noon, the bread turned lavender only when the wind blew east, and the library's silent stairs formed a perfect spiral. That night, under a moon the color of buttercream, he followed the trail of a glowing moth, a creature with wings like stained glass, to the edge of the whispering wood. There, beneath an ancient oak with roots like knuckles, he found a small, shivering creature, a dust hare, a rare magical being made of powdered starlight and autumn thistledown. Its ears drooped like wilted petals, and its eyes held the ache of 1,000 unsung songs. I didn't mean to cause trouble, it hiccuped, voice like a rustling diary. I was looking for a home. My old burrow was washed away by rains, and when I'm sad, my magic leaks. It gestured weakly to the air, where motes of its stardust swirled into shapes, a spinning sundial, a lavender loaf, a silent stare. I just wanted someone to notice. Milo's heart folded like a well-loved letter. With Corwin's guidance, the village rallied. Children gathered acorn caps to catch the dust hare's runaway magic, weavers spun a nest from thistle silk, and the baker crafted a honeycake steeped in welcome. On the night of the harvest moon, the dust hare, now named Pippin, burrowed into its new home beneath the oak, its magic settling into gentle hums that made the sundial chime at noon and the library stairs sing lullabies. Years later, travelers would remark on Willowmere's enchantments, clocks that ticked in haiku, bread that tasted like cherished memories, and stairs that carried tired feet like a mother's arms. But the villagers simply smiled, sipping cider by firesides, and said, "The best magic isn't in the wonders you see, it's in the listening." And in the heart of the whispering wood, under an oak tree that glowed softly on lonely nights, a little creature who'd once been lost sighed contentedly, its stardust weaving dreams for every soul who'd learned to hear the world's quietest, kindest whispers. The old oak tree at the edge of Rowan's garden had always felt like a friend. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its canopy, dense with summer grain, sighed secrets to the wind. Rowan, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, often sat beneath it, sketching the intricate patterns of leaves or listening to the rustling chorus above. He felt a peculiar stillness there, a sense of something ancient and watchful, especially as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. One such evening, as fireflies began their first hesitant dances in the gathering gloom, Rowan noticed something different. Nestled between two particularly large roots, where shadows pooled deepest, shimmered a faint, silvery light. It wasn't the glow of a firefly, it was steadier, cooler, like captured moonlight. Intrigued, he crawled closer. The light seemed to emanate from a small, perfectly smooth stone, almost hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. It felt warm against his palm, humming with a soft, resonant energy that vibrated up his arm. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a secret treasure, unaware that its touch had already begun to weave a subtle change within him. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone pulsed gently on his bedside table, casting shifting moonbeams across the ceiling. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, a peculiar melody drifted through his slightly open window, not the wind, but a high, sweet piping, like a bird song woven with starlight. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Rowan slipped from his bed, the warm stone clasped tightly. He padded silently downstairs and out into the moon-washed garden. The piping led him unerringly back to the old oak. To his astonishment, the space between the roots where he'd found the stone was no longer dark earth. Instead, shimmering like heat haze, stood an archway woven from living willow branches and threaded with strands of pure, cool light. The piping seemed to beckon from within. Taking a deep breath of the night air, heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, Rowan stepped through the shimmering portal. He emerged not into darkness, but into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a deep indigo sky, larger and brighter than any he'd seen. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, violet, and gold. Trees, unlike any in his world, soared with trunks like polished obsidian or shimmering mother of pearl, their leaves whispering in colors that seemed to shift with every breath of the gentle, fragrant breeze. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary sight. The source of the piping stood before him. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than Rowan's knee. Her skin was the deep brown of polished walnut, her hair a cascade of vibrant green vines woven with tiny, star-like white flowers. Large, luminous eyes, the color of new spring leaves, regarded him with wary curiosity. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but more graceful, hummed faintly at her back. In her hands she held a flute carved from a single, pale reed. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound quiet. "Did you call me?" The tiny being tilted her head. "The moonstone called," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It sensed your quiet heart. I am Fern, guardian of the whispering stream." She gestured towards the stone in his hand. "That is a heartstone. It resonates with the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. Few humans feel its call. Fewer still answer." Rowan looked down at the stone, now pulsing in time with the gentle light emanating from the mushrooms. "It feels alive," he murmured. "It is," Fern confirmed. "And it has chosen you because the Glimmerwood is sickening." Her luminous eyes dimmed with sorrow. "The whispering stream, source of all harmony here, flows slow and thick. Its song is fading. Without its music, the light dims, the colors mute, and the very essence of this place withers. We need its song restored." Rowan felt a pang of empathy. The Glimmerwood, though alien, felt deeply precious, its gentle magic resonating with the stillness he cherished under his oak tree. How can I help? I'm just a boy." Fern fluttered closer, landing lightly on his shoulder. Her wings brushed his cheek, cool and soft. "The Heartstone connects you now. It lets you see, hear, and feel the Glimmerwood truly. And you are quiet, Rowan, you listen. That is the key. The source of the stream's sickness lies deep within the whispering caverns, beyond the shimmering falls. We must journey there, listen to the silence, and understand what has stolen the song. Will you come?" The request was immense, terrifying. Yet looking into Fern's earnest, leaf-green eyes, and feeling the steady pulse of the Heartstone against his skin, Rowan found his fear mingled with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He nodded. "I will." Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy. Fern guided Rowan along paths of soft, glowing moss. They passed towering crystal flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, and groves where trees with bark like silver lace hummed ancient melodies. Rowan's senses were overwhelmed. The air tasted sweet and clean, like rain on stone. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. The quiet was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of luminous dew, the distant murmur of the ailing stream. They encountered other denizens of the Glimmerwood. Grumble, a moss-covered rock spirit with eyes like polished river pebbles, grumbled about the dullness seeping into his favorite sunning spot, but offered them directions towards the falls. Pip, a skittish sprite made of swirling autumn leaves, chattered nervously about shadows deepening near the caverns, but gifted them a handful of glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and starlight, renewing their energy. Fern was patient, explaining the delicate balance of the Glimmerwood, how the stream's song nurtured the plants, which in turn fed the light sprites, whose dance kept the air pure. Rowan listened, absorbing it all, his quiet nature proving an asset. He noticed things Fern, in her worry, sometimes missed. A patch of unusually gray moss, the way certain luminous beetles avoided a specific path, the faint, discordant note beneath the stream's weakening murmur. The path grew steeper, the air cooler and damper. The vibrant colors of the forest began to leach away, replaced by muted grays and blues. The cheerful chirps and hums grew scarce. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it was a harsh, grating roar, not the harmonious melody Fern described. Soon they stood before the shimmering falls, or what should have been shimmering. Instead of cascading liquid light, a thick, sluggish, obsidian-black torrent poured over the cliff edge, crashing into a pool below that reflected no starlight, only a depthless void. The air here tasted stale and metallic. "The falls, they're poisoned," Fern whispered, her voice trembling, her wings drooping. "The sickness comes from the caverns beyond." The entrance to the whispering caverns loomed like a dark maw behind the curtain of black water. An unnatural chill emanated from it. Rowan felt the heartstone grow cold against his skin, its pulse erratic. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He thought of his warm bed, the familiar creak of the old oak. But then he looked at Fern, her small form radiating determination despite her fear, and felt the heartstone's insistent, though weakened, call. He squeezed the stone, drawing warmth from his own resolve. "We have to go in." Inside the cavern, the darkness was absolute, oppressive. Only the heartstone's faint silvery glow and the soft luminescence of Fern's wings pierced the gloom, revealing walls slick with a cold, viscous substance that smelled faintly of decay. The roar of the poisoned falls echoed strangely, morphing into unsettling whispers that seemed to coil around them, speaking of despair and forgetting. "Listen," Fern urged, her voice barely a breath. "Not just with your ears. Feel the stone, feel the cavern." Rowan closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness. He focused on the heartstone in his palm, feeling its cool surface, its faltering pulse. He remembered the quiet under his oak tree, the deep listening he practiced when sketching leaves. He breathed deeply, ignoring the stale air, and listened with his whole being. Beneath the roar and the whispers, he felt a profound silence. But it wasn't empty. It was heavy, thick with sorrow. And within that sorrow he sensed a presence. Not malicious, but deeply wounded, trapped. "There's something hurting," he murmured, opening his eyes. "Deep inside, it's scared, and its fear is poisoning the water." Fern's eyes widened. "The heartstone, it lets you feel the source, but what could it be? Nothing dark has ever lived in these sacred caverns." Guided by Rowan's newfound sensitivity, they pressed deeper, navigating treacherous slopes and pools of stagnant black water. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to seep into their thoughts, urging them to turn back, to forget. Rowan focused on the heartstone's pulse, a tiny anchor of light and warmth, and on the quiet place within himself. Fern clung to his collar, her tiny light a beacon. Finally, they reached a vast inner chamber. At its center lay a pool, the origin point of the whispering stream. But instead of pure, singing water bubbling from the earth, a thick, black sludge oozed forth. And chained to the bedrock beside the pool, radiating waves of palpable grief and fear, was a creature that stole Rowan's breath. It resembled a great, sleek otter, but woven from pure, liquid moonlight. Or it should have been. Now its luminous form was dulled, streaked with oily black tendrils that seemed to root it to the stone. Heavy, dark chains, seemingly made of solidified shadow, bound its limbs. Its large, intelligent eyes, once perhaps like molten silver, were clouded with pain and despair. A low, mournful keening emanated from it, the sound that had twisted into the poisoned roar of the falls and the discordant whispers. "The Naiad." Fern gasped, her voice thick with horror and recognition. The spirit of the stream, but who could have done this? Why? Rowan felt the creature's anguish wash over him through the heartstone, a wave of desolation so deep it brought tears to his eyes. He understood instantly. This wasn't an act of malice from outside. The chains were formed from the Naiad's own despair. The heartstone showed him flashes, a cataclysm long ago, a fracture deep within the earth that had severed the Naiad's connection to the deeper, purer sources of life, leaving it isolated and terrified. Its fear had festered, manifesting as the physical chains and the poison seeping into its essence. "It's trapped by its own fear," Rowan said softly, stepping closer, the heartstone's light flaring slightly as it resonated with the Naiad's pain. "It's lost, Fern. It doesn't know how to sing anymore." Fern fluttered down, landing near the Naiad's massive, sorrowful head. "Oh, bright one," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "You are not forgotten, you are not alone." She raised her reed flute and began to play. Not a complex melody, but a simple, pure note, clear and unwavering, a sound of pure presence and empathy. Rowan felt the heartstone grow warm again. He understood. It wasn't about breaking physical chains. It was about reminding the Naiad of its true nature, of the connection it had lost. He knelt beside the Great Spirit, placing his hand, still clutching the heartstone, gently on its cool, damp flank. He closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew. He listened. He listened past the keening, past the fear, deep into the core of the being before him. He felt the echo of the pure, singing water it once was, the memory of the sunlight dancing on its surface, the joy of nurturing life. He poured that feeling of recognition, of remembered light and song, through the heartstone and into the Naiad. He didn't speak. He simply was there, present, acknowledging the spirit's pain and holding the memory of its wholeness. Fern's pure note wove around Rowan's quiet presence, a gentle counterpoint to the Naiad's sorrow. The heartstone pulsed brighter, its silvery light mingling with Fern's soft glow, bathing the chained spirit. A tremor ran through the Naiad. The keening faltered. The oily black tendrils seemed to recoil from the combined light. The chains of shadow flickered, becoming less substantial. The creature lifted its head slightly, its clouded eyes turning towards Rowan. In them, for a fleeting moment, a spark of its former luminescence ignited a spark of recognition, of connection. Rowan smiled gently, pouring every ounce of his quiet reassurance, his newfound understanding, through the heartstone. "You are part of the Glimmerwood," he whispered, his voice barely audible yet filled with conviction. "We remember your song." It was like the sun breaking through storm clouds. The Naiad drew a deep, shuddering breath. A pure, clear note, like a single drop of crystalline water falling into a still pool, echoed through the cavern, silencing the discordant whispers. The chains of shadow dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. The oily black tendrils receded, drawn back into the earth as if repelled by the returning light. The sludge bubbling from the pool began to clear, transforming into shimmering, pure water that sparkled with inner light. The mournful keening shifted, transforming into a tentative, hopeful hum. The transformation was swift and breathtaking. The Naiad's form blazed with restored moonlight, its fur rippling like liquid silver. It rose free, shaking itself, sending droplets of pure light scattering like diamonds. It dipped its head, nuzzling Rowan's hand with cool, damp gratitude, then touched Fern gently with its nose. A wave of pure, harmonious energy pulsed outwards from it, washing through the cavern. The walls shed their slime, revealing veins of glowing crystal. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a soft, ambient light. The whispering stream began to sing again. Not a roar, but a joyous, bubbling melody that echoed through the caverns, growing stronger and clearer with every passing second. The sound was pure life, pure harmony. Fern danced in the air, her laughter like chimes. "You did it, Rowan, you listened." As they emerged from the caverns, the change in the Glimmerwood was immediate and profound. The shimmering falls now lived up to their name, cascading in a torrent of liquid light and music. Color flooded back into the forest with breathtaking speed. The gray moss turned vibrant green, the luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed intensity, the obsidian trees gleamed, and the mother-of-pearl trunks shimmered with rainbows. The air hummed with the restored songs of unseen creatures, a symphony of pure joy. Pip the leaf sprite whirled past in a joyful gust of color, and Grumble the rock spirit basked in a patch of newly restored warm light, emitting a contented rumble that sounded almost like a purr. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was a celebration. The path was easier, bathed in the gentle light of the restored realm. Creatures emerged to greet them, shy wood sprites peeking from behind glowing toadstools, luminescent butterflies dancing around Fern's head, even a great stag with antlers like spun crystal who bowed its head solemnly as they passed. The heartstone in Rowan's hand pulsed warmly, no longer just a connection, but a symbol of a bond forged. They reached the willow-light archway beneath the giant, now radiantly healthy, glimmerwood oak equivalent. Fern hovered before Rowan, her eyes bright. The glimmerwood owes you a debt, Rowan. Your quiet heart, your willingness to listen deeply. That was the key the heartstone knew we needed. She touched the stone in his hand. Keep this. It will always connect you here. You are a friend of the glimmerwood now. Visit whenever the moon is high and the night is still. Rowan looked back at the vibrant, singing world, then at the small, fierce guardian who had become his unlikely friend. I will, Fern, thank you. He stepped through the shimmering archway. He found himself back beneath his own familiar oak tree, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The heartstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its internal light dimmed but still present. The garden was quiet, bathed in the soft, gray light of pre-dawn. It felt different, though. Richer. He could hear the individual songs of waking birds with startling clarity, smell the damp earth and the scent of the oak leaves with new intensity. He felt the thrum of life in the roots beneath his feet. He hadn't just saved the glimmerwood had awakened something within him, a deeper connection, a profound understanding of listening beyond words, of the quiet strength found in empathy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan kept the heartstone safe, a secret warmth in his pocket. He spent even more time beneath the old oak, sketching not just the leaves, but the intricate dance of light and shadow, the hidden patterns he now knew existed just beneath the surface. He found he could sense the health of the plants in his garden, feel the subtle shift in the wind before a storm. He truly listened to the world around him, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the nearby brook, the quiet conversations of squirrels. He found patience where there was frustration, understanding where there was confusion. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon rose full and silver, casting long shadows, Rowan sat beneath his oak tree, the heartstone cool in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the night. Beyond the chirping crickets and the sighing wind, he could just faintly perceive it, the distant, harmonious melody of the whispering stream, flowing strong and pure. He smiled. He knew Fern was out there, tending her realm. He knew the naiad sang its joyful song. He knew that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound changes begin with quiet curiosity, a step into the unknown guided by a gentle heart and the courage to truly listen. And as the cool night air wrapped around him like a familiar blanket, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy humming in tune with the secret song of the hidden world and the gentle pulse of the stone in his hand, a reminder that magic, friendship, and transformation are always closer than they seem, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday for those who know how to listen. The old oak creaked softly above him, a comforting sound, an old friend keeping watch as the moon climbed higher, painting the world in silver, and Rowan, his heart full of quiet wonder and newfound wisdom, drifted towards sleep, cradled by the enduring magic of listening. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. I see now, she said softly. The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way. With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The willow of whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of whispering woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into whispering woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. "Blasted thing," Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than old man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. "Oh." Pip blinked, startled. "Well, aren't you a useful sort? Thank you, little sapling." He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. "You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you?" Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. "It feels like everything's slipping away," Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. "My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong." Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. "Change, eh? Tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots." He hopped onto Milo's knee. Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside. Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice small. "Find Hazel," Pip declared, whiskers twitching. "She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on." And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. "Ah," she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder and the worry etched on the boy's face. "The oak keeper and his acorn heart. Come in, the kettle's just singing." Inside, the cottage was pure comfort, shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. "Whispering oaks," Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, "are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart." She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. "This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon." Milo stared at the acorn. "But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling." Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. "Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun?" She leaned forward. "Instead of fearing the fall, Milo, learn to trust the ground that catches you. Trust the friends who walk beside you. Trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet." Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. it might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, "Trust the ground that catches you." He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. "It's okay," Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. "It's just a storm, it's just change. You're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow." He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sodden moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds, glowing with a soft, silvery light, were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. "See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine." Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. Deep in the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient canopies like liquid gold and the air hummed with the secrets of 1,000 years, lived a community seldom seen by human eyes. This was Moss Grove, a hidden village nestled amongst colossal roots and sheltered beneath a cathedral of emerald leaves. Its inhabitants were the Verdantkin small, gentle folk with skin the color of sun-dappled bark, hair like trailing ivy, and eyes that held the shifting greens of the forest itself. Among them was a young one named Fern, whose curiosity was as boundless as the starlit sky above their home. Fern loved nothing more than listening to Elder Hemlock, whose voice was as soft and deep as rustling leaves in autumn. Hemlock spoke of the great balance, the intricate dance woven by every creature, every root, every drop of dew. "The forest breathes, little sprout," Hemlock would murmur, his gnarled fingers tracing patterns in the soft moss. Spring brings the green sigh, summer the golden hum, autumn the copper whisper, and winter the silent, crystalline breath. Each is vital, each holds a piece of the heartwood's magic. The heartwood. Fern had heard tales of it, a colossal, ancient tree deep within the forest's core, older than time itself. It was said to be the source of the seasonal magic, its roots drinking deep from the earth's dreams, its branches cradling the essence of each turning moon and shifting sun. The Verdantkin were its caretakers, guided by generations of wisdom passed down through stories told by firefly light and the gentle murmur of streams. One day a subtle wrongness began to creep into Moss Grove. The air, usually thick with the sweet perfume of honeysuckle and damp earth in late spring, grew strangely still and scentless. The fireflies, whose nightly dances painted the twilight with constellations of soft green light, flickered weakly. Most unsettling was the behavior of the brook sprite, a shimmering, playful creature of living water who usually chattered and splashed merrily near the village. Now it flowed sluggishly, its surface unnervingly calm, reflecting the worried faces of the Verdantkin with a dull, gray sheen. Fern noticed first. The usual vibrant hum of insect wings was muted. The leaves, usually plump with spring's vigor, seemed thinner, their edges tinged with a faint, worrying yellow. The scent of pine resin, usually sharp and clean, was replaced by a faint, sour tang like forgotten mushrooms. Elder hemlock, Fern whispered, finding the old one sitting by the sluggish brook, his face etched with concern. The balance, it feels, thin, like spun sugar ready to break. Hemlock sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. I, little sprout, the brook sprite whispers of chill deep in the earth, the heartwood, it struggles. The essence of spring is not flowing as it should. Winter's icy grip lingers where it should have melted, and summer's warmth hesitates to rise. He pointed a trembling finger towards the deepest part of the forest, where the shadows gathered thickest beneath the oldest trees. We must journey to Heartwood Hollow. The wisdom of the roots must guide us. The journey was unlike any Fern had taken. The familiar, comforting paths felt muted. Sunlight struggled to pierce the denser canopy, casting long, cold shadows. The vibrant moss underfoot felt brittle, and the air held a lingering damp chill that seeped into their bones, despite it being late spring. They passed a family of badgers whose usually bustling set was quiet, the adults looking weary, their kits listless. A chorus of frogs by a pond croaked a slow, mournful song instead of their usual jubilant chorus. Fern felt the forest's unease like a physical weight, a prickling sensation against their skin. After a day and a night guided by the faint, troubled whispers carried on the wind through the leaves, they reached Heartwood Hollow. It was a vast, open glade bathed in an ethereal, shifting light. At its center stood the heartwood. Fern gasped. It wasn't just a tree, it was a living cathedral of wood and magic. Its trunk, wider than 20 Verdantkin houses, pulsed with a soft, internal luminescence. But the light was wrong. Instead of the vibrant, swirling greens and golds of spring fern had expected, it flickered erratically. Patches of weak green fought against stubborn veins of icy blue, and a dull, muddy brown where warm amber should have glowed. Around the base of the heartwood, figures moved with quiet urgency. Not just Verdantkin, but creatures Fern had only heard of in hemlock stories. Lumina moths with wings like stained glass, their light dimmed. Earth gnomes with skin like polished river stones, their faces etched with worry. Even a great ancient stag, his majestic antlers seeming to droop, his breath misting unnaturally in the cool air. The harmony was fractured. The hidden lives of the forest were laid bare in their shared distress. "The chill persists," rumbled the stag, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. "It festers in the deep roots fed by neglect." He lowered his massive head towards a section of the forest floor near the heartwood's base. Fern saw it then, a patch of ground choked with thorny, unnatural vines, dark, oily things that seemed to suck the very color from the air. They wrapped around smaller roots protruding from the earth, their grip tight and cruel. Nearby, the earth looked scarred and barren, as if something vital had been ripped away. "It is the strangling creeper," Hemlock said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "It takes hold where the forest's voice is silenced, where the small connections are broken. It feeds on imbalance, on forgotten duties." He explained how generations past had spoken of such blights, born not from malice, but from subtle neglect, a stream diverted carelessly by a landslide no one repaired, a clearing where too many saplings were lost, weakening the earth's song. The wisdom passed down was clear. Every creature, from the tiniest beetle turning the soil to the great trees breathing the air, played a part. Neglect one, and the thread of the tapestry unravels. "The heartwood draws strength from the harmony of all," murmured a lumina moth, its voice a soft chime. "When the small songs are silenced, its great song falters." Hope felt fragile. But looking around at the gathered creatures, the worried earth gnomes, the anxious verdantkin, the sorrowful stag, the dimmed moth's Fern felt a spark ignite. "We are the small songs," Fern whispered, then spoke louder, their voice surprisingly steady in the hollow. "The wisdom says all must play their part. We are the harmony. Can we sing it back?" A ripple went through the assembly. The stag raised his head, a glimmer returning to his deep brown eyes. The earth gnomes nodded, their stony faces softening. The lumina moths fluttered their wings, shedding faint motes of light. The restoration began, a testament to the interconnected life Hemlock had always spoken of. Earth gnomes, strong and patient, began carefully digging around the base of the strangling creeper, loosening its grip on the precious roots without harming the heartwood itself. Their small hands worked with incredible precision, unearthing the dark tendrils. Lumina moths fluttered above, their dimmed light concentrating on the exposed vines. Where their soft glow touched the oily darkness, the creepers seemed to recoil, shriveling slightly, their malevolent energy disrupted. Fern and the other verdantkin gathered nearby. They didn't fight the blight directly, their strength lay in connection. They knelt on the cold, troubled earth, placing their small hands on the moss, on the exposed, shivering roots of the heartwood, even on the cool flank of the patient stag. They closed their eyes and listened. Fern felt the deep, slow thrum of the heartwood, weak but persistent. They felt the stag's steady heartbeat, the quiet strength of the gnomes, the fragile hope of the moths. And they began to hum. It wasn't a complex song, but a simple, deep vibration, resonating from their chests into the earth. It was the sound of roots seeking water, of leaves unfurling towards the sun, of dewdrops gathering on spiderwebs at dawn. They hummed the memory of warm spring rains, the promise of summer berries, the crispness of autumn air, the deep peace of winter snow. They hummed the song of moss grove, of the busy badgers, the croaking frogs, the whispering brook. They hummed the great balance. As they hummed, focusing their simple, collective will, a subtle warmth began to spread from their hands. It wasn't fire, but the gentle, life-giving warmth of the returning sun after a long frost. The moss beneath their fingers seemed to plump up, regaining its vibrant green. The exposed heartwood roots Fern touched pulsed once, faintly, with a warmer light. The earth gnomes, feeling the shift, redoubled their efforts. The lumina moths glowed brighter, their light now a soft, cleansing gold. The stag lowered his mighty head and breathed a warm, misty breath over the struggling patch of earth where the creepers writhed. The combined effort, the gnome's strength, the moth's light, the stag's breath, and the verdantkin's resonant song of connection became a tangible force. With a final, almost audible sigh, the strangling creeper lost its grip. The dark vines shriveled completely, turning to brittle black dust that scattered on a sudden warm breeze that hadn't been there moments before. Where they had choked the earth, tiny, vibrant green shoots immediately pushed through the soil, unfurling delicate leaves that glistened with fresh dew. The effect on the heartwood was immediate and profound. The flickering, conflicted light within its massive trunk steadied. The stubborn veins of icy blue dissolved like mist under a strong sun. The muddy brown warmed, transforming into a deep, rich amber. The vibrant green swelled, pure and strong, pulsing outwards in waves. The light filled the hollow, washing over everyone warm, comforting, and alive. It touched the stag, who straightened, his antlers seeming to catch the light and hold it. It touched the lumina moths, whose wings blazed with renewed, joyful colors. It touched the earth gnomes, whose stony skin gleamed with inner warmth. It flowed over fern and the verdantkin, filling them with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The magic wasn't a sudden explosion, but a deep, resonant sigh of relief that echoed through the entire forest. Fern felt it travel along the roots, through the streams, up the trunks of trees, and into the very air. Back in Moss Grove, the brook sprite suddenly bubbled and leapt with renewed energy, its water sparkling clear and cold. The scent of honeysuckle and damp earth returned, rich and heady. Fireflies erupted from the ferns, painting the twilight with their joyful, emerald constellations. The badger kits tumbled playfully from their set, and the frogs resumed their boisterous chorus. Fern stood with elder hemlock near the now glorious heartwood, bathed in its gentle, multi-hued light. The stag nudged Fern gently with his velvety nose. "You remembered the wisdom, little one," he said, his voice warm and strong again. The smallest voice, raised in true understanding of the whole, can mend the greatest tear in the tapestry. Hemlock placed a hand on Fern's shoulder. "The balance is not a distant thing, little sprout. It lives in every connection, every act of care, every song sung for the whole, not just the self. The heartwood holds the magic, but we all of us, great and small, seen and unseen, we are the magic that feeds it. Remember this." The journey back to Moss Grove was a celebration of senses. The air was warm and fragrant. Moonlight silvered the path, dappling through leaves that rustled with a contented sound. The hum of insects was a soothing lullaby. Fern felt the cool, soft moss underfoot, heard the distant, joyful splash of the brook sprite, tasted the sweet nectar of a night-blooming flower offered by a grateful lumina moth. The forest was alive, vibrant, and deeply, peacefully in harmony once more. That night, curled in their cozy nest, woven from soft grasses and fragrant pine needles, Fern gazed out at the firefly-lit glade. The gentle murmur of the brook and the rustling leaves were a soothing melody. They thought of the heartwood pulsing with balanced light deep in the forest, and of the stag, the gnomes, the moths, the badgers, the frogs, and all the unseen threads that bound them together. The wisdom felt warm and solid inside them, as old as oak roots, as deep as the starry sky. It was the quiet understanding that true magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in the countless small acts of belonging, of care, of singing your part in the forest's eternal, beautiful song. And with that comforting thought, cradled by the restored harmony of their ancient, magical home, Fern drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the heart of the whispering woods itself. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that leapt like shy sprites across the walls. Outside, a gentle wind sighed through the ancient oak tree, a lullaby for the sleeping world. Tonight, dear listener, we venture not to far-off mountains or stormy seas, but to a place much closer to home, where magic often hides in plain sight, waiting for a gentle heart to find it. Our story begins in the dusty, forgotten embrace of an attic. Young Milo, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet nature, often found solace in the attic. It was a world unto itself, smelling of old paper, dried lavender tucked away in forgotten drawers, and the comforting scent of seasoned wood. Sunlight, when it dared pierce the single cobwebbed window, illuminated swirling galaxies of dust motes. One rainy afternoon, seeking refuge from the drumming on the roof, Milo was carefully sorting through a battered old trunk that had belonged to his great-aunt Elspeth. Beneath layers of yellowed lace and bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon, his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth tucked into a corner of a worn sewing box. It wasn't thread or a thimble. It was a key. Not just any key, mind you. It was made of a warm, rosy copper, slightly tarnished, and shaped unlike any key Milo had ever seen. Its bow was an intricate swirl like a frozen curl of smoke, and the bit seemed to depict a tiny, stylized bird in flight. It felt strangely alive in his palm, humming with a warmth that wasn't quite temperature, more like a faint, comforting vibration. HMMMM, it seemed to sigh, softer than the rain outside. HMMMM. Now, what might you open? Milo whispered, the dust motes swirling gently in his breath. As if in answer, a soft thump sounded near the dormer window. A large ginger cat with wise, amber eyes materialized from behind a rolled-up rug. This was Marmalade, the attic's unofficial guardian, rarely seen downstairs. He stretched languidly, his purr rumbling like a miniature thunderstorm. Purr-ra-ra-ra-ra rumble. Found something shiny, have you, young Milo? Marmalade's voice was a deep, gravelly whisper, laced with the patience of countless naps. That little dreamer isn't for locks of wood or iron, that's a whisper key. A whisper key. Milo echoed, turning the warm copper over in his fingers. It pulsed gently. HMMMM. Indeed, Marmalade settled onto a sun-warmed patch of floorboards, tucking his paws neatly. It opens doors to things unseen, paths unheard, but only for those who listen with more than their ears. Great Aunt Elspeth knew its song. She used to say it measured journeys not in miles, but in heartbeats of courage purr. Milo felt a flutter, not of fear, but of profound curiosity mixed with a tiny spark of apprehension. What kind of journey? Before Marmalade could answer, a soft whoosh of air and the distinct tap-tap-tap of something light landing on a rafter announced another presence. A small, rather bookish-looking brown owl blinked down at them. His spectacles, tiny things made of wire and clear crystal, perched precariously on his beak. This was Ptolemy, known for his vast knowledge of attic lore and his tendency to doze off mid-sentence. Who? He inquired softly, tilting his head. Ptolemy, excellent timing, rumbled Marmalade. Young Milo has discovered Elspeth's whisper key. He seeks the nature of the journey it offers. Ptolemy ruffled his feathers importantly. Who? Ah, the resonant artifact, catalogued under ethereal mechanisms, subsection, auditory cartography fascinating, who it doesn't unlock a place precisely, more a state of perception, specifically the perception of the hidden harmonies. He blinked slowly, his spectacles glinting. Trouble is brewing in the unseen choir, a dissonance, a disharmony, the key resonates with it. That is the journey it measures the courage to seek the source of the discord and soothe it, tap 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 when his claw on the wood. Requires patience and kindness. Very tricky. Who? He promptly tucked his head under his wing, snoring softly. Snoo or who? Milo looked from the softly snoring owl to the purring cat, then down at the humming key in his hand. The attic suddenly felt vast, full of whispers he couldn't quite decipher. The rain pattered pitter-pat on the roof, a counterpoint to the key's gentle HMMMM and Ptolemy's snores. The journey wasn't across land, but into understanding. His courage felt very small indeed. Just then a tiny, nervous squeak came from near the trunk. A small gray mouse with bright, button eyes and trembling whiskers peered out. This was Pip, easily startled but incredibly resourceful. Beep. Did someone say Deedus Harmony? She piped, her voice like dry leaves skittering. I heard it last night near the old chimney stack, a sound like a lost sob caught in the wind. It made my whiskers tingle all wrong. Squeak. Milo knelt down. You heard it too, Pip, the disharmony. Pip nodded vigorously. Oh yes, scared me half to fluff, but if the key can't help, maybe we can help too. She looked at Milo with hopeful eyes. Pip's courage was small but fierce, fueled by compassion. And so their unlikely fellowship formed under the sloping rafters. Milo with the humming whisper key, wise Marmalade offering rumbling guidance, scholarly if sleepy, Ptolemy ready with obscure facts, and brave little Pip, attuned to the smallest, saddest sounds. Their journey began not with a step, but with listening. Milo closed his eyes, focusing on the key's vibration, letting it fill his quiet center. He listened past the rain's pitter-pat, past Marmalade's purr, past Ptolemy's gentle snoo-or-hoo, even past Pip's anxious squeak-squeak. He listened deeper to the sigh of the old house timbers, the rustle shhh of dust settling, the faint tick-tock of a forgotten clock. And then he heard it. Faint, almost swallowed by the other sounds. A thin, wavering note, not quite a cry, not quite a sigh. It sounded lonely, and it seemed to drift from the direction of the chimney stack, just as Pip had said. Woo-woo-oh. There, Milo breathed, opening his eyes. The key pulsed warmer in his hand, its hum HMMM, resonating sympathetically with the distant, mournful sound. The journey to the chimney stack was only 20 feet across the cluttered attic, but for Milo it felt immense. He had to navigate precarious stacks of hat boxes that wobbled alarmingly, creak-groan, squeeze past a dressmaker's dummy that seemed to watch him with empty eyes, and climb a small, rickety set of library steps that Ptolemy assured him were structurally sound, circa 1892, who each wobble, each creak was a test. Pip scampered ahead, finding safe paths between piles of newspapers, rustle-flutter. Marmalade padded silently beside him, a warm, solid presence. Ptolemy occasionally woke up, blinked, offered an observation like chimneys often act as conduits for aerial resonances, and promptly fell asleep again. Reaching the base of the massive old brick chimney stack felt like arriving at the foot of a dark, silent mountain. The air here was cooler, smelling faintly of old soot and damp stone. The lonely sound was clearer now, echoing slightly within the bricks. Woo-woo-oh, why alone? Milo held up the whisper key. Its glow intensified, casting a warm, coppery light on the soot-stained bricks. The intricate bird on its bit seemed to shimmer. The mournful sound paused, then tentatively echoed the key's gentle hum. HMMM. Woo-woo-oh. Who's there? Milo asked softly, his voice barely a whisper itself. Why are you so sad? A gust of wind whistled whoosh, down the chimney flew, swirling dust at their feet. Within it the voice seemed to coalesce, thin and reedy like wind through a crack. Alone it sighed. Always moving, never staying, never heard, only felt as push, as cold, never as song. Milo understood. This wasn't a monster. It was a small, lost wind current, a tiny eddy that had become separated from the great symphony of breezes and zephyrs. Trapped in the chimney, its natural song had twisted into lonely dissonance. It wasn't angry, it was heartbroken. Ptolemy, roused by the concentrated emotion, blinked rapidly. A fractured zephyr, common in enclosed vertical structures, requires integration, reconnection to the larger air currents. He looked at Milo. Kindness, acceptance, offering it a voice within the chorus. Milo knew what to do. It wasn't about forcing or fixing. It was about listening, truly listening, and offering friendship. He sat down cross-legged on the dusty floorboards, the whisper key warm in his lap. Marmalade settled beside him, his purr deepening into a soothing drone, purr rumble. Pip cautiously crept onto Milo's knee, her tiny body trembling but determined. Ptolemy fluttered down to perch on a nearby crate, wide awake now, observing intently. Milo closed his eyes again, focusing on the key's resonance, letting it fill him with calm. He thought of the wind outside, the gentle sigh through the oak leaves, rustle hush, the playful tug on the washing line, flap snap, the soft whisper around the corners of the house, shhhhh. He poured this feeling of connection, of belonging to a vast, beautiful song, into the hum of the key. HMMMM, you belong. He began to hum himself softly, wordlessly, not trying to overpower the zephyr's lonely woo, but weaving around it, harmonizing with it. Marmalade's purr provided a deep, grounding bass note. Pip, encouraged, let out a tiny, brave whistle, tweet-wee. Ptolemy surprised everyone by adding a soft, rhythmic tap-tap-tap with his claw on the wood. It wasn't perfect music, but it was kind. It was welcoming. The trapped zephyr hesitated. Its woo faltered. Then, tentatively, it tried to mimic Milo's hum. HMMMM. The sound was less sharp, less lonely. Milo smiled, humming a little louder, pouring warmth and acceptance into the sound. You are heard. You are part of the song. Slowly, gently, the zephyr's note shifted. It softened, warmed, began to weave itself into their makeshift melody. The dissonance faded, replaced by a fragile harmony. The air around the chimney stack stirred, not with a mournful gust, but with a gentle, hopeful breeze. HMMMMWoo, together. The whisper key in Milo's lap pulsed brightly once, then settled back into its warm, steady hum. The copper bird seemed to glow with satisfaction. Above them, high up the chimney, a faint clink-clink sounded, the sound of the old, unused chimney cowl turning slightly in the wind outside. A path was opening. Listen, Milo whispered to the zephyr. Hear your family calling. Outside, the wind had lessened its rain-soaked drumming. Now it sang a clearer song around the house, a gentle invitation. Come home, shhhh, come home. The small zephyr within the chimney swirled excitedly, whoosh swirl. With a final, joyous chime-like note that resonated perfectly with the whisper key, ding HMMMM, it gathered itself and streamed upwards, a ribbon of cool, fresh air, slipping through the newly opened cowl and out into the welcoming embrace of the evening sky. The lonely sound was gone, replaced by the harmonious sigh of the wind outside, now sounding fuller, sweeter. Silence descended in the attic, but it was a peaceful silence, filled only with the crackling fire downstairs, the settling house, Marmalade's contented purr, Pip's relieved sigh few, and Ptolemy's soft murmur, harmony restored, catalogue updated, who excellent work, young cartographer of courage. He promptly tucked his head back under his wing. Milo looked at his friends, then down at the whisper key. It was cool now, just a beautifully crafted piece of copper, yet he knew its magic hadn't faded. It had simply returned to quiet potential. He hadn't traveled far, but he had journeyed deep into his own quiet heart and found the courage to listen, to understand, and to offer kindness. He felt taller somehow and deeply peaceful. Carefully, he placed the whisper key back into the sewing box in the old trunk. It didn't need to be hidden, just respected. He knew it would be there, humming softly to itself, whenever the hidden harmonies needed a gentle listener. As Milo descended the attic stairs later, the fire in the hearth below seemed to burn a little brighter, a little warmer. The rain had stopped, and through the window he could see the first stars peeking through the clouds. The wind sighed contentedly around the eaves, shhhh, sleep, a lullaby for the whole house. Marmalade followed him down, purring like a contented engine. Pip was already asleep in Milo's pocket, a tiny, warm weight. Even Ptolemy's soft snores, snoo or who, from the rafters above sounded like a peaceful counterpoint. The ordinary attic filled with forgotten things had revealed an extraordinary secret, that the greatest adventures often lie in listening closely, that courage is measured in kindness, and that even the smallest voice, when heard with a gentle heart, can restore harmony to the world. And as Milo settled by the fire, the flames dancing like captured sunlight, he He knew that the warm hum of the whisper key and the memory of the zephyr's grateful song would forever be a cozy secret tucked away in his heart, a gentle light against any future darkness. The fire crackled pop hiss, a comforting sound in the quiet night, reminding him that magic and kindness were always closer than they seemed. The whispering wood and the lantern of lumina. The sun had begun its descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The village of Brambleton nestled comfortably in the valley, surrounded by rolling hills and the dense, ancient forest known as the Whispering Wood. It was a place of legend, where tales of magic and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. In the heart of the village, a small cottage exuded warmth and welcome. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of lavender from the garden, inviting all who passed by to linger a moment longer. Inside, by the flickering light of a crackling fireplace, sat a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, a reflection of the adventurous soul that resided within her. Lila had always been drawn to the Whispering Wood, its secrets whispering to her through the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. The villagers often spoke of a magical artifact hidden within its depths, the Lantern of Lumina. Legend had it that this lantern possessed the power to illuminate the truth, revealing hidden paths and unseen wonders. On this evening, as the fire danced and shadows played across the walls, Lila's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, shared stories of the lantern. "It is said," she began, her voice a soothing melody, "that the Lantern of Lumina was forged from the first light of dawn, capturing the essence of hope and truth. Many have sought it, yet few have ventured beyond the familiar trails." Lila leaned closer, captivated by the tale. "What does it look like, Grandmama?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and determination. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother replied, "it is said to be a simple lantern, yet when it is lit, its light is like no other, a soft, gentle glow that warms the heart and guides the lost." Lila's imagination soared, picturing the lantern's glow, illuminating the darkened paths of the Whispering Wood. As the fire crackled and the evening deepened, she made a quiet vow to herself. She would find the Lantern of Lumina and discover its secrets. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, the air carrying the scent of pine and earth. Lila set out with a small satchel, filled with provisions and a map her grandmother had drawn, a map detailing what little was known of the forest's hidden trails. Her heart brimmed with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The path into the Whispering Wood was dappled with sunlight, the trees towering above like ancient guardians. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest began to hum with life. The chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the whisper of leaves created a symphony that accompanied her every step. As Lila walked, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of the forest. The ground was carpeted with moss, soft and springy beneath her feet. Ferns unfurled their fronds in elegant spirals, and wildflowers added splashes of color to the verdant landscape. She paused to admire a particularly beautiful cluster of bluebells, their delicate fragrance filling the air. It was then that Lila noticed a small creature watching her, a fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox tilted its head as if inviting her to follow. Intrigued, Lila stepped closer, and the fox turned, leading her off the well-trodden path and into the heart of the forest. The journey led Lila through winding trails and across babbling brooks, each step taking her deeper into the unknown. She followed the fox through sun-dappled glades and shadowed hollows, her senses alive with the magic of the forest. As they journeyed, Lila felt a connection with the Whispering Wood, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She paused to rest by a crystal-clear stream, its waters singing a gentle lullaby. The fox sat by her side, its presence comforting and familiar. "Thank you," Lila whispered, reaching out to gently stroke the fox's soft fur. The fox regarded her with a knowing gaze, as if understanding her every word. With renewed determination, Lila continued her journey, the fox ever by her side. The forest seemed to embrace her, its secrets whispering on the breeze. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila felt a sense of anticipation building within her. It was then that she saw it, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from a clearing ahead. Her heart quickened as she approached, the fox leading the way. In the center of the clearing stood the Lantern of Lumina, its gentle light casting a warm, inviting glow. Lila's breath caught in her throat as she reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal of the lantern. The light within flickered and danced, illuminating the clearing with a soft, golden radiance. In that moment, Lila understood the true power of the lantern. It was not merely a guide through the forest, but a beacon of hope and truth. As she held the lantern, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. The forest around her seemed to come alive, its beauty and wonder revealed in the lantern's glow. She realized that the journey had changed her, opening her heart to the magic of the world and the wisdom within. With the lantern in hand, Lila made her way back through the forest, the fox at her side. Her journey had taught her the value of friendship and trust, and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world. As she emerged from the whispering wood, the village of Brambleton came into view, the lantern's light guiding her home. Lila's heart swelled with gratitude, knowing that she had discovered more than just a magical artifact. She had found a deeper connection to the world and a newfound sense of purpose. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. Lila shared her story, the lantern's gentle glow illuminating the hopes and dreams of all who gathered around. And so, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Lila sat by the fireplace once more, the lantern's glow casting a warm, comforting light. She closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest carried on the evening breeze, and drifted into a peaceful, contented sleep. The journey had come full circle, and with it, Lila had found her place within the timeless tapestry of the Whispering Wood. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. In the heart of the forest, the fox watched over the clearing, its eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the tale of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, courage, and the magic that resides within us all. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the story whispered on the breeze, a lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of all who listened. In the quiet of the night, the lantern's light flickered gently, casting its glow across the village, a beacon of warmth and peace. Its story became a cherished memory, passed down through generations, a reminder that the magic of the world is always within reach for those who dare to seek it. And so, with the whisper of the wind and the glow of the lantern, the story of Lila and the Whispering Wood continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened. A timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the lantern of Lumina and the whispering wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the lantern of Lumina and the whispering wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And with the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Leela and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whisper. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots, where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss." "Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. "But things aren't right," Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. "The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the Vale's light is draining away." Quill's small face was etched with worry. "The Heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails." He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. "Their inscription says seek the Heartwood, find the light," he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help." Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. "Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The Heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thornkin avoid it." But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the Vale. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way? Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly, and for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet. Their journey deeper into the veil was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the veil without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the veil dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. Echo wraiths, Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here. Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. Lost, always lost, hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. Pointless, you can't help, murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. Cold, so cold, alone, a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood. Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. Seek the heartwood, find the light, he repeated silently, like a mantra. I am here to help. The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. That's it. Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. Your light drives them back, keep going. Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, left, no, your other left, you great lump, they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. "Find the light," he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it? Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies. Luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the vale like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the vale, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the vale within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. "Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths." Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, "The seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit through the old oak if you promise not to step on the moss." Oliver grinned. "I promise." When it was time to leave, the vale creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The heartwood seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. "Remember," Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, "and watch your step." "I will, Quill," Oliver said, crouching down. "Thank you for everything." Quill shuffled his feet. "Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this." He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the vale's starlight. "To remind you." Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. "I'll treasure it." He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the heartwood seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the veil, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a murmuring river, there lived a young boy named Kael, who carried a peculiar sadness in his heart. Though the world around him brimmed with warmth and laughter, he often felt like a single cool stone in a sun-warmed stream, present but separate. His grandmother used to say that every person carried their own light inside them, but Kael worried his had gone out, for he could no longer feel its glow. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon like a golden coin dropped into a violet purse, Kael sat by the hearth watching embers dance. The fire crackled and popped, telling its ancient stories in a language of light and heat. His grandmother's old stories whispered through his memory, tales of the Glimmerwood, where trees remembered every secret ever told to them, and of the Emberfolk, gentle beings who tended the world's inner fires. That night, as frost painted delicate patterns on his window pane, Kael noticed something unusual among the dying embers. A single coal continued to glow with a persistent, ruby light, pulsing softly like a sleeping heartbeat. Drawn by its strange warmth, he reached carefully into the ashes and retrieved it. To his astonishment, the ember didn't burn his skin, but rested in his palm like a sleepy ladybug, radiating gentle heat. As he held it, the ember brightened, casting dancing shadows that seemed to form shapes, a winding path, tall trees, a creature with bright eyes. A soft voice, like the sound of leaves brushing together, whispered through the room, "When your own light falters, follow another's glow." With the mysterious ember cupped in his hands, Kael wrapped himself in his warmest cloak and stepped into the moonlit night. The ember pulsed more strongly as he moved toward the forest edge, its light creating a small pool of warmth around him in the crisp air. Crickets sang their evening chorus, and the scent of damp earth and pine needles rose to meet him as he entered the woods. The forest felt different tonight, more awake, more aware. Trees seemed to lean in to observe the glowing visitor, their branches creating a cathedral ceiling above the path. The ember's light reflected in countless dewdrops, transforming the forest floor into a scattered constellation. After walking for what felt like both moments and hours, Kael noticed the ember's pulse quickening. Its light stretched forward like a golden thread, pointing toward a massive oak with silver bark that shimmered in the moonlight. As he approached, he saw that the tree's trunk held an opening just large enough for a child to slip through, an opening that hadn't been there yesterday, he was certain. Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Kael stepped through the doorway in the tree. The world transformed. Colors deepened, sounds clarified, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with magic. Luminescent mushrooms lined pathways that glowed with soft blue light. Leaves rustled with more purpose than ordinary leaves, occasionally arranging themselves into fleeting patterns before scattering again. This was the Glimmerwood from his grandmother's stories, a place where nature remembered its magic. Kaelin's ember now glowed with renewed intensity, casting warm light that mingled with the cool blues and greens of the forest. As he walked deeper along the glowing path, he noticed something peculiar. Wherever his light fell, plants seemed to straighten, flowers turned toward him, and the very air grew warmer. His journey led him to a clearing where a small stream chuckled over smooth stones. There, sitting by the water's edge, was a creature unlike any he had seen before. It had the graceful form of a fox, but was covered in fur that shifted colors like opal, and its eyes held the knowing warmth of ancient hearths. It was nursing one front paw, which glowed with an unnatural blue chill. "Hello," Kaelin said softly, not wanting to startle the creature. The being looked up, eyes widening at the sight of the glowing ember. "You carry hearth light," it said in a voice like wind through autumn grasses. "I am Corwin. Few humans find their way here anymore." Kaelin approached slowly. "Your paw, it's hurt." Corwin nodded. "The frost sprites grow restless. They usually stay in the northern reaches, but something has disturbed their peace. One brushed against me, and its chill lingers." Remembering how plants responded to his ember's warmth, Kaelin knelt and carefully brought the glowing coal near Corwin's injured paw. As the light touched the blue-tinged fur, the frost began to recede, leaving healthy, warm skin beneath. Corwin flexed their toes experimentally, a look of grateful surprise crossing their expressive face. "You have kindness in your touch," Corwin observed. "The ember responds to that. It's no ordinary coal. It's heart fire, a piece of the world's warmth given form." Corwin explained that the balance of the glimmerwood was shifting. The frost sprites, usually peaceful beings of winter beauty, had been spreading unseasonable chill through the forest, causing flowers to close and streams to slow. The emberfolk who maintained the warmth were growing weary, their lights dimming against the advancing cold. "Perhaps," Corwin suggested gently, "this is why your ember called to you. The forest senses those who need healing and those who can heal in return." So began an unexpected friendship between a boy who felt he'd lost his light and a magical creature who understood the language of the woods. Together they followed the ember's guidance deeper into the glimmerwood, toward the source of the disturbance. As they traveled, Corwin taught Kaelin to listen to the forest's whispers, the meaning behind different bird calls, how to interpret the patterns of falling leaves, which mushrooms were safe to touch, and which would show you memories if you brushed against them. Kaelin in turn shared stories of his world, of baking bread with his grandmother, of flying kites on windy hills, of the particular sound rain made on his rooftop. With each shared story, Kaelin noticed his ember glowing brighter. The warmth spread through him too, thawing places in his heart that had felt frozen. He realized with wonder that the light wasn't just in the ember, it was awakening within himself too. Their journey led them to the crystal caves, where the emberfolk tended the underground fires that warmed the entire forest. The caves should have been radiant with warmth, but instead, Kaelin and Corwin found the emberfolk moving slowly, their normally fiery forms dimmed to smoldering coals. The air held an unseasonable chill. The eldest emberfolk, her form flickering like a candle in a breeze, explained that the Heartstone, the source of the forest's eternal warmth, had been growing cold. Without its radiance, the frost sprites felt unbalanced and were spreading cold unintentionally. "The stone needs a new kind of warmth," the elder said, her voice crackling softly. "It has been tended by the same fires for centuries, but now it requires something different, the warmth of connection, of stories shared, of kindness remembered." Kaelin looked at the glowing ember in his hand, then at his new friend, and understanding dawned. The ember hadn't just been guiding him to help the forest, it had been guiding him to help himself too. With Corwin at his side, Kaelin approached the Heartstone. It was a magnificent crystal that should have been blazing with inner fire, but now shone with only a faint glow. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand against its smooth surface and began to share, not just stories but feelings. The loneliness he'd carried, the warmth of his grandmother's kitchen, the joy of discovering this magical world, the gratitude for his friendship with Corwin. As he spoke, his ember flared brightly, and something wonderful happened. Tiny lights began to travel from his heart down his arm and into the stone. They were memories made visible, golden for joy, silver for comfort, copper for connection. The Heartstone began to absorb these lights, its glow strengthening. Corwin joined him, placing their newly healed paw against the stone. Images flowed from them too, of running through sun-dappled forests, of conversations with ancient trees, of the moment Kael had healed them with his ember's warmth. Other emberfolk gathered, adding their own memories to the growing light. The cave filled with a symphony of warmth, not just heat, but the emotional warmth that comes from being seen, understood, and valued. The frost sprites, drawn by the changing energy, entered the cave not as invaders, but as curious participants, their icy forms glittering in the renewed light. As the different warmth flowed into the heartstone, its glow changed from faint white to a rich, golden radiance that pulsed through the entire cave system. The frost sprite's chill softened into a pleasant coolness that balanced rather than overwhelmed. The emberfolk brightened, their forms dancing with renewed energy. The elder emberfolk turned to Kael, her form now blazing with healthy fire. You came seeking light and brought us a new kind of warmth. The balance is restored because you were brave enough to share your own heart's fire. In the days that followed, Kael stayed in the Glimmerwood, learning its ways and deepening his friendship with Corwin. He discovered that his own inner light hadn't been extinguished. It had only been waiting for the right conditions to glow again. The ember that had guided him now burned steadily in the Heartstone Cave, a permanent part of the forest's warmth. When it came time to return home, Corwin accompanied him to the tree doorway. "The forest will always remember you," they said, their opal fur shimmering. "And so will I." Kael stepped back into his world just as dawn was painting the sky in pastel hues. The village was still sleeping, but something felt different, warmer, more connected. In his hand he found not the ember but a smooth, warm stone that pulsed gently with inner light, a gift from the forest to remember his journey by. That morning, as sunlight streamed through his window, Kael didn't feel like a cool stone in a warm stream anymore. He had discovered that warmth isn't just something you find, it's something you create through connection, bravery, and open-heartedness. And though the magical world was now separated from him by a tree doorway, he carried its essence within him, in the memories, the friendship, and the rekindled light in his own heart. Now, as the fire crackles and night deepens outside your window, remember Kaelin's journey. Remember that even when our inner light feels dim, it never truly goes out. It simply waits for the right moment, the right friendship, the right act of bravery to shine again. And in the quiet of this night, know that you too carry that same capacity for warmth and connection, ready to glow when the world needs it most. Sleep now, wrapped in the warmth of this story, and may your dreams be gentle and your rest be deep. The embers watch over the night, and tomorrow awaits with new possibilities for light. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimbal, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimbal and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimbal said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimbal's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimbal's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the Whispering Woods. Gimbal adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. The twin moons of Zephyria cast soft silver beams through Lyra's cracked cockpit window, illuminating swirling motes of stardust as her escape pod settled into the mossy embrace of an uncharted world. Outside, the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming star vines, sweet as honeyed tea, cool as mountain springs. Lyra, a human botanist stranded light years from Earth, trembled not from cold, but from the profound silence. Until a chime echoed through the violet ferns, a melody like glass bells kissed by wind. There, refracting moonlight into rainbows, stood Kael, a crystalline being from the planet Shard, limbs of shifting quartz, eyes like liquid opal. Kael recoiled, facets dimming. To Lyra, its staccato light flares seemed aggressive, blinding strobes against the gloom. To Kael, Lyra's frantic gestures and metallic scanner were violent tremors in its vibration-sensitive world. When Lyra reached for a tool, Kael pulsed crimson alarm, shattering a nearby geode. I only wanted to share water, Lyra whispered, offering her canteen. Kael mistook the glinting container for a weapon, retreating into shadows. That first night, loneliness wrapped around them both like frost. Dawn revealed their shared peril, the great ion storm, a celestial tempest painting the sky in electric amethyst. Deadly to Lyra's fragile biology, lethal to Kaelin's light-based essence. Sheltering in a cavern, they huddled beneath a canopy of glow mushrooms, their bioluminescence painting the walls sapphire and gold. Kael trembled as storm static threatened to fracture its form. Lyra, recalling her grandmother's tales of kindness, hummed an old lullaby, low, steady vibrations. Kaelin's panic stilled. Tentatively, it echoed the tune in shimmering harmonics, the cave filling with a duet of human voice and crystal song. Misunderstanding melted like ice in sunlight. Lyra learned Kaelin's light language, soft green for curiosity, warm gold for friendship. Kael attuned to Lyra's heartbeat, recognizing its steady rhythm as safety. Together they foraged for ship repairs, Lyra guiding them past venom spore thickets, Kael sensing subterranean mineral veins with seismic pulses. When a rockslide trapped Lyra, Kael focused sunlight through its body, melting the debris. When corrosive rain threatened Kael, Lyra wove starvine fibers into a shelter, her hands bleeding but determined. "You're my beacon," Lyra murmured, bandaging Kaelin's stress-fractured arm with thermal gel. Kael responded with a constellation-patterned glow, "You are my resonance." The storm passed, leaving the world jeweled in dew. Lyra's repaired pod hummed, ready for launch. Beneath the twin moons they stood forehead to facet, warm skin against cool crystal, sharing memories like treasures. Lyra's earth forests mirrored in Kaelin's prismatic recollections of shard-singing canyons. No grand speeches, only quiet understanding. As Lyra ascended, Kael gathered starlight, projecting a luminous bridge across the sky, a temporary road between worlds. Now, when Lyra tends her interstellar greenhouse, she nurtures crystalline flowers that chime in the dark. And on Shard, Kael treasures a vial of earth soil, its vibrations humming Lyra's lullaby. Across the void their friendship glows, a quiet promise that in the vast, cold cosmos, warmth blooms brightest when unlike hearts choose to listen. The stars outside your window tonight. They're winking with shared secrets. Rest now, little dreamer. Somewhere a crystal being is singing you a lullaby in light.